mm, 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 mm. So I be sublime in the concubines. Miracle Mario Andretti on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
What up, Jupu? Happy birthday to you, brother.
Thank you, buddy.
I want to get that out the way soon.
Yeah, man. Thanks. When your birthday is this day, I don't really like to make too much out of it.
It's your birthday. You were living before that day, so we still got to celebrate the birth of a big-eared wonder.
I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah. 43. Getting there, man.
Man, you're living. That's all that matters.
Thank you, man.
Make sure you enjoy the gifts.
I will. Hopefully,
tell your wife exactly what I told you.
I will. Listen, man. Obviously, there was a major event last night in Philadelphia, and we can't ignore it. These sorts of things are bigger than our show, bigger than our world, and when you get two sides that just clearly hate each other, it impacts everything. And so, you've got two sides, red and blue, and with a long history of going up against one another. And we want to be a distraction, Brian. We don't want to delve into the serious world.
We won't.
But when the Phillies play the Rays, man, you cannot ignore that. And when Bryce Harper comes storming in, and you've got a hit by pitch, and there's tempers are flaring in Philadelphia. All right, and so we just hope calmer heads prevail.
Yes.
And the Phillies did win that thing 9-4. B. I know that was the event in Philadelphia. We were all wrapped up
that's the one. That's the one.
Kind of going forward. Obviously, it's a day of remembrance. For what happened, what are we at now? 23 years?
It's been a while, man.
22 years ago.
Yeah.
No. What year is it? 23 years ago.
Yeah.
Terrible day. And our thoughts with all the folks impacted by
everybody
that day.
Impacted.
And then you told me Frankie Beverly died.
Frankie Beverly passed away today. And I called Lenny. I said, man, get some Mays Frankie Beverly together. But also yesterday, James Earl Jones.
Yeah, man.
Darth Vader.
The
voice.
Yeah, dude. James Earl Jones, so legendary.
Yeah.
But still we persevere. And
definitely
for us, we are out in Ashburn. Say we're, 30 miles west of the city. Busy day today in Ashburn. We will hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. The team has practice scheduled for 1:00. We'll hear from Dan Quinn. Prior to that, after practice, we will hear from Jaden Daniels, which will be a interesting conversation. Now that Jaden has played a little, it kind of changes the scenario, right? Like the questions.
You can ask him about what happened now. You go straight into that instead about what he thinks. Now he's been through it, his feel, and game plan moving forward. You did run it 16 times. I would think that they've told you that's not ideal. How do you plan on not doing that moving forward?
Sure.
Those type of things.
Sure. I think even Jaden will recognize when they watch that tape, like there's some opportunities where he ran, where maybe he could have evaded pressure and not necessarily stayed in the pocket, but nobody, I'm not making a comparison here. Nobody on earth does this better than Patrick Mahomes, right? Where he evades pressure, but continues to be a passer. And you heard Dan Quinn mention that exact phrase, like continue to be a passer, continue to stay behind the line of scrimmage, look downfield. A lot of times that's where you can hit big plays. And I circled back to it this morning driving in. The fact that it's the Giants and it's week 2 and the history recently and
is not very favorable,
right? Like, and I get how bad the Giants looked. Like, it's not a secret they got their doors blown off by Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
but does it have you a little uneasy that it's like I'd almost prefer this be the Eagles this week?
Well, every week I'm uneasy, to be honest with you, because you're playing against professionals, and like the movie. I mean, any given Sunday, I don't care who it is. Any given Sunday, a team can look absolutely horrible. We've seen Kansas City look horrible in some games. And any given Sunday, a team could look fantastic. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the ultimate thing where, you look at a team and you go, oh, man, they suck. But they're all professionals. And they may get it going one game, and that game could happen to be against your team.
I think
something that you don't want to see.
There was a moment last year where I decided to never be like, that team stinks, you got to beat them.
Well, I had to keep telling you because you did it often, and every time you did it,
we
end up on the wrong side.
I did not do it after one very specific moment.
The Bears?
I had a come-to-Jesus moment.
You said it about the Bears, and look what happened.
Halftime of that Bears game, when it was 27-3, I said, you know what? Who the hell knows? Maybe this team is the bad one, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was proven correct over the course of the full season. Giants look terrible. That line has already moved. It opened at 3 and is now down to 1.5.
Yeah.
I haven't really.
That scares you.
I don't know what to think. I wasn't overly impressed last. The only thing I was particularly impressed by was Jaden.
Yeah.
I think. Is there am I forgetting something?
No.
I thought B-Rob and Eckler were impressive. Looked good, but they didn't really get enough opportunities to be impressive.
Mm-hmm.
The defense, I don't think I can name a single thing that was impressive defensively. Special teams,
let's just say
I don't think I can.
They got pressure. They just didn't get them down. That you could say they got to them. Now they got to finish it. I'll go with that as something that's impressive because they were all around him several times. But if you touch a guy, you 3-something. 290, 300, 320. You touch a dude that's about 200 pounds, 210. You got to bring him to the ground.
Baker's like my size, it seems.
Yeah.
Like. You know what I mean?
And yes, he's elusive, but he ain't that damn elusive.
He's not Lamar.
Yeah.
All right. So we got a lot to discuss. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, is going to join us at 11. Our guy Neil Greenberg talking to us at noon. DQ presser somewhere around 12:30. We'll be taking that live, assuming we are capable. And then Jeffrey Chadaha is going to join us from NFL.com. That should be a really cool. We got if you listen to us, this is not a surprise. We're just going to talk about football for 4 hours. So
that's what we'd like to do.
I hope you're ready for that.
Let's get it.
Now, we talked about the events in Philadelphia last night. Obviously, a big Phillies win is what the nation's talking about. But there was a major political event in Washington last night. And again, we try to avoid politics, but not when it's one of our own. Brian, it's my understanding it
was not political.
You are a congressman now.
No.
That's what Landville has on the sheet. Congressman
No. I went to an event for a former player for the team here, Carl Camera, his daughter, Kimberly.
Is he related to Doug Camera?
No,
okay.
No. They basically run this thing called Alabaster House where I was there, me, Doc, Mosley, and Carl. We did like a little panel talking about leadership, and it was fun. You know, it wasn't about one side or the other. It was just talking about leadership overall, and we had some fun there. You know, I haven't been in the Capitol in a long, long time, bro.
It's cool.
But let me tell you, as you walk through there, you go, damn. The building was built way, way, way back. And you look at the meticulous detail inside of that, and you look at all that damn stone and granite and marble. They didn't have all of these cranes that we have today. Man. Why is that building so secure and stable when the stuff they build today is trash?
Dude, I wonder about that kind of stuff too.
It's like weird, man. You think all the way back to the pyramids and all that. Look how precise those lines are.
When we were in Italy over the summer,
it's crazy.
And you know, there's like really famous cathedrals and castles and all this stuff.
Uh-huh.
We were in relatively small towns, and these churches and cathedrals were damn near 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like,
they still standing.
Yeah, dude.
You build something today, it's gone next week.
I gotta say, forgive me. Now, Carl was there with you at the
yeah.
Dude's 87.
Yeah, and still
that's
is rock solid. He was talking about his grandson, and he said, yeah, he's 6'5", about 320. I'm like, well, hell, look at his granddad.
I mean, he was a second-round pick in the 1960 draft.
Yeah.
I think, assuming the draft then was the same time of year it is now, I think that was before the moon landing. Like that's remarkable.
Hey, Carl still look like he can whip somebody's ass. You might not want to be talking negative.
Listen, I'm not.
Hey, Carl, how you doing?
I'm not talking negative. I'm saying I'm damn impressed.
Yeah.
I can't find anything that impressed me about the defense on Sunday. Carl Camera, I'm impressed.
So it was me. So Carl is in his 80s. Mosley is in his, 70s?
Don't know. Yeah.
Doc is in his late 60s. And then they had me there.
The young buck.
Not often that I'm the young buck in the group.
They needed the youth vote. That's why you were there. Should we look up Doc? I don't know that Doc wants us looking.
Doc's like 68, 69.
Rick Walker.
Doc and my sister are about the same age.
Do you know what round Doc was drafted in? Over, under your draft? You were 5th.
I'll say over.
So you think he was a 6th?
6 or 7.
4th.
Oh, wow.
Doc's a 4th
But they
round.
showed a highlight last night. I didn't know Doc caught so many touchdowns.
Doc caught 9 touchdowns in his NFL career.
He might have caught them all that on that one video they showed last night. Every time he score, he just go.
Doc and Cameron are both from California.
Cali.
Who else was there?
Mark Mosley.
And Mosley's from Texas. You're from
Mosley
Louisiana.
actually grew up in Ecuador.
Yeah.
And then moved to Livingston, Texas.
That is Mosley's story. I guess
And
it was
the Chiquita banana.
Yeah.
His dad kind of like introduced bananas there, and it's the biggest banana place in the country, in the world right now.
Mosley's, I never knew Mosley's life story till that night at Congressional, the Touchdown Club dinner. It was fascinating.
Yeah.
Like he grew up chasing chickens around and stuff on these like rural farms in South America. I haven't said good morning to the boys in the aquarium yet. Good morning, boys. How's everybody doing?
I'm money, baby. How are you?
I'm good, dude.
I'm good.
Money. How
Happy
much
birthday,
how much
JP.
you want to give us, man?
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I'll give you $2, B-Mitch, but only if you get here by 2:00.
Landfill, I'll take off and come there. But if it was like 200, I'll come.
I don't think you're driving down there for $2.
200.
It'll cost you.
You don't realize bucks in my hood means 100.
How much would it cost you to drive there?
If he gets to that price, I'll let him know.
I would not expect it.
As you go up on some zeros, Landfill. I might be there soon.
Let me know, Landfill, if you're going to give Beamish $200 to drive downtown. I think, thank you. The stream is up and running. Good morning to all the folks in the stream.
What's up, fam?
Thank you for the birthday wishes to all parties. I also had a post last night. I'm launching a new show tonight on NBC4 on their Fast channel. So this is like a lot of people don't watch TV like you and I do, where we press play on the remote. We press power on the remote and the TV just works. So this is like all the streaming service. And shocker, there's tremendous growth on all that because young people go to that. Mm-hmm. And so I'm really excited for this and kind of got to first time. A lot of these shows, like you do a post-game show, you know what you got to do, right? Mm-hmm. But like kind of these weekly shows, I got to kind of get my hands on some of the kind of the way we're going to run it. And I'm really excited. And the one thing I have heard folks say, Landy, you need me to turn my mic up? Are you trying to text me that? Sorry.
You say put the mic close to you.
Okay, gotcha. The one thing, I love the work I get to do on Channel 4. Obviously, Chick does good work on Channel 9. But like in the world where there's just not that much local sports coverage anymore, you know what I mean? I think the thing that goes missing to like a television audience is just hearing from players. Say I get 2.5 minutes on Channel 4, right? Over the course of 4, 5, and 6. But like there's so many players worth hearing from, and there's so much more context to provide for fans. And so that's kind of my focus is like, I want to go in depth on Dan Quinn today. I want to go in depth on Daniels today. And then I want to bring people into the locker room and get to like hear and understand what players are saying and kind of what they saw in Tampa, what needs to be different in New York. And I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be really cool. I have no idea how they came up with the name for that show. I think it's just about listening. You know what I mean?
What's the name?
All Ears with JP Finley.
Did you get that copyright and did you get extra money because they're making fun of you while using something that's on your body?
Listen, man, if you can't make fun of yourself, who can?
Well, that's not you making fun of yourself. They're making fun of you.
It might have been my idea.
Yeah, all ears.
It might have been my idea.
Yeah. Look like a headset.
All right, let's kind of get this thing moving, man. Dan Quinn today. We did this yesterday. What are some questions for Dan Quinn? I am curious if he feels they need to generate more pass rush, or to your point earlier, they were close this week. You just got to get them down.
I think when you listen to Dan, and also I listened to John on the Junks yesterday, and even guys after the game, the mindset was that they got the pass rush. They just got to finish. And I agree with them. But the ultimate thing is finishing, okay? And I don't know why or what, but if you look at football today, and this is not just the Commanders or most teams that we just sit and watch, look at most of the games in the NFL. That first week was some horrible tackling.
Sure.
Some teams had great tackling. You understand what I'm saying? So what are they doing differently than what we're doing? I know that guys run full speed and they run past a guy like I would have hit you. And I told you back in the day with Coach Gibbs, everyone would think that back in the day we basically tackled everybody to the ground on every play. We did not do that. We would come in, I say full speed butt up. So they hit you, wrap their arms around you. A lot of people will lift you, put you back on the ground. But what did they do? If they lifted you, they had to wrap up. Okay? The stuff that they do in practice today, most teams, they're not even wrapping up.
Bro,
they just run at the guy and go, I would have made the tackle.
Hit and wrap has kind of been on a fairly rapid decline, I'd say, for the last 10, 15 years. Even like when big hit, like backers still tend to wrap, but a lot of times when safeties are making tackles, they're just flying in for big hits.
Normally because the guy is not seeing them. Because see, I would say this. When a guy would run up to me in practice, like the yell, like he had tackled me, I laughed at him. Because most times you can hit me. If you don't wrap up and you're not bringing your ass, I'm gonna level you. Most running backs don't just go down with the first hit.
Right.
And we got receivers now like Deebo Samuels. They don't go down with the first hit. So the wrap up, what it does, you wrap up. Not many people can run with 200 to 250, 300 pounds on their waist. So you give your other guys a chance to come over and help you out. But just running and hitting somebody, that doesn't work anymore. And I believe that they need to go back to that full speed butt up. And the running back, once they drop you, receiver, you keep running. And it's so quick. It's like a second.
Sure.
Boom, boom, they drop and you're gone. But I really believe the wrapping up part of football is not a thing that is so great anymore.
I don't think it's taught. I mean, maybe like shout out to the Maplewood Youth Football Organization. I hope they're still teaching hit and wrap, but like nobody's hitting in anything but games, really. You know what I mean? Nobody's. I can't imagine. Do you think in high school football they're still tackling in practice?
Some places, yeah.
I hope so.
Down south for sure.
Yeah.
But like the thing for me is what I'll say this: the linebacker 5'4" for 49ers. Every time I saw him tackle, like they would teach you, if the guy's running here, you put your head in front, so because they're not going to your neck, and you wrap up. Fred Warner did it every damn time he was throwing the tackle. So when you practice your fundamentals, they come for you. When you don't practice your fundamental, you normally go back to what's most comfortable. And what's most comfortable normally does not work in the game of football.
It's funny how you discuss fundamentals there. And I think in like whatever you do, right? If you're a football player, if you're a basketball player, if you're an aspiring musician, whatever it is, like you've got to be really good at the basics. Mm-hmm. And then you can build from there and you can accomplish different things. If you talk about just the basics, Paul Henry's window installation, nobody's better at the fundamentals.
Yeah.
If you just need new windows, call Paul Henry. He's going to give you a quote with zero pressure. He's the most laid-back, easygoing guy, and it's pretty damn impressive because he actually comes to your house and gives you the quote. And then if you need more stuff done, like I did, he redid my whole porch. He built it out for me. It's beautiful. Like he can do all of it, or he can hit you with the fundamentals of getting you new windows and doors. If you call this month, $100 off windows with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
You've heard the term jack of all trades, master of none. Well, Paul is a jack of all trades, and he's a master of everyone that he tries. The thing that he does, he talks about Paul Henry's windows, but you know what? He does doors, he does gutters, he does roofs, all that type of thing. And then he did JP's room. Now he's going to be coming in to fix my little breezeway going from my house to my garage. And the one thing I'll tell you is they do a great job. You know, they come in and they get everything right the first time to where they don't have to call, so they come back to your house. You've had contractors come to your house, and you got to keep calling back to fix it. You know what? Paul comes in, he takes his time, he makes sure he does it the first time. And even while taking his time, he finishes a lot quicker than most people out there. So if you want some windows right now, reach out to Paul and you'll get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each store. Contact our friend Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him that B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
The Atlanta Braves are even in the NL wildcard race after taking down the Nationals 12-0 with 4 home runs. Mackenzie Gore lasts 3 2/3 innings, allowing 7 runs but only 2 earned. The Nationals have only 3 hits. Davey Martinez on Gore's fastball.
When he throws the ball down, his fastball down, he's got a lot more movement on it, and he gets outs that way. He gets a lot of contact, ground balls, and so we want to finish off the season strong. He's had some really good outings up till today, so I'm not going to beat him up too much today. I really not. I mean, he's done a lot better.
Series wraps up tonight with Jake Irvin facing Max Fried at 6:45 live here on the Fan. The Twins lead the Tigers by 3 games for the final AL wildcard. The White Sox now have 113 losses following a 5-0 setback to Cleveland. NFL Commanders have officially signed former Jets kicker Austin Seibert, and also the team signs rookie offensive tackle from Howard, Aneem Dankwa, who's 6'8", 353 pounds. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067. The Fan. Gonna have a fun day, man. I'm really excited to get. I don't think Florio's ever been on our show. I've known Mike for a while, but I don't think we've ever had him on the show. Let's ask a relatively simple question here, Brian.
Yeah.
Landfill, the question asker. And this was a debate, I'd say, during free agency, during the draft. Is there enough talent around Jaden Daniels?
I think yes. And I think most people say no because they expect the talent to be finished this year. And I think you can't do it all in 1 year. Okay. It's virtually impossible to do it all in 1 year. And I believe that they're looking at this thing where they're trying to build and they're looking at it and going in incremental steps. So based off of that mindset, they do. Based off of the mindset of most fans where they want to look at other teams around the league like Miami, Kansas City, San Francisco. They didn't just start this year. They've been doing this for 3, 4, 5 years. So, yes, they have everybody they need. You can't expect our team to automatically be where those other teams are. And I think that's where the angst come from, where we are now – we got a quarterback here and we say, boom. But you know what? They can start making moves before this year is over to start putting him in the place to where, like they talk about that second, third year where you're competing on a regular basis, that they'll be there then. But right now, I wouldn't expect it in the first year of a rebuild.
I got to be honest, and you may disagree with me on this, but I think the notion of like talent surrounding, I kind of blame LeBron for a lot of this conversation, because if you remember the LeBron conversation when he left Cleveland, it was like, oh, I need pieces around me, right? And I feel like now that was, I mean, hell, when was the decision? We're probably talking 20 years ago.
Long time ago.
And like ever since that moment, and that's not to suggest he's the first dude that did a super team, any of that. None of that's true. Mm-hmm. But the notion of pieces around a player, I feel like really kind of exponentially came into the sports conversation with LeBron. And I feel like that has just continued and continued and continued. But dude, Nico Collins is a good player. I'm not trying to take any shots at Nico Collins, but Nico Collins was a 450 yards receiving yards a season player. Then CJ Stroud showed up and he went for 1,300. Mm-hmm. Like the notion of talent surrounding a player, I don't know that the Bears put the best offense around Justin Fields, right? Yeah. But it was this, oh my God, they've thrown him to the wolves. Everything.
They had terrible. A lot of people for Caleb. What happened in that first game?
Right. Justin Fields is now on the Steelers with good running backs and George Pickens and an offense designed for him. And the stats look damn near the exact same. At some point, it's about the player.
Yeah. At some point, you got to just get the guys. You got to get the best out of the players that you have. Like when Tyreek left Kansas City, There were people saying, "Oh, Pat's not going to be the same. They won't have the same effect." They went to the Super Bowl, right?
They've won 2 in a row.
Last year, they started off, they lost. And people were like, "Oh, they starting to get rid of too many players." In a Super Bowl, they won the game because they had that other guy that made guys look better. Okay? And I think the ultimate thing is people just immediately, and I said in this area because I'm here. That's why I can say it about this area, and I hear it more often. And they probably do it in other cities, but I don't know that. Okay? I know the cities I was in, I didn't hear it a lot. They always talk about they want the first and second rounder. There are people on other teams that were not drafted in the first and second round that's kicking our ass and kicking other people's asses around this league, right?
Nico Collins was a 4th rounder. Debo Samuel was a 2nd rounder.
Kelsey was what?
Probably a 5th.
Kittle.
I'll look it up.
You can start naming people
Kittle
that are
was a 5th.
stars in the league right now. And let's realize when a guy is drafted, we normally go, "Oh, we don't have no names." Nobody comes in with the name. You build the name. You have to produce to build the name. There are a lot of first rounders that came to this league and we thought they were names, and then boom, they were nowhere. But there are other guys that came to this league that was not first rounders that began the ball, and then all of a sudden we see them as a name now. We don't give that a chance anymore. We want it to be already running as soon as they hit the ground here, and it doesn't happen all the time. I'm not asking you to wait. Since this is a complete new organization now, and they have now said that they're going to be trying to rebuild, give them at least 4 games, and then you go where you want from there. But in the first game, I was disappointed in the way that they performed because I watched them in practice, and I saw a lot better than what I saw on that field Sunday.
That's what I've said repeatedly is, and you and I disagree a bit on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not sure how much better that's going to get, but I think offensively they could be a lot better. I think there were 2 plays. If one or either hits, the whole game looks different. If the deep shot to Terry or if Luke just lets that ball go on the throwback, I think, hell, if the kid makes the first field goal, the flow of the game is a lot different.
If they make half of the tackles when they were right there on Baker, we're not talking as bad about the defense as we are right now. Just make half of those tackles. Why work that hard to get past somebody that's 330 pounds? Then when you get there, you don't finish it up. It's just like running a hell of a route and be wide open, and you stand there, you do this, and the ball hits you right in your damn face mask. If you're going to work that hard, finish it up. I guarantee you there were guys tired because they didn't get there. But if they had gotten there, you get a jolt of energy.
Totally.
It happens every time.
Momentum is very real. Yeah.
Like, look, man, I've been in games where I am running the ball. And I'm getting hit down again, and I'm super tired. But I've also been in a game, I think about the Minnesota Vikings, where in the playoffs, where I'm getting it. I get 5 yards, 7 yards, 10 yards. Never thought about being tired. Never thought about looking to the sideline because you keep getting that jolt of energy. If they had gotten to that quarterback half of the times and took him to the ground and they were sitting there, we're not talking about this defense like that. And it only takes a few plays. And yes, they did not look good. But think about it. If all of a sudden now you're hitting him, he's thinking about it now. But every time he got away, he got more and more confidence. Like, they came and take me to the ground.
Now, specific to, is there enough talent around Jaden? They did trade back, right? Like they could have taken a tackle earlier. I think we still are in a wait and see what Coleman is. I'm telling you, I've talked to the people in that building.
They believe in him.
They really believe in him. He's top on the depth chart this week. I would think that means he's starting, but we'll see. Mm-hmm. They very much believe in McCaffrey and Sennett to evolve as players that really matter for this offense. Terry's obviously there. Now, he didn't get a ton of work in that first game. Maybe that's something play calling can impact. Maybe that's something Terry can impact. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's something Jaden can impact. Maybe that's something other wide receivers can impact. Yeah. They traded away Dotson, all right?
Yep.
They clearly didn't think he was going to help them that much this year, or they wouldn't have traded him away.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you want to ask, they signed Zach Ertz. I know that for a lot of people that doesn't do much. For Cliff Kingsbury, he's absolutely a big believer in Ertz. I think certainly at the running back position between Eckler and Brian Robinson, people wouldn't argue they didn't do enough, don't have enough.
I'm looking at the receiving for the Eagles last week. Dotson didn't have a catch. But I ask this question. Other than Jeff
Walker.
Who felt that Houston had enough talent before they went to the season last year?
I can't.
And I'm going to say Jeff because Jeff chose them to win that division. But other than Jeff, no one was talking about Houston and how great they were. Nico Collins was relatively unknown until last year. And then now this year in the first game, he's like he lost his mind. Why is it that we don't understand that you can start to grow?
Tank Dell, who was off to a tremendous start last year, he was a third rounder. I mean, you don't want to listen, having more talent is the best way to win. I'm advocating for that, especially on the defensive side.
I understand that, but
I think we oversimplify.
Talent is not just first, second round.
Right.
There's some first round. Their first rounders have been bust, complete bust.
McLaurin's a third rounder.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at what was here. You had McLaurin.
What year is Bobby in?
Wagner?
What round was he?
I don't know.
Wasn't first?
I don't know the answer to either. I want to say he's in his 15th season.
Like 14, 15, but he wasn't first or second.
He was a second rounder.
But he's a name.
Late second.
A late second round. He made a name for him.
Went to Utah State.
Didn't have many offers coming out of high school, though.
He is in his 13th season.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I don't want to be overly dismissive of do they have enough talent? Do they not have enough talent? Would you love to add 2008 Randy Moss to this offense? Hell yeah. Like, I understand that.
But how would we know the talent in the beginning? Because, like, let's be real. We've had guys who played very well for other teams. They got here and they stunk. So we don't know until the season starts what the talent level is. And guys can start to step up a little bit better, as it goes on. Listen, I hope everyone has some level of a mindset that I had and a lot of guys that played. That was embarrassing last week. And I hope they go into practice and go into their meetings with that mindset and try to change that up.
Speaking of mindsets, it's also you got to be smart when it comes to betting. It is September. It's not only the start of football season, but it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 1067 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
You make me happy. There you go, Landfill. Beside me.
Happy birthday to Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
Yeah. And Luda.
And Luda. And the other person I know that's born on this day is Tom Landry, who was passed, but quite a man.
Man, good coach.
How many Super Bowls Landry win? 2?
Mm-hmm. What the more than that? Landry was the O coordinator, D coordinator, and special teams coordinator.
For all 3?
When he first started up. He ran everything.
Wow. Tom Landry, born in Mission, Texas, went to Texas, coach for the Cowboys, obviously.
Mission.
Damn. So they won 2 and lost 3. So he went to 5
5
Super Bowls.
of them.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Did they lose to the Steelers all those times?
I know he lost the Steelers once for sure.
Maybe
my brother rubbed it in.
He also won an NFL championship as an assistant coach with the Giants.
Damn.
All right, Landini. Landini, I want to ask you the question you asked us. Do you think they have enough talent around Jaden?
Honestly, after last week, I'm a little concerned there. The fact that Jaden scrambled as much as he did, those weren't designed run plays. Those were failed passing plays. And one of the reasons the passing plays failed was because guys weren't getting open. And, it's hard to complete passes when your receivers aren't open. That does concern me.
But see, the coaches come back and said that there were people open when he decided to run. He could have just let the ball go. Is it not anybody thinking that Jalen is good? He's going to be great, but he's a rookie. And he just wasn't comfortable to let something go at certain times. And if he lets it go, then we are not questioning everybody else too. And everybody has to grow into this thing. That's just where I'm at with it. Because after I listened to Dan and they watched film, I'm like, okay, there are many places he could have thrown. He didn't have to have 16 carries. Could have had about 10 carries. He could have let go 6 of them. Are we more comfortable at that point if he did and they were completions?
Jeffrey, you think there's enough talent there?
He definitely could use more. It seems like after last week, his only for sure weapons that showed up last week on the field was B-Rob and Austin Eckler. Terry, he's going to get there. I'm not really worried about it. Really worried about Terry.
Terry was wide open for a 60-yard
Yeah, I was about to say.
Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Like, if we got to talk about talent,
but that's the whole thing about
people
it.
don't want to worry about
when
the separation.
we're discussing these
there.
things,
right?
You forget that play.
Right.
We're not talking about the plays that the coach say he could have thrown. Although I don't like the second guessing of things of the nature, like,
sure,
everybody can go back and tell what I should have done. But still, if those things had happened, are we still asking these questions? See, I'm of a different mindset where we say you don't have talent. Well, you're not going to get much more talent this year.
Right.
So what the hell you do? You're going to sit up here and just give up because you don't have talent, or you're going to get better at each individual spot and try to make this thing work?
Roster doesn't change in September.
So that's my mindset. So, yeah, we may not have the talent that we're going to end up with that he may deserve. But you don't quit. You got to go out there and make it happen. I've seen less talented teams go out and win games. I've seen more talented teams get their ass kicked. So, I mean, I understand we're in a fix-it-yesterday society, not fix it now, fix it yesterday. But ultimately, you got to make what you have better. And if you make what you have better, you can't tell me that they can't win some games.
I think from a straight talent perspective, there were some pretty loaded, at least offensively, Redskins teams like 16, 17, those teams with Kirk and Pierre and Deshaun, when Jordan Reed was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
At various times you had Alfred Morris, like Chris Thompson was a hell of a player. You had Trent, like Sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
Those teams were pretty loaded. You know what they did? Won 0 playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
the thing about it, the whole coaching and the players growing and getting better and in increments, that stuff is true and it matters. But if the mindset is, I want them to step out there and be perfect first time. You never be happy because they'll never catch up with the expectations.
I couldn't agree more. Brian, are you ready to retire?
No.
I just got a random text message from someone in Asia that told me they are the TikTok recruitment center, and that if I am passionate and innovative, they want me to join their team, and they're going to pay me $15,000 a day.
Yeah, and you fill out this thing, and then they're gonna take $15,000 out your account.
It's from l8.gwast.asia. You think I should do it?
Hell no.
Jeff, you want me to forward this to you? I feel like you're the man.
No,
It's gonna cost you
no,
more than you make.
no, I'm
CJ,
good.
I don't know what you clicking on a lot, but you get a lot of weird stuff. It's gonna cost you more than you make.
Landfill, you want me to forward it to you, man?
And
15 G's a day.
Let me ask you a question. When you're looking at the headline, is any word misspelled?
Yes, and the punctuation is
And
terrible.
normally when it's misspelled and punctuated, that tells you straight up spam. And my question is, why is it that people that do spam stuff do something like that?
Mitch, not only is it 15 G's a day, working hours are 1 hour per day, flexible location. So for an hour work a day, I'm going to make 15 G's.
You're going to be a sex slave.
Mike Florio next.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NFL Commanders news. Head coach Dan Quinn speaking to the media at 12:30 p.m. here on The Fan. Commanders have officially signed former Jets kicker Austin Siebert to their practice squad. They signed former Howard University standout offensive tackle Aneem Dankwa, 6'8", 353. The Atlanta Braves defeat the Nationals 12-0, hitting 4 homers and 2 of them from Michael Harris II and pounding out 15 hits. Nats were held to just 3 hits. It was Mackenzie Gore allowing 7 runs, but only 2 of them earned in 3 2/3 innings. Gore said it wasn't his night.
Yeah, I just didn't execute like I have been. And then, when you see teams for a 4th time, execution is extremely important. And, I didn't do it. I don't know if it was necessarily a different approach. Maybe there's more of an approach to be able to just hit the ball the other way. I don't think it was that. I think it was where I just didn't execute when I needed to. And
series wraps up tonight with Jake Irvin against Max Fried at 6:45 here on The Fan. Dodgers reliever Anthony Banda has been placed on the injured list, the result of a hairline fracture in his left hand sustained when he hit a solid object after the Cubs beat the Dodgers 6-3. Mystics at the Sky tonight at 8. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Beamish Finley, 1067 The Fan. Really excited to get to the BetQL guest line and bring in Mr. Mike Florio. Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports. You see him every week on Sunday Night Football, Football Night in America. Mike, what's going on, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Doing well, man.
Dude, so there's a lot I want to talk to you about. But one thing jumped out to me that I think you just tweeted about. I watched the Manning cast. I really enjoy the Manning cast, but the ratings numbers are a lot lower than I would expect. I just read your article.
Yeah, they had been flirting with dipping under 1 million viewers for the past several episodes. And I was very curious to see how week 1 would do this year with the addition of Bill Belichick. Now, the caveat is DirecTV and Disney are still caught in a carriage fight, and that takes 11 million viewers out of the mix. But when they announced the final audience numbers for the week 1 game between the Jets and the 49ers, 20.5 million viewers, there was no reference at all made to the Manning cast, and that's the first time that's ever happened. They've always had the Manning cast numbers in there. So I asked ESPN, never heard back, and now we know why. 872,000. So it plummeted below 1 million. Even with Belichick, and you really do have to wonder what it adds. And I know it's not popular to say that because Peyton's very powerful and he's got rabbit ears and everybody wants to be on his good side, but let's be realistic. Whatever they're paying, what is it really adding? Is anybody tuning in and watching the game just to watch the Manning cast? And but for the presence of the Manning cast, they wouldn't watch the game at all. I just think they're sucking numbers away from their main broadcast. And as the main broadcast gets better and better with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, there's less and less reason to watch an alternate broadcast that, if anything, distracts you from a game. That's why I don't watch. I watch it the next day sometimes as like a podcast because I want to just watch the game. And I think most people feel that way. Just show me the game. I don't need to hear commentary and interviews with comedians and actors that distract me from paying attention to the actual game.
But isn't that's the part of the problem where you have a certain amount of people that's watching, and you keep adding something else for somebody to watch, it's going to start pulling people different ways, and you won't have that same numbers all the time.
No, you're right. And I think it's better to just embrace the game for what it is. Pro football is one of the few things that can draw millions of people together at the same time. Why in the world would you want to start looking for ways to push it off of your main platform onto others with things that really aren't going to get people to watch who otherwise wouldn't watch? And I think networks struggle with that, but here's the reality. For a lot of these network executives, having the Manning cast is like having vanity plates on your car. People think they're cool. Ultimately, they don't mean a damn thing. They don't add to the bottom line at all. They siphon away money from what otherwise would be available for other budgetary items, because whatever they're paying, I think we can agree on whatever they're paying the Mannings for this, and it's surely not an insubstantial number. It's a waste of money because it's not moving the needle, and if anything, the needle's moving in the wrong direction.
Mike, it's funny. I heard something many years ago that one of the reasons some of the former athletes that get into media get paid so much money is because board members and media executives think it's really cool to be able to text those guys.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. Hey, you're absolutely right. Look, Delta gave Tom Brady an actual job. Like, not just do ads for us. Like, he does pep talk conference calls with employees. He doesn't know a damn thing about planes. Makes me less likely to fly Delta, frankly, if you're allocating your resources that way. But it basically becomes the marketing budget is kind of like a slush fund, so you can go be cool and be friends with guys who otherwise wouldn't talk to you. I mean, I really do think there's something to be said for that. And you can go sidle up to your heroes and hang out with these guys and feel cool for a day or two, or for as long as that relationship continues.
Talking with Mike Florio here from Pro Football Talk. I know you got the new book out. I knew about Father of Mine. That was the one you put out maybe 2 years ago, roughly based on kind of your upbringing. And tell me about Son of Mine.
Yeah, Father of Mine, actually, what was it? Time is just like a friggin' blur. But April of 23, I think, is when Father of Mine came out. It did well enough that I wrote the sequel. And frankly, I started the sequel before Father of Mine even came out, because I was curious as to where the story would go from where Father of Mine ended. And it picks up exactly where Father of Mine left off. It stands alone. You don't have to read Father of Mine to enjoy Son of Mine, but from page 1, it spoils the surprise ending to Father of Mine. So be aware of that. Don't read these backward. Read the first one and then the second one, because once you read the second one, there isn't the same impetus to read the first one. But it all is based, I don't want to say based, it's inspired by actual events from the early 1970s in Wheeling, West Virginia, a town, like many small towns at the time, overrun by the mob. It was pre-RICO. The prosecutors realized that federal racketeering act could be used to take down the mob, and it ultimately did. But back in the early 70s, there was a lot of stuff that was going on. It was all out in the open. My dad was a bookie that was attached to the mob in Wheeling at the time, and nobody thought it was any big deal. I remember he'd have a box of envelopes during football season that would go out to all the doctors and lawyers and judges and politicians with the sheet that had the betting lines for the next weekend, because that's how the world was then. We actually had to put stuff like that in the mail to send to people, and then they'd call in with their wagers. So that's how it went, and nobody said boo about it, and it was just a weird kind of time, and I was too young to realize how weird it was, but that's provided the template for what has been 2 books. And I'm getting real curious about what happens to the characters after the end of the second book, so that probably means at some point there'll be a third one.
Dude, I don't know how you have time for
all the stuff you're doing.
It's very impressive.
And here's the reality, too, because people ask me that question. I'm not just generating these things with AI. I have been doing PFT since November 1 of 2001, and I work fast. I write fast. I think fast. You may not agree with my thoughts, but they all come out quickly. So when I get a couple of hours, like tonight, I'm going to go down to my barn maybe from 9 to 11, I can crank out 2,500 to 3,000 words in that 2 hours that I can just kind of find a squirrel away. And that's kind of become my hobby, the way that PFT was once my hobby. But it's all about thinking fast, working fast. I never have writer's block because I don't have time to have writer's block. I just have to go when I get that opportunity to do it.
Think about the gist of that book. You say you have to mail stuff out to get the wages. Now you just push the button.
That's right on your phone.
Different world, man. It's funny you say that about PFT and the think fast, write it fast, shorter form. I mean, it completely changed written content in sports. I mean, PFT completely changed how written content was consumed. And then, I mean, I don't write as much as I used to, but like that's the model that everybody that was covering the NFL used outside of maybe a few kind of legacy newspapers. You changed the world, Mike, which is pretty damn cool.
Well, I didn't set out to do it. Look, what I did in 2001 was I said, hey, what is the media outlet that covers the NFL that I would visit? What would be the ideal thing that would get my time and attention? So I just made that. And I think that's a good principle for anybody that gets into any service type of a business. Think of yourself as the customer What would you want as a customer? And just give people that. As long as your views aren't completely skewed and warped as to what the average person would think, that's a pretty good strategy for any business to make it work. Just give people the thing that you would buy, or in the case of PFT, that you would take your time and freely consume.
Mike, when you look at the first week of football, what did you take away from it? Is it we didn't have a lot of passing yards and things of that nature like we normally would see. Is that something we've got to look forward to, or that was just a one-timer?
I think it's a one-time thing. It's one slice of an 18-piece pie. And, the big caveat, and this applies if you've won or if you've lost. You don't know how bad the team is you've beaten, and you don't know how good the team is that's beaten you. Commanders fans thinking, oh, here we go again. Hey, there's a chance the Buccaneers are a powerhouse this year. There's a chance they're going to do that to everybody. They had a final 8 team last year that had a chance to force overtime against the Lions. They failed to call timeouts when the Lions were engaging in massive clock mismanagement, and they kept all their guys. And Baker Mayfield's going to be even better than he was last year. So that week 1 game, you flush it because that may be one of the toughest teams we see all year long. So you just have to get past it and take advantage of the fact that one of the worst teams in the league is coming to town this week with the New York Giants, and you get to 1-1. But one of the things, and Brian, I'm sure you can speak to this, Chris Sims always tells me about the mood in the locker room. 0-1, get a little tighter, 0-2, get a little tighter, 0-3, oh no, and you get to 0-4 and you start feeling like it's over. So it's important to get that first win, and
there you go.
I can't imagine the Commanders not getting it this weekend.
Man, I tend to agree with you, but the Giants just always seem to play them so tough. Specific to Jaden Daniels, Mike, a lot has been made of him getting 16 carries in the first game. The majority of those were him scrambling on pass plays. What'd you think of Jaden? What do you think of the run total?
Well, it looked like there were some design runs in garbage time that I think are a huge mistake, because the simple and basic reality for any quarterback that chooses to run, you got to minimize the number of times the guy gets hit. And every time you get hit, every additional blow you take to your body is the one that could injure you. Whether it's, Jimmy Garoppolo on the sideline at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018, week 3, he drops his shoulder to deliver a blow and tears his ACL. RG3, when he left Washington and went to Cleveland, dropped his shoulder week 1 against the Eagles and ended up being injured and missing a lot of time. We saw what happened to him in 2012, and I think it was originally the hit from Haloti Ngata of the Ravens that tore the ACL and he tried to play with it. You just have to minimize contact. And why in the world are you letting this guy run when that game is clearly out of hand? That's what stunned me, because this is the most important asset in your organization right now. And yes, you're going to use him and you're going to let him run, but you don't want to be stupid about it, and you don't want to run him in situations where it's not going to contribute to a victory.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. The stuff I've been talking about for a while now that I've seen them install during August is kind of the interior QB runs that Philly uses a lot. That kind of stuff has me nervous. I do think, though, looking at this Giants game this week, the Bucs blitz like crazy. The Giants don't, and I think that will almost lower the run total anyway. You mentioned that the Bucs just might be really good. I feel like we've all kind of ignored that possibility. Mm-hmm. They brought everybody back from a team that won a playoff game and had a feisty performance in the divisional round. How bad do you think Washington's defense was last week? Or is it that Tampa's got some horses?
It may just be Tampa's got some horses. I mean, they didn't just win a playoff game. They embarrassed the Eagles. I know the Eagles were in a free fall then, but that was kind of like, hey, this is their get-right opportunity. People thought they were going to go to Tampa Bay and win that game, and it was never even a contest. So I think the Buccaneers are very stout on both sides of the ball. And one last thing about Daniels that I meant to mention earlier. He really does look the part, and I think that's all you're really looking for in the early stages of a guy's career. When we were at the scouting combine and we were interviewing SEC defensive players, and we would try to ask every one of them, who's the toughest opponent you ever faced? They would not hesitate. Jaden Daniels. I mean, he's there and then he's gone. And we saw that play out with some of those scrambles on Sunday. He's there, and when he turns it on, he just disappears. And that separation, that acceleration that he possessed at the college level has translated directly to the NFL level. And I think that's the most encouraging thing. All the more reason to keep him healthy.
For sure. Let's go elsewhere in the NFL. Who surprised you the most in week 1?
Well, boy, that's a good question. And people usually say that's a good question when they're trying to buy time and think of a good answer. I mean, I was surprised the Cowboys won as easily as they did in Cleveland. And I think Cleveland is really in kind of a weird season where they've got the roster to be good, but they need their quarterback to finally make a return on the huge investment the Browns made, both in terms of cash and in terms of 3 first-round picks and 3 other draft picks. You think about how good the Browns could be if they had just kept all those picks and kept all that money. And, is the confidence really there for Deshaun Watson? Where are the Browns really going? I was surprised the Cowboys with the CeeDee Lamb holdout, the Dak Prescott distraction, the question of whether or not they really made their team any better than it was last year. For them to go in and win as easily as they did was a surprise, but maybe as it plays out, it won't be a surprise. Maybe it was just a sign of things to come for the Browns, who possibly will struggle a year after they made it to the playoffs.
Did you expect the Jets to perform as they did?
Well, I didn't expect the defense to get manhandled, the front seven to get pushed all over the place. And, last year, the defense is what kept them from completely and totally having a 2-15 meltdown. So it was easy to feel good about the Jets going into 2024 because, all right, defense, strength of the team, Aaron Rodgers healthy, offense doesn't have to be much better, and all of a sudden this team's a contender. The offense never really got a chance to get going. They had one drive early where they scored a touchdown. It's like, hey, you know what? Maybe they can win this game. Then they fell behind. They had the drive where Aaron Rodgers used the old Green Bay, guy jumps offside, free play, touchdown. But it just never felt like they had a chance to win. And kudos to the 49ers for everything they've gone through with the Brandon Ayuk hold-in, the Trent Williams hold-out, the Christian McCaffrey calf and Achilles injury. And I think they knew damn well he wasn't going to play on Monday night. And they got Jordan Mason ready, and nobody knew otherwise until it was time for him to go. They did a pretty good job of coming out and looking like the team that made it to the Super Bowl last year.
They really did. And how about, we almost aren't talking about them because they played the Thursday night. But how about the Chiefs being able to add the speed of Xavier Worthy, dude? And just what that team looks like again.
Oh, and it's Hollywood Brown when he's healthy enough to return. Rashee Rice last year, one of the reasons they stood behind him despite the off-field issues from this past year, he came in and mastered the offense faster than Tyreek Hill did. He had it figured out last year, had nearly 1,000 receiving yards, took it to another level in the postseason. So between Rice and Worthy and Hollywood Brown, all of a sudden, this is a Chiefs team. With Tyreek Hill, it was a lot of Patrick Mahomes holding the ball maybe longer than he should have, running around, waiting for Tyreek Hill to finally get open and throwing that big ball down the field. I think we're going to see from the Chiefs this year a lot of just situations like around midfield, play action, throw it deep.
There you go.
A little pitch back to the quarterback, flea flicker, throw it deep. There's going to be that spot between the 40 and the other 45 where I think we're going to see a lot of deep shots because they have a lot of guys that can run down the field. And then when you start covering those guys, you got Travis Kelce and Juju Smith-Schuster underneath who are going to be either wide open or fighting at best single coverage.
Yeah.
Imagine backup Pacheco goes crazy.
Right.
And Pacheco's the hardest runner in the NFL. When you get out of his way, and it's amazing, on any other team that didn't have Patrick Mahomes, this is a guy that could carry the ball 25 to 30 times a game and just decimate you. And that's their running attack. I know anything can happen, but man, it's been the first time in 20 years there's a team in position to win 3 in a row. They're keenly aware of it, and they've got the talent on both sides of the ball to pull it off.
Wow.
Hey, last one, Mike. You think the Eagles obviously had that big win? You think Sirianni can hold that thing together? Whatever the hell happened last season, it's a new year.
I really have questions about it, and I don't know what stock to put in the Friday night game because the field was so bad. It was an embarrassment. And, the NFL was lucky because that Friday night game, you didn't have the usual menu of sports talk the next day, the TV shows the next day. It was college football and then bright, shiny objects in 13 games on Sunday. That horrible field didn't get the attention it should have because really it was gone as fast as it arrived. So that might have been a fluke. They could have lost that game. I still don't know exactly why things went so wrong last year in Philly, but I just wonder at some level, are there relationships that are broken beyond repair? Do the players listen to the coach? Do the players listen to the quarterback? Is the quarterback still the guy he was before he got paid? And even if they're good early in the season, it's going to become pronounced when we get to November and December, because that's when they fell apart last year.
Yeah.
Totally.
Mike, thank you so much.
Appreciate
Everybody,
you, Mike.
make sure you check out Son of Mine. It's available on Amazon. You can get it on your Kindle for $5, man.
$4.99. $4.99. There is nothing you can buy for $4.99. Nothing except
There
that.
really isn't. You can't even get a cup of coffee for $5. Mike, thanks, dude. See him
Appreciate it,
everywhere.
bro.
Peacock, everywhere. Thanks, Mike. That is Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. I feel like I may be on an island. I don't think Sirianni will hold all that together. There's just a lot of moving parts. Speaking of moving parts, Danny Dimes coming to town on Sunday.
Yes, he is.
And he's bad. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's damn good against these guys.
It's been that way.
What did Minnesota think of Danny Dimes? They just beat him all the way up. We'll find out next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Week 2 is here, and you can start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. If you're new to FanDuel, you get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Let's just build a quick same-game parlay for Thursday night's game. Bills taking on the Dolphins. I'm going to go Josh Allen, anytime touchdown. Tyreek Hill, anytime touchdown. And Tua, over passing yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Washington Commanders preparing for the New York Giants. Dan Quinn will speak at 12:30 p.m. The Commanders have officially signed former Jets kicker Austin Siebert to the practice squad. They signed rookie offensive tackle Aneem Dankwa, who played at Howard. The Atlanta Braves defeated the Nationals 12-0, hitting 4 homers, 2 from Michael Harris II. Mackenzie Gore allowed 7 runs, but only 2 earned in 3 2/3. Tonight, it's Game 2 with Jake Irvin against Max Fried, Braves and Nats, 6:45 on the Fan. Braves and the Mets are tied for the final NL wildcard. Twins lead the Tigers by 3 games for the final AL wildcard. Calling all active duty military veterans and their families, PGCC is here for you. Our Veterans Services Office helps you apply for educational benefits, provides tutoring, academic, and career counseling. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. At PGCC, our mission is your future. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 the Fan. I will present this without comment. Daniel Jones' stat line, week 1 against the Minnesota Vikings at home in the Meadowlands, 22 of 42 for a $186, 2 picks. His quarterback rating was 44.3. He also ran the ball 6 times for 15 yards, long of 7 yards.
Okay.
Sam Darnold, comparatively, was 19 of 24 for 208, 2 touchdowns and a pick.
He said, here, there you go, landfill.
The Giants were bad in this game.
Yeah.
So bad that Vikings fans, I guess, felt bad. Hit it, landfill.
Man, when we heard the boos weren't raining there, we're like, okay, now we're good on our side. But when they got really loud to where it was as loud as it would be on a third down, should be, and when they're on defense, it was kind of bad. We kind of started to feel a little bit bad for him as we're still just completely just taking away everything that he wants to do. So, hey, look, it's good to be on the other side of it, and it's our job to not be on that side of it, you know, when we're not doing our job. So we're always going to preach to do our job so we don't get in that situation.
So that is Jonathan Grenard. He plays defense for the Vikings. It's not good when the defensive players kind of feel bad for the opposing quarterback. His comment,
I've never felt that way in any game. You're losing.
Not only did Danny Dimes throw 2 picks, one of them was a pick 6.
Yeah.
And he was getting booed throughout that game.
Mm-hmm.
We all watched Hard Knocks.
They might have been booing past him too, booing straight to the front office.
Well, dude, I don't know if you saw this, but Rosenberg, who comes on with us every week, his show is on ESPN New York up there in the afternoons, and it's Michael Kay, who's the famous Yankees announcer, Don LaGreca, and Rosenberg. LaGreca went off yesterday because Dexter Lawrence in the postgame interview was asked about the crowd booing. And inevitably, what's a player supposed to say? Oh, man, we don't care. We don't listen to that, right? Like, what's he supposed to say to that? And then it kind of looks bad on him, and it's this awkward back and forth. But the boos were so bad up there, and we saw Hard Knocks. They clearly wanted another quarterback. They weren't able to get one of the ones
they
wanted.
tried to get one.
Do you think Danny Dimes can recover?
I don't know. I mean, I think he can recover from the fans booing, but if the players in the locker room has lost confidence, that's going to be hard. You know what I mean? Because once the players don't have confidence in you, and if anybody notices that, it's basically over. So if the players are still saying he's our guy and we're with him and blah blah blah, he can get past it. Once anybody, especially any leader in that locker rooms, is done with him, he cannot overcome that.
Sure. I don't know how they feel about him in that locker room, frankly. I think he'd be hard pressed to be really excited.
Players don't care as long as you can help them. If you can't help them, players will they'll let you know and they'll give up on you.
Do you know that apparently some fans stuck around? So by the time players are leaving the home stadium, it's usually an hour, maybe 90 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some guys get out of there right away, but generally, it takes a little while to get off the field. Let's say specifically for quarterbacks. Quarterbacks generally takes a little while to get off the field. Then the quarterback has to do media. They do a podium session where they get asked lots of questions.
Not all of them. Well, quarterbacks.
Quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
Quarterbacks do that. Then you've got media. Then they're back at their locker. You got to shower, change. Say it's usually about an hour, maybe a little more, maybe a little less before they're getting out of there, walking to the parking lot. These fans stuck around in the parking lot just to boo him walking to his car.
Damn.
Right?
It's at that point he should have been like, look, can somebody go get my car? Let somebody go scoop your car up instead of you walking through it.
I mean, and we say all this. Jones last year was bad. I don't think there's any surprises there. But yet he continues to just be really good against Washington.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Some guys just have people's number. But he played how many times against Washington?
7 games, 5-1.
So it was under that the other regime.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe this one here change up the way. Because if he likes to run, he's not very effective passing a lot of times against most teams. If he likes to run, he normally have a big run against us. Don't let him run.
What's crazy is the year he got paid off of, and he got paid. Make no mistake about that. Do you know what his passing stats were?
No. What were they?
Bro, he only threw for 3,200 yards in 16 starts. 200 a game.
Yep.
And he had 15 touchdowns. Now, granted, it was 15 against 5 picks, but that is just
3-1. That's what they're looking at, Jay.
I mean, that is so pedestrian.
Yeah, it is.
To then get paid $42 million.
But see, some stats geek basically told him it's 3-1 touchdowns and interceptions. So let's think about it. What if he gets 30 touchdowns? It's only 10 interceptions.
I mean, you're hoping.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that's how I think. That's why those numbers.
A game,
that's why those numbers don't always matter.
Let's ask the boys in the aquarium. Daniel Jones appears broken. Do you think he could get put back together in time for Sunday's game, Jeffrey?
With his history against us, yes, it can happen. Do I want it to happen? No, of course I wish good health on everyone and everything. But as far as his game, I want him to still be terrible. I want him to look like last week. I don't want him to come in here and put belt to our behinds like he has been doing for the past couple of years.
Yeah, like Jay, like you were talking about DeVito last year.
They lost to him.
I know you didn't give him any credit and stuff, and this guy just brought this up on the chat.
Yo, I see it. Ed on the chat. Listen, you are not going to hear me boast about how they should whoop up on the Giants because they should have last year and they didn't. And I do think the Giants have a really good D-line. That might be the only thing you point to that's really good. I don't think Daniel Jones is good. I do think Malik Neighbors is good. I do think Washington has problems in their secondary. Devin Singletary last week, they chased Saquon out of town to sign Motor Singletary, goes 10 carries for 37 yards.
Hey.
They rebuilt their O-line. I mean, I'm
not going to be well if Saquon go to Philly.
This is what they want. This is what Joe Shane wanted to build.
Yeah.
This is like at some point, this is what you wanted, bro. And remember that like string of reports early, maybe like towards the end of training camp, like, oh, the seat's not hot for Daboll and Joe Shane. Good luck, dude. Good luck.
Mhm.
Then again, Landini, do you think Daniel Jones can turn it around against the Commanders?
He seems to always play well against the Commanders, so I guess there's a possibility there. Even though he is pretty much terrible, I think I saw the stat that he's thrown more pick sixes than touchdowns since he signed that big contract.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely has this season. More
Uh-huh.
pick sixes than touchdowns.
That's horrific.
That is bad.
He's really bad. He's always basically been bad, except he gets to play the Commanders twice a year, so he can, trick people into thinking that
Yeah.
he's competent.
I had 2 games like that. Look at that. I can play.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give away Marley Brothers tickets next. Neil Greenberg joins us at noon. We should hear from Dan Quinn at 12:30. Just getting warmed up. It is the first day of the NFL week in Ashburn.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. And with the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Ruud. Take advantage of Ruud's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents, you can even score exclusive rebates from Ruud. I personally switched my house over to Ruud, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Ruud.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Long way down. It's been a long way down. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Couple minutes, we'll be joined by our guy Neil Greenberg. Right now, though, caller number 10. You win 2 tickets to see the Marley Brothers, the Forever Legacy Tour, Friday, September 27th at Jiffy Lube Live, featuring Ziggy Marley, Stephen Marley, Julian Marley, Kamani Marley, Damian Marley. Tickets are on sale now. For more tickets and event information, visit thefandc.com/events. B, I wanted to bring something to your attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I was complaining about LinkedIn as a place for people that really just want to be messing around on Facebook, but aren't allowed to at work. So they created LinkedIn. And you said, no, you're an idiot. LinkedIn's a real thing. And as long as you put some time and some effort into it, that you'll get some paid gigs out of it. Right? Mm-hmm. Roughly? Is that roughly your advice?
You may get some money, and somebody may offer you a job where you get something better and have to work 1,500 of them.
So I got my LinkedIn was still open, so I opened it, and I got a new message today from a software engineer at JP Morgan Chase. The letter reads, the message reads, "Hi, Mr. Finley, $500,000 offer. Read below for details." Just kidding. Nice show, though.
so somebody was listening.
So shout out to
somebody was listening.
I thought that was hysterical, dude. Shout out to Mudit Mather. I hope I'm saying that right. I think that's a really, really funny email or message, whatever the hell.
See.
So,
you gotta laugh out of it.
Dude, you know what? Yeah. 1 point for LinkedIn.
See, you would laugh. They made you laugh. You come in here talking about Twitter most of the time, you're frustrated and stressed.
That's true. I think, what's funny also is I posted the post-game show thing on Monumental on LinkedIn, and then I posted that I have the new show on Channel 4 tonight on LinkedIn, and you definitely hear from different people. Like, oh, congratulations on this. And I'm like, all right, I guess you're a LinkedIn person. So I'm learning. Yeah. 43 years old, still learning.
Still learning. You're going to be learning the rest of your life.
Hey, man, I think you should try to learn every day.
Yeah. But you're learning stuff like at 43 that you should have learned at 20.
Like what?
Most things.
Dude, this guy is just an idiot. Now, I just talked about how much fun LinkedIn is. Johnny Tooties says that me and you, B, come off like we're terrified of losing access to the team. We withhold real criticism, and I routinely downplay the name issue. I've told you 100 times I don't like the Commander's name. At the same time, I understand why they changed it, and the owner of the team has said it's not going back. As far as
who said that?
Johnny Tooties.
Johnny Tooties. I can give a damn about what you're saying because I have never been one that's known to hold back on anything.
Of all the people to suggest.
So Johnny Tooties, one finger salute, and I know you know what that means.
Like I was incredibly critical of the secondary all offseason. I repeatedly said that was my biggest concern for this roster.
The problem I have with people is this.
Here we are.
They want a person with better understanding, access, and all to real information about what's going on to be ill-advised like they are. No, I'm not going to be that because I understand what's going on, but I also understand why the fans think like they do sometimes. But those who try to tell me what I'm supposed to say and how I'm supposed to think, you must not know who I am for real, because I will tell you straight up, get the hell out of here. But I'll tell you in different words in your face. The ultimate thing is when you call, you write in here and say that we don't criticize.
Yeah, I don't know what
you show that you're absolutely stupid.
Totally.
And I don't have a problem with telling you you're stupid. That doesn't match what I've been or what JP's been. But we're not going to make things personal because you know what you do? You sit behind a damn avatar and you sit out there and just throw haymakers.
Right.
But when the same people step in your face, you won't say a damn word. So that's not how we do it when we face to face and you show a level of respect. but by no stretch did anybody holding back anything. So again, one finger salute.
Yeah, you're an idiot. I think there's a fascinating situation unfolding here. The Thursday night game looks awesome. Bills Dolphins, but I think of the slate of games this week, Commanders Giants might be honestly, like, from a national perspective, outside of New York being New York and everybody kind of seeming to want to dump on Daniel Jones all the time, I don't know that there's a less sexy game on the card, man. Maybe Steelers Broncos, maybe Browns Jaguars, Chargers Panthers. Chargers Panthers might be worse or like less exciting. Panthers.
Yeah. Well, it could be worse for the Chargers. I mean, for the Panthers, but I think the Chargers should run ragged on them.
Panthers look awful.
Yeah,
dude,
not good.
Are you aware of like Bryce Young's stat line in that game?
Oh, I saw it.
13 of 30 for $161 and 2 picks. I think it was Chris Sims. I can't remember. It was one of these analysts. At what point? I remember one weekend in my late 20s where I just like went too hard and it was just crazy. And I had to ask myself, like, at what point can you stop saying like, I'm just young and an idiot, right? Like at some point you got to try to grow up a little bit. At what point with Bryce Young is it, okay, this dude ain't it? Is it too early? I mean,
I don't know, Jay, but you were so high on him when he was coming out. You were so. I told you, let's wait and see.
Sure.
He had a very big advantage in college.
Those Bama teams were loaded.
Yeah.
I mean, he's now started. He started 16 games last year, and that team was awful. But he did start 16 games last year.
Didn't hear you, Landy.
He's now started 17 games. He's got a 59% completion percentage, 11 touchdowns against 12 picks.
Wow.
And it's not like he's a significant runner. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That team is broken. That owner seems like a serious problem, but I don't know how long that lasts. If you've been listening to our show so far today, we're 2 hours in. All we've done is talk about football. All football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
The Commanders are preparing for the New York Giants in the home opener this weekend, and head coach Dan Quinn will speak at 12:30 p.m. from Commanders Park. The team has officially signed former Jets kicker Austin Siebert. Washington also signed rookie offensive tackle Aneem Dankwa to the practice squad. The Cleveland Browns placed 4 players on injured reserve, including starting safety Juan Thornhill, who played college ball at Virginia. They also placed linebackers Mohamed Diabate and Tony Fields II and defensive tackle Maurice Hurst II on IR. The Atlanta Braves defeat the Nationals 12-0, hitting 4 home runs, chasing Mackenzie Gore 3 2/3 innings. He allowed 7 runs, but only 2 of them earned. Davey Martinez on Gore's fastball.
When he throws the ball down, his fastball down, it's got a lot more movement on it, and he gets outs that way. He gets a lot of contact, ground balls, and so we want to finish off the season strong. He's had some really good outings up till today, so I'm not going to beat him up too much today. I really not. I mean, he's done a lot better.
The series wraps up tonight. Jake Irvin against Max Fried, 6:45 on the Fan. Philadelphia beat Tampa Bay 9-4. Toronto over the Mets 6-2, and Pittsburgh dropped Miami 6-4. Braves and the Mets are tied for the final NL wild card. On the American League side, the Twins lead the Tigers by 3 games. The White Sox now have 113 losses after a 5-0 setback to Cleveland. LPGA Solheim Cup practice sessions are wrapping up. Robert Trent Jones Golf Club in Gainesville, Virginia. Opening ceremonies are 4:30 p.m. Thursday. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What a guitar riff. All right, high noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Joining us now from the Washington Post, our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg. Hello, Greenberg. How do you do, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you?
We're doing well, dude. We're doing well. Kind of turned the page on Tampa. We had Florio on earlier, and he said, it's possible Tampa's just really good. I think we maybe should open our minds to that. Maybe they stink, too. Who knows? But Mike Evans and Godwin and Baker all look pretty dialed in. We are on to the New York Giants here on the B. Mitch and Finley program. What did you think of Jaden week 1, Neil?
I thought he was fine. He ran a lot, which seems to be rankling some people, but I thought it was a fine opening outing. I mean, he wasn't the worst quarterback in the league and only had, by my count, like 1 turnover-worthy play. I thought he did okay. I mean, it definitely could have been a lot worse. He exited healthy, and he's only going to improve. So I thought it was a fine performance, and there's a lot of new people and a lot of new places in that organization. So a game or 2 of growing pains is probably something that just makes sense.
Have you ever seen a game where guys get to a quarterback that much, like looking at the defense, and just never get him to the ground?
You mean how elusive he was?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about Jaden. I'm talking about the other side. Our defense getting to Baker,
yeah,
couldn't
the
get him to the
defense
ground.
was not good. I mean, Baker Mayfield looked like a Pro Bowl quarterback. The secondary was underwhelming, I guess I'll put it mildly. Sainer still had a tough time. Benjamin St. Juste had a tough time. They seemed to be able to pick apart the corners almost at will. And I think that's really going to be the problem with this team going forward, is having a really bad secondary at a time when league passing is a more efficient way to move the football. I'm not so much concerned about the offensive side, but the secondary would really be worrying me if I was a Washington hopeful.
I have said the same thing. I tend to agree with you, sir. I think, dude, what do you make of league-wide passing numbers being down in week 1, rushing numbers being significantly higher? Is that a trend or just a one-time thing?
I think it's a one-time. I mean, I don't put much stock into week 1 results. We saw 2 teams win without scoring an offensive touchdown. Week 1 is, any game and any week in any season can be some fluky stuff. It's just a lot of quarterbacks really weren't part of their preseason. And I think just with the scoring that happened in terms of the scoreboard, 47-10, you're not going to see much passing. 37-20, not going to see a whole lot of passing. 28-6, 33-17. I mean, those scores are gonna tilt towards the running of the football. So I don't put too much stock into it. And I see a lot of people saying that rushing is now more efficient than passing, and that's just silly. I mean, the numbers don't bear that out at all, especially when you compare a running back running the football versus a quarterback passing the football.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. I do wonder, though, I think defenses have – I think a lot of defenses now kind of deploy their – like the days of like easily being able to identify a coverage pre-snap. I feel like quarterbacks are getting less and less of those looks because safeties are like in movement so frequently, or what the area they're assigned to cover changes as a play unfolds. And I think some of that is impacting the pass game. But I think when the right quarterback has the right, like Mahomes last year kind of had to chunk his way down the field, right? Well, now that they've got Worthy and Rice, and when Hollywood Brown comes back, like, good luck.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is, the 2 high shells, that sort of thing, is making the passing more conservative, like you said. So the average depth of target is coming down. So you're seeing more of the short to intermediate type throws as opposed to the intermediate long throws. But like you said, when you're able to, exploit the secondary on long passes, or you have the personnel where the defense, either can't cover every place at one time, or you're really good at the line of scrimmage, motion, disguising your plays, that's always going to lead to more success. But yeah, I think the passing, the depth of target is what's really shrinking. But again, I think a lot of it is also dependent on the scoreboard. I mean, if a team is trailing, they're going to throw the ball more. And if they're up against a weak secondary, they're probably going to take more shots downfield. But I think overall, we're going to see a little more conservative passing game, but I think eventually that'll start to loosen up, because it's always, each side's always reacting to the other. So if they start to react too much to the short to intermediate, then that's just going to open up downfield more.
It's funny you mentioned the ADOT and all that stuff. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post here on the BetQL guest line. What did you think of Cliff's offense? What did you think of a Washington offense that really didn't get much going downfield?
Yeah, a lot of the concerns about Terry, getting like the DeAndre Hopkins treatment, which is being put off to the left side, mostly short, passes, not too far past the line of scrimmage. We saw that in the preseason, and everyone was saying, oh, it's just, preseason trying to get some things working. And then we saw it in an actual game, and that's a red flag for me. I would be concerned if I had like Terry McLaurin in my fantasy league, because I think he is going to get that treatment. At least it's trending that way. I wasn't overly impressed with the offense necessarily from that aspect. Again, I still think there's a lot of new parts. I thought Eckler did pretty well. So I think overall we've, the offense was okay, but aside from like Brian Robinson and Eckler, I do have some concerns, especially about Terry and how he's going to be used.
But how different would that whole conversation have been if Jaden just hit him on the deep shot?
You know what? You're right. That's true. But you look at where he lined up. Most of the time, it was off to the left, at least from the chart that I saw. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is kind of why I try not to overreact to any one game in any 1 week. Cause like you said, I mean, you hit a 70, 80 yard pass down the field or whatever it is.
Right.
And then the numbers look a lot different. That's also why when I'm doing like my analysis stuff, I try to strip away a lot of the noise, and I would consider stuff like that noise, right? Like if you have, one big play of 80 yards and you're, 1 for 7 on everything else, and the receiver ends up with 100 yards receiving. I mean, you have to look at that with a critical eye and think to yourself, okay, well, the 1 for 7 is probably more indicative than the big shot downfield. But you're right. It's a narrative driven, league, and we're in the content creation business, and, we certainly would probably be having a different conversation. But I do think that it's something to at least monitor going forward.
The lining up on the left, the lack of motion, that noise, that cacophony of people tweeting about it, making it a topic, won't go away unless they start to score. What are your numbers showing you, kind of projecting out for this weekend against the Giants?
So I'm actually picking the Giants to win only because it appears that
I did not need that on my birthday, Greenberg.
Daniel Jones saves his best games for Washington. I mean, you look at his career against Washington, his passer rating is 98. It's 82.5 against the rest of the league. And the average during that time was 84.3. So he's actually a below average passer against literally every other team in the league, and he's like a top 10 passer against Washington. So I think there's still going to be some growing pains with Washington. I'm leaning towards the Giants in this matchup, and I think that it's going to be a tough divisional contest.
Is there any?
You think Daniel Jones could just come and have that good game after this? I mean, after last week. I understand what he did against the Commanders before, but ultimately he did it against the same coaching staff. This is a different staff now.
It is. It is. And you would know a lot better than me, motivation-wise, like how that would work. I'm just looking at it as, it happened once, it happens twice, it happens 3 times, 4 times, 5. Like it keeps happening. So I've learned to bet with the streak than against it, because then I'm only wrong, once. But I do think that we saw there's a lot to be concerned with early on. Now, a lot of these concerns can go away for the Commanders. You change some things, you develop some chemistry, et cetera. Your rookie quarterback gets experience. Like, I get all that. But I'm just saying, for this particular week in this particular situation, I am leaning towards the Giants.
God, dude, I don't want to. Yo, somebody let CK know.
What were you thinking? Were you thinking that Washington would kind of walk over New York?
Honestly,
it's not a walkover. He was into the business of making broad statements last year, and it went opposite. So this year he's trying to be more.
I have changed my life
key.
Ever since halftime of the Bears game.
I got it.
27-3 at home against the Bears changed my life. I don't know. I think here's where I'm at. I don't know that the Giants are going to win. I think the Giants are bad, but I know they have a good D line, and I know Danny Dimes typically plays well against Washington. And I just want to at least temper expectations of fans in this town. Yo, this is not going to be a
cakewalk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's
they're going to have to grind out wins. I mean, I'm optimistic about Washington, but I think there's a lot of different storylines where you can find success, right? Like, I don't think a successful Washington season only hinges on wins and losses. I think if Jaden Daniels shows that he's matured throughout the season and he doesn't get hurt, I think that's a humongous win for Washington. I think if they, can figure out some other key guys to use with him, I think that's great. if they're going to identify the secondary and figure out what needs to, happen there. But the wins and losses, I'm not going to say they're secondary, but it's not the only successful storyline we could be talking about with Washington throughout the year. But I know it's important to a lot of people.
But that's the thing where I'm trying to have people understand what you just stated. This year they basically told you what they're trying to do. And if you come out of it with a quarterback that is that guy, that's a win. But not most fans are going to listen to that, because right now they're expecting the team to be competing and getting double-digit wins, and I don't think that's possible at this point.
No, and I would even say, a 6-win season with Jaden, showing significant growth from week 1 to week 17, staying healthy. I think Washington fans should be thrilled with that result. I think that is a fine result, and more cause for optimism than this franchise has had in 2 decades.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Let's zoom away. Let's zag from the Commanders game which you predict the Giants to win, to kind of what else stood out to you around the league. What'd you think of Aaron Rodgers the other night?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers didn't look great. I'm actually more concerned about Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. I do not believe he's completely healthy since he suffered that torn Achilles in week 8 last year. I'm not alone in this, obviously. You look at how they used him. They only let him line up under center once. The rest was in pistol and shotgun. You typically use those formations to give the quarterback some more time, but also to run play action. They didn't run any play action. I am absolutely fading Atlanta until I am sure that Kirk Cousins is healthy. That to me was a big red flag.
Did you think Aaron was healthy? Because I watched Aaron Rodgers. He didn't throw one pass where he stepped into it. Everything was the back foot and the sidearm.
Right, and Kirk Cousins was kind of the same way. Look, when you're an older quarterback and you're coming off an injury, I mean, you can't be expected to bounce back. I mean, I was optimistic about the Jets. I still am. But, Aaron Rodgers is 41, and for football, that's old, right? I mean, like you're definitely in a on the other side.
That's
of
not
the
football
curve.
old. That's just old.
Well, I mean, I say this in my 50s, right? Like 40 is, football old.
You're in
yeah,
your 50s? No way.
Yeah, I'm 51.
No way.
I said that just last week, a week ago.
Well, I have no short-term memory, Brian, but I would have thought you were my age, Greenberg.
No,
you
I'm
just had a rough life, dog.
All right, well,
Greenberg, just tell him he had a rough life.
All right, I'm going to put your fantasy skills to the test. This is live. We're going to do this. Bleep it. We'll do it live. I have a roster spot in one league, and I didn't want to waste my waiver claim. I have Jared Goff as my quarterback. These are the options for the player I could pick up here. I could pick up Derek Carr, who I do not believe in, but he sure looked good against the Panthers. I could pick up Lazard. I could pick up Pierce, the kid. Both Pierce and Doolin from the Colts are available. I always lean running backs. Jamal Williams is available from the Saints. I could also go after Tank Bigsby from the Jags. What do you think here?
I like Lazard only because of his familiarity with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. And it looks like that's paying off for him. I mean, he was 6 for 9 the other day. But like you said, I think that you got to go with a running back because there's so much flux with that position. You can probably always find like a dependable wide receiver for a week or two. But if there's a running back that you think is going to be getting some work, I would always lean towards the running back, like you said.
What do you think about adding the Wilson from the Dolphins? They already said Mostert's out for Thursday night, right?
Yeah, that's the type of thing. Like I think that, with the waiver wire like that, those are the type of shots that you need to to try with. Because look at, we just saw it in San Francisco, right? I mean, like you just, you have a big game for Jordan Mason and as filling in for somebody, and it could really change your outlook. So yeah, I mean, I'm all for even for running backs that may only have like a game or two in them, if they're big games, and
Right.
you know, not only are you getting those points, but you're keeping them from somebody else, I'm all for it.
Brian, do you know how I have a roster spot available on one of my fantasy teams?
How's that?
Because I drafted De'Ami Brown with my last pick. Greenberg, am I comfortable to release De'Ami at this point?
Yeah, I think so. Let the record reflect
He'll
that
have
I cautioned
150 next
against
week.
drafting McCaffrey.
he gonna release him, and then he'll have 150 yards receiving.
Yeah, well, that happens. But
That's
let the
how
record
it
reflect
goes,
I
man.
cautioned against drafting McCaffrey number 1 in favor of Breece Hall of the Jets.
That
So
is true.
far,
Now,
I am
McCaffrey's gonna be
100%
banged up
correct.
this year. Take the running back Mason.
But you know what B. Mitch said, and we kind of laughed at him when I had this third overall pick, and it went McCaffrey and then CD. We all said, who should I take? And I took Breece Hall, and I'm happy with Breece Hall. You said Saquon.
Yeah, I
and in
did.
week 1, he was the best running back in fantasy. For
Just
sure.
saying, man. So I know a little something every once in a while,
Hey, Greenberg, thank you for the time, brother.
just sparingly.
All right, love you guys. Talk to you soon.
I agree.
That's our guy, Neil. When we come back, we should hear from Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach and birthday boy.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by the Tailgate MVP, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, and the unmistakable can with Sunset Stripes. In the NFL, the Commanders are gearing up for their home opener on Sundays. They'll take on the Giants at 1 o'clock. Thursday night football, an injury report for that one as the Bills take on the Dolphins in Miami. Josh Allen is going to play for the Bills as he's dealing with a left hand injury. Taron Johnson and Dwayne Smoot are out for the Bills. Raheem Mostert is out for the Dolphins, and Devon Achane is a game-time decision. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Braves in game one of the two-game set, 12-0. They'll look to bounce back tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Max Fried in the final matchup of the two teams this season. This update is brought to you by the Tailgate Must-Have, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Available in convenient variety 8-packs. Each can only has 100 calories. Tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bar and liquor store. Must be 21. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right. Well, thanks, Tress. And this is B. Mitchell Finley. Let's go out to Commanders Park as Dan Quinn speaks to the media for his Wednesday press conference.
Behind it being 9/11, and many times I weave something into football, and that's certainly not today. But for years, I do teach on this day, and it weighs even heavier, being here in the DMV. Many of our players were actually too young to remember some of the extraordinary examples of bravery, and just a good day to remind us all, and do a little teaching on that. So what I tried to explain to them is there are heroes among us every day, and that are all around us. But, how could they know? They were 1 or 2, some of them 3 years old. And so just on this day, get to teach, but it weighs even more, being here in the DMV. So just wanted to acknowledge that, and let's get the day rocking and preparation for New York.
When it comes to Jaden, what kind of jump can a rookie quarterback make week 1 to week 2, and what are some areas that maybe could be that where he could take that bigger?
Yeah, I hope, John, that that you really see it from the entire team to go where you're working an individual skill. Now you get to work it with the whole unit, and so there's a difference if you're practicing something on your own. This throw, this throw again, but now you're putting it in this timing. This is a little bit faster on this route, this a little bit slower on this route as you're getting some of that communication together. So it applies to Jaden, but really I think it applies overall to the entire team. You've heard me talk about the skills and the individual work. And now when you put all that together, making sure that communication, all the skill as a unit is coming together. So that's where I think you can see the chemistry, the communication of more laps together with the guys, in a game setting. And so for us, that was our first lap at it together with all the group on all 3 phases. So that's what you want to see, the execution, the chemistry, just continue to take off and go. We haven't been together for a few years, so these are chances to grow and develop. I think they can be done quickly.
And then with Emmanuel Forbes, we saw him go in the X-ray room after the game. And 1, how is he? What was that for? And then 2, he came out of the game twice. Was that performance or injury related? Yeah,
he banged up his wrist. And so he'll have a splint on that today. We got good news. It's not going to knock him out. But he is going to, wear a splint on that wrist to help protect that today. And we'll work it through the week. And like Emmanuel, like a number of the guys, man, like we're working really hard to develop them. Would he want some plays back? You bet. But I'd also say like this is a young player that we're developing and working with him. And so, he's improving and going to improve. So that's where we're at on that, John.
Dan, happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
With regards to the receivers, we talked to you the other day a little bit about that, but I guess with like Luke McCaffrey in particular, how do you kind of feel that he's kind of fitting into that group? Because he obviously played, I think, the second most snaps behind Terry. And it looked like he was being used in that way all summer. So where do you kind of think he hit him and where he kind of fits in right now?
I think we're seeing it go like this. And so that's why more reps and more playing time to go. We've really seen kind of that confidence grow, especially inside in the slot, where he can use some of that strength and work guys through. So, yeah, I just kind of can see his development continue to grow. And that's going to happen, with the younger players. They got to get into the fight. And that's where you grow and the hard part about that. There are some mistakes at times, but you have to be, as a coach, willing to go through that, knowing that on the other end of that is the development, is the success. And so I was really pleased to see what Luke had, in the first performance for him.
And I don't think we asked you about Noah Brown, why he was inactive. I presume maybe just because he's just been gotten here recently.
Correct. Yep.
Where is he? Where do you kind of see him fitting in now that you've seen sort of the other pieces from one game? How do you kind of see him fitting in moving forward?
Yeah, we really see that trending in the right way. And so Noah worked really hard to kind of, offense, you can imagine all the system to get down to go, but he's worked really hard to that. So, we're definitely trending in the right space for him to get up and be ready. So he's definitely chomping at the bit and was certainly wanting to last week as well. But best thing, let's make sure we continue that. But yeah, he's really trending in the right direction on that, Ben.
Hi, Dan. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Johnny Newton.
Yeah.
What's his status, and could we maybe see him on Sunday?
Yeah, you may. And I'm glad that you brought him up because when you're coming back from this, you may see him out today, but that's to set up for tomorrow. So we pushed it hard with him, conditioning that yesterday, hold today, but we wanted the padded day for him till tomorrow. And then, so we're trending in the right way, much like we were talking about with Noah. We'll kind of have a better sense for when we get to Friday, but he's definitely trending in the right spot. So we're close for sure. And, but I'll trust my eyes and make sure he's going through all the whole process to get ready. But he's definitely pushing it hard to get into this mix.
First NFC East game of the season. You've been a part of these games. Always adds more, right? These division games, so important. You've experienced these games. What are these games like? The physicality, the intensity? There's
a lot that goes into the division because you'll know both teams know each other better when you're playing the first game. Usually the matchups, who's new, who's different, what's been the same and what have we played different. The second time, what new wrinkles can you expect? But I would say, man, like to be a part of this, like what a cool honor. Like this is a strong division and has been for, a history of ball. So it's really cool to be a part of it. And so to have, be a part of this game, with Washington, New York, man, we're fired up. But the division, it's a really big deal. And we recognize that and talked about that today.
How important is it for you to find consistency with your kicker? And then does that become more difficult or like stressful as you bring a guy in week 2?
Yeah, it's not, like how you draw it up for sure. But I would say that's the nature of competing, that you keep digging and find it. We're going to get that part right. There's fantastic guys in terms of Tress and Tyler and other guys here to go through that. But that speaks to the competitive nature of Adam and the staff to, keep digging to find it. We're really pumped on Austin being here and looking forward to getting him started today.
Hey, Dan, one football, one non-football?
Sure.
Non-football, where were you on 9/11 and what was that day like for you?
I can, that's good probably for the older heads in here. We can have these discussions. Because in the team meeting today, I didn't, go down that way. I said, how could you know? Like in our generation, it was maybe us not knowing about Vietnam or things when we were kids and not knowing that. So it was my first year in the NFL and I was at San Francisco. And so my wife, Stacy, was actually back in New York. She had worked at a college called the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, and she was back there training her replacement to come. So I remember her calling me early in the morning because it was, probably 8:20, 8:30 there. And it was, that time say turn on the TV and this is happening. And so kind of explained to the team today, 15 minutes after the first one, the next one was hit. And then I talked about, the flight from Dulles where we leave from, to go to the Pentagon, and another 30 minutes after that to Pennsylvania. And the thing I probably remember about being at it wasn't about football after that. You guys know that week was canceled and that was the last thing on our mind. But I do remember after that how long it took for flights to go back up. And much like here where we would see flights go and you'd hear them all the time, going to Dulles. I imagine it was the same here where practice was quiet and where the training facility was in Santa Clara in San Francisco. The same San Jose airport was really close, Dave. And I remember how quiet it was at practice. And when we got back to football, the week after that, but that's where I was. And certainly remember that.
Football question is your defense, your line got pressure and they got to Baker. They just didn't put him down. I wonder if you've ever seen that because it was like 4 or 5 times. And I wonder if you just like write it off as that that can't possibly happen again if we get home as much as we do.
Yeah, you know what? There's always teaching with that, and the thing that you like said, if you miss tackles or you're missing, sack opportunities, why? What is that? And so sometimes it's as simple as, Dave, of taking the extra step, where you're leaving your feet or lunging to go make it. Other times it may be a coordinated effort to say, were we in the right space to, try to contain him? Because the mobile quarterbacks who can extend plays, there's basically like two plays. The first one, and then as the person gets out of the pocket, the second one. And we'll have to do a good job of that this week, because that's definitely one of Daniel Jones's strengths as well. And so, but we do prepare for that. And going against our offense, and the quarterbacks here who are mobile get outside, we're equipped for that. But when you don't handle it, it's definitely bothersome.
Coach, Sunday is the home opener. It's your first time as the coach of the Commanders at Northwest Stadium. How excited are you to get in front of fans for the first time?
I'm really excited. As you're going through, like right now, it's the preparation. And so I'm leaving my excitement for that there. But internally, honestly, I'm really fired up to do it. So we got a small taste of it a couple weeks back at the end of the preseason. And so that was, first time for us and the team, being in our locker room, coming out. And so to get a chance to do it this weekend, nothing better than starting with a division game in your home opener. So, it's a really big deal, and one that we're really pumped about.
And coming out of the game against Tampa Bay, you highlighted your defense's third down issues. How do you address something like that during the week?
Well, I think you want to go back and assess the calls first. So we call that self-scout to say, did it do what it intended to do? And then you look at the execution of something to say, sometimes a team can beat a leverage. All right, hey, they beat the call on that play, and that's acceptable. Other times, if you don't execute it how you want, that doesn't mean the call gets thrown out. It means you have to do things better. And usually when that happens, you want to make sure streamline it to go execute it at the highest level. So that's what it is. I kind of referred to it earlier, our first lap together. So were there mistakes made? Yes. And will we improve upon those? You bet.
You talked about Tell the Truth Monday. How did film session go with your team, and how did they react to what they saw?
A couple things that jumped out to me, Chick. What did I see Monday, staying there extra, doing extra. And I also saw on Tuesday, which is the players' day off, and I walked past a meeting room, and I saw 6 guys in watching tape together. So I saw urgency. I felt that, here it was on their day off to say, no, we're coming back in. We're watching, the next thing again, the next thing. So it was quiet, like you would think, take the information to heart. And then you do have to turn the page. And so going into today, that's really what you do to make sure each step of the process, Chick, you just don't miss one of it. And if you nail Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, by the time you get to Saturday evening, man, you're ready for that. So, we're ready to get rocking as we get started on the week.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
You mentioned earlier that all those runs for Jaden, not exactly what you would want. So would you want him to stay there in the pocket a little bit more, or just get rid of the ball?
Yeah, fair question. And sometimes getting outside the pocket you also remain a passer, let a route develop, or the option of, checking it down to somebody else. So the great thing about him, I know you guys know this, it is our first game. And he's going to be an exceptional player. There are choices when to go, when to not. You do have to grow and learn into those. And I am 100% certain that he will. But the other part of his game, there is legs, and when there's times to go and create a first down and get an explosive, it's there. But there's also some times to move outside the pocket, like we were talking about, another play can begin. And so I think you'll see that part of our game come to life in the weeks ahead as well. Now, really, it's almost like a dual threat. It's the drop back, it's the outside the pocket, and then the running portion of it. So as a defensive coach, it creates a headache, one that I am more than happy to be a part of creating.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Week 2 is here, and you can start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. We can build a quick same-game parlay for Thursday night's game if the Bills take on the Dolphins. Dalton Kincaid, anytime touchdown. Tyreek Hill, over receiving yards. Josh Allen, over passing yards. And you can throw an anytime touchdown for either one of those two guys in that as well. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ryan to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I've been Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan, and they're still going. Dan Quinn is still talking to the media here. A lot of questions being asked about what happened, how they're going to correct these things and all. And listen, you got to just keep practicing. And I think the ultimate thing is it's not like they're not trying to get it done. He talked a lot about there being a lot of plays to where they were checking at the line and they were missing it. Everything didn't work the way they wanted. Todd Bowles is a guy who loves to blitz, and it puts a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on an offense, especially a young quarterback like Jaden Daniels. But as they go forward, he get a chance to play against the Giants who don't blitz as much, but you never know. They may try to blitz because the mere fact that he saw Todd them have some level of success, and they may try it out again. But the ultimate thing is you're going to have some guys coming back on this team now, adding Newton. They hope they can get him back. Didn't say for sure. Noah Brown, a guy who I saw both of those guys working out in Tampa, and by what they were doing, I saw quickness. I like what I see. Noah Brown gives you a different level of what you don't have. He's a little taller than the other guys. Newton is as quick as they come, and you can't wait to see those guys possibly get on the football field. I understand that this is a rebuild, and I keep saying that, and I just want people to understand it. But the ultimate thing is you could be in a rebuild and still try to have some level of success. And I believe when you have guys with those capabilities, like those two young men, you want to get them on the field because, hey, you may be able to have something right under your nose that you did not know that you had, and then you don't have to go looking the next year or whatever else. But listen, it's kind of hard for me at this point when I know that we've come in, and I've said it several times, we have a new team, new coaches, a completely new franchise in a sense. And I can't judge it based off of what it was. I know a lot of people do, and then that's your right to do that. But if we're going to start moving this thing forward, then if you know that you have going through a rebuild, you have to lower your expectations in a sense. And I'm not saying just completely have no expectations at all. But you have to be able to lower them just a little bit to allow people to go out there and grow into this thing. Hey, we have guys on this team that I believe are going to be exceptional, especially the quarterback. But you can't expect them to know everything and do everything right the first time. You know, I've been talking to some guys on the chat, which I like to do. And I'm not going to always answer in a jovial, nice way, because if you say something that kind of, annoys me or pisses me off, I'm going to come right back at you with it. That's the way I've always been my whole life. But the ultimate thing is, he was saying, well, I don't want to see 16 runs. That's to do Locked On Law. And I said, well, how about if he has 4 to 5 runs and then have those completions? Because I think as Jaden goes through it, he's going to make the right decisions. I believe that he's going to be a young man who is going to start to scramble and then still be able to hit it down the field. JP mentioned Pat Mahomes earlier. Pat is exceptional at this. But look how long he's played. Okay, the guy's won 3 Super Bowls already. He has a lot of experience. He played a lot of football games. But I don't expect Jaden Daniels to understand and know all that already just because he's on the field and he has talent. I say it all the time. I say we guys have to learn how to play this game of football. And everyone assumes you could just, he was good in college. You could be good in college and step to the next level and don't be good. Because if you just accustomed to being good because your team was better than most of the teams you played or the talent on your team was better, when you get to the NFL, those passes that you threw behind a person becomes interceptions. Those passes that your guy was able to wait for, those passes become knocked down or interceptions as well. So you got to get more precise. And every player, I don't care who you are, it's kind of rare that a player steps from college, goes into the pros, and instantly becomes a star. A lot of times you have to learn some stuff. And if guys come in and they have some level of success, they still are going to have those rookie hiccups. And I don't expect Jaden to be perfect. I expect him to get better as the people around him get better. I expect him to get better as the chemistry of the team begins to get better. That's something that happens. I'll tell people I was learning stuff still in my 14th year. You don't know everything about this game, even when you've been playing in a while. And it's kind of not fair to the player to sit there and expect them to know everything when they finally step in. So I would just caution people to, don't make everything to make the quick decisions after one game. Don't begin to get so dismissive as soon as a game goes, and don't get too damn excited if they win one game. You know, if you win one, if they had won the game on Saturday or Sunday, I would have been telling everybody the same thing. Pump the brakes a little bit. It's just one game. You've heard me say those things many, many times about how we overreact. Let's allow ourselves to enjoy it a little bit instead of automatically we win a game and boom, we go into the Super Bowl, into the playoff. No, win the game. And just like I saw on one of these things on the thing today, win the game and then realize that we are going to have to build on this one game at a time. If you keep doing that, you'll be much better off. So take us a quick break here. When we get back, JP and I discuss this a little bit more. No, I think we have a guest coming on, so we'll discuss later on in the show. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders are gearing up for their second game, the home opener against the Giants on Sunday, as they'll kick off at 1 o'clock. Thursday night football, the Bills will take on the Dolphins. An injury report going into that one. Josh Allen will play for the Bills. He's been dealing with a left hand injury. Taron Johnson and Dwayne Smoot are both out for the Bills. For the Dolphins, Raheem Mostert is out, and Devon Achane is a game-time decision with an ankle injury. Other NFL news, the Browns placed 4 players on injured reserve, including safety Juan Thornhill. They also signed former Washington linebacker Cleek Hudson off the Saints practice squad. And also for the Browns, David Njoku has been ruled out for their Week 2 matchup. Also, Week 1 of this NFL season was the most watched Week 1 in NFL history. It averaged 21 million viewers per game. In baseball, the Nationals fell short yesterday in Game 1 of the 2 games set against the Braves, 12-0. They'll look to bounce back today at 6:45. Final matchup between the Braves and the Nationals this year. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin set to take on Max Fried. And in the WNBA, the Mystics take on the Chicago Sky at 8 o'clock tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Angel Reese not playing for the Chicago Sky. She's out for the rest of the season with a wrist injury. Are you looking for the best seat in your house or office? Look no further than PVI Office Furniture. Visit their showroom in Frederick, Maryland for their Saturday special. Mention this ad to receive 15% off your in-store purchase. Browse their selection at PVI.com. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Excited to get on the BetQL guest line and talk to Jeffrey Chadia, NFL.com. You see him on TV all the time. He's writing columns for them. Jeffrey, what's going on, man? Thanks for making some time for us.
Not much, man. I love you going back in the day, Wu-Tang Clan. I love hearing that.
Trying to get everybody ready for the start of the NFL week here. So I know that I read your column, I think it was earlier in the week, kind of about the biggest surprises. What really stood out to you from week 1 around the league?
Well, I think, not going too deep into that list, the biggest takeaway was it's a lot of these teams are really rusty offensively. You only had a couple of 300-yard passing days, and it took there were teams like the Bengals who had no real offense going. That was a surprising loss. The Patriots, the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins going down there. You were expecting fireworks in week 1, and you see it's going to be a little bit longer for that to happen there. And obviously Cleveland Browns were a disaster with Deshaun Watson. So I was really, it struck me just how much preseason work and how much you play and all that stuff factors into a really up and down week 1.
It was definitely an up and down week 1. One thing B. Mitch and I have talked about a ton is with the way preseason is now, and especially now that you have that big gap in between the third preseason game and the regular season opener, like the actual time gap, week 1 and maybe September in general are just going to be rusty football. Is that almost by design, you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think anytime you look at the 17-game schedule, and that was one of the unforeseen consequences of that, is that you have to manage it better to be able to have players available at the end of the year. And at the end of the last season, you saw a number of teams going in the playoffs with significant injury issues. You saw the San Francisco 49ers lose Dre Greenlaw running onto the field in the Super Bowl. And, going around the training camps this past, summer, I had a number of different GMs talk about, I wish I could put these guys in bubble wrap and not have to expose them to things. And so, yeah, there is kind of a tightrope you're walking about trying to get people ready to play football, but also making sure you're not endangering them to a point where you can't have them available at key junctures throughout the year.
That's an understandable mindset, but my whole thing is, how do you get them ready to play football? I mean, once the season starts, you get people ready to play. People get hurt in the first week too now. And when you're not ready, you're going to see a lot of those injuries happen early on. And I just don't understand how they can really say that they really care about health when you don't get guys ready to play football, and then on the first game of the season, you want them to go full speed.
That's a great point. And I live in Kansas City, and I can tell you that Andy Reid, an old school coach who's been around for a while, you know, Brian, he has kept a very stringent, rigid training camp schedule. They go away, they practice hard, they practice for long hours. And his players have said that that's a big factor in, one, them starting fast, but two, them avoiding injuries. I mean, they've been as healthy as any team in the league over the last couple of years. And it's a big reason why they've been able to win back-to-back championships. So there may be something for some of the younger coaches to look at what Andy's doing with his players as far as getting ready to play, because they do a lot of stuff that's old school as it gets.
For sure. Dude, maybe you got to see it in person. I don't know if you were there for the week 1 game, but what is Worthy's speed like for that offense?
Yeah, well, it's definitely breathtaking to watch him with the football in his hands and running. I try to pump the brakes on it with people around here because I tell them, look, he had a couple easy layups there, a reverse with about 7-8 blockers in front of him and a broken coverage on a 35-yard touchdown catch. But that's why he's here. He's here because that speed opens up different dimensions in their offense that are harder to open up now. You know, Travis Kelce's older. Rashee Rice is really more of an intermediate threat. He's not a deep threat. And so having him, you know, different parts of the field, pushing different parts of the field on the gimmick plays, it gives defenses one more thing to think about. So, yeah, I think the way they utilized him in that game is the way he will be utilized over the course of the year, is really as a chess piece for Andy Reid and not so much as a guy who's going to go out and have, you know, 1,000 yards in his first year.
Obviously, a lot of rookie quarterbacks made their debut this weekend. There were 3 of them. Certainly here in Washington, we care most about Jaden Daniels, and we'll get to him. But what'd you think? Let's start with Caleb. The numbers weren't great, but they won the game.
Yeah, I bought into the hype. I was drinking the Kool-Aid, whatever cliche you want to use. I was about it because, you know, I am so high on him, and I love the way the Bears have prepared to utilize him. But I think that it was actually an example of how smart the Bears have been, because they won that game with special teams plays, defensive touchdowns, and it didn't require him to have to put up great numbers. And so I know he wants to play better. I know they want him to play better, and I believe he will play better. There's something to be said for winning a game when your quarterback that young is playing that poorly. And so I think that was a really good sign for them in terms of being able to compete for a playoff spot, because, you know, look, he'll figure some things out and they'll make it easier for him down the road.
Yeah, and then what about Bo Nix in Denver?
A little different story. A little different team around him than what they have in Chicago. And look, I was surprised at how much he was getting hyped up during training camp. And I know that's part of the deal when you're a quarterback and you're a first-round pick, and also when you're playing for Sean Payton. But, you know, he played a team that Mike McDonald got a really good defensive scheme, good defensive players, and they knew that there was only so much he could do with the weapons he has around him. And so I think like his performance was more predictable, and I think he'll get better in time too, but they got to put better players around him. They just don't have enough weapons for him.
But you look at like Chicago. Chicago has a plan where they will take some stumbles with Caleb. Sean Payton is trying to prove himself, and I think that's going to put that kid Nix in a bad situation.
Yep, and that's exactly, you know, when you have a coach who's been hyped as a quarterback whisperer, who ran the last guy out of town, who had 26 touchdown passes and 8 interceptions. I know Russell Wilson has his flaws, but if you're Sean Payton, you sold that ownership, a young ownership, a new ownership on your abilities and made a lot of money off them. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to get Bo Nix up to a level that I don't think is really achievable quickly, because their salary cap issues are real over there. The Chiefs are real. The Chargers are going to get better real fast with Jim Harbaugh. And so, yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Bo Nix, but there's more pressure on Sean Payton to make it work.
For sure. All right, let's get to the main event here in Washington. Jaden Daniels, you know, I know that on NFL Network you guys have been talking about him. What did you make of Jaden's debut? We'll start simply there and then build out.
You know, I liked what I saw. I mean, I think you saw the athleticism. You saw the playmaking ability. You know, I thought going into the year that there were some people talking about they could be a dark horse, surprise, whatever. I mean, they're too young to be able to do that. They've got some key veterans they brought in, but it's going to take a little bit of time. But I love what he can do as a playmaker. And I also love the fact that he played a lot of college football. And so that there is, a maturity to his game that I think is going to bear well for him as time plays on. He gets more coaching, gets more comfortable because he played 5 years of college football. I mean, I think I saw a stat that said he played against Justin Herbert in college.
Damn, that's crazy.
So, which is scary. And it's like he's been around forever. But I think that helps. I really do believe that the more reps you get, the more snaps you get before you get to the NFL, the more it gives you a sense of what you can become. It gives you an understanding what it takes to succeed. So I like what I saw because I think all the things are there for him to be a star.
Well, when you look at him, I think he ran the ball 16 times, and most of those were scrambles. There wasn't all call plays. There were some of them that were call plays. But I think when you look at young quarterbacks, they normally make a decision and they go. And I'd rather them be decisive when they're young. But when he gets to, as he goes through this thing, he'll know the scrambles, buy a little bit more time, let the ball go instead of just running every time. Did you have a problem with him running the ball?
I did not, for the reason you just mentioned. That I think there's a belief, a growing belief amongst a lot of coaches that when you have young quarterbacks, instead of trying to force them to do what you think your system should do, that you let them play to their strengths. And now I agree with you. He's a skinny guy. Like, he's not going to survive an entire career playing that way, or even 17 games in a season, putting his body in the line like that. But I think it's important for a guy to have confidence. They got to understand what he can do well. And he's a good enough passer. Cliff Kingsbury is a strong enough offensive mind that they'll be able to mix in some things and get him comfortable with not having to do that. I tell people all the time, it's like I watch, Patrick Mahomes. I've watched him here his entire career. I've watched Josh Allen. And one thing that makes them special is they're not always making the right read. The ball's not always coming out on time, but they still know they can make a play when they have to, if it means they're using their legs or buying time or whatever. And so, 16 carries is a lot. Hopefully it's more around 7 or 8. But at this stage where that team is at, he needs as much confidence as he can get.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Yeah. And I also think for Jaden, his first ever game, and it was Todd Bowles on the other side. They blitz so much.
Yeah.
I mean, he was facing 5 or more rushers on 50% of his snaps, roughly. Like, I think just this week against the Giants, it's going to be a lot more 4-man fronts. And that Giants front is good, but when he doesn't have to identify the blitzer, and then that's in his head in his first ever game, I think he'll be more comfortable waiting for routes to develop. I think this week could immediately look a little less.
But you have to be waiting because it's a copycat league. And if they feel that Tampa has some success, they'll try to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's, again, that's part of the growth process, right? I mean, it's, again, going back to the maturation part of it. And I always go back to something that Carson Palmer told me a long time ago when he first got in the league with the Bengals, that the toughest part about being a top 5 pick as a quarterback is that you have to resist the urge to go out and prove why you were picked that high. And I think that's, I think he may have the ability to do that and not make the mistakes that some quarterbacks make about trying to always show, hey, this is why I was here. This is what I can do. Like, there's going to be a lot more maturity in how he handles things.
And I think looking at the game, to me, he basically went out there, and when he ran it, he didn't still try to throw the ball in bad situations. He had no turnovers. And I think right as a rookie, being that guy in your first game with that pressure, that shows a lot of maturity in itself.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I like that kind of, put the ball down, go make something happen, swagger in a quarterback. I always feel like, like I mentioned Justin Herbert, I see it with Trevor Lawrence, bigger guys, to be honest with you, who could run and put the ball down and make something happen when they have to, but they become so overcoached to think, I got to make the play in the pocket. I got to go to this progression and make this read and do all this stuff. And if it's not there, I guess I'm taking a sack or throwing it away. And it's still football. It's still okay to go. Josh Allen puts his body in harm's way a lot, but man, it's when you're a teammate and you see a guy doing that, make things happen, there's a lot of inspiration that comes from that. Like Cam Newton was the same way when he played.
Yep, for sure. Hey, Jeff, I'm looking at your most recent column on NFL.com, the big surprises. You said you were surprised by the Giants' defense. Everybody, whatever Daniel Jones is, we kind of know what he is at this point. What surprised you so much about the Giants' D?
Well, there's no pressure. I mean, you got a top 10 pick in Kayvon Thibodeau. You make a big trade for Brian Burns, and you're expecting those guys to really get after it because that's really a big part of how they're going to try to win games with that defense. And they had a lot of issues with Wink Martindale, leaving last off season. I know it was dramatic and all that, but those guys get paid a lot of money to make plays, and to have no sacks and hardly any pressure on a quarterback and Sam Darnold, he played well, but it's still Sam Darnold. It was shocking. I mean, it really, that team's a mess. It seems really with the quarterback on. I mean, and they're watching Saquon Barkley over in Philadelphia running wild. Your best
Dude,
player.
what do you think John Mara's living room was like? What do you think Mara was doing watching that game?
Yeah. I guarantee he probably wasn't turning back on that Hard Knocks off-season show. It's like how you can. It's a litany of how not to have success in the NFL, and it goes back to it starts with the quarterback, but I think he's an easy target to beat up on. But there's been so many targets over the last year and a half with these guys. From the offensive line, the lack of weapons, and now the defense is a problem. So it's not looking good for them.
If it keeps going like that, Joe Shane better go get himself reacquainted with that Hard Knocks.
Rent don't buy.
Yeah, he may be working, looking for a job with NFL films.
Let's keep going around the NFC East. In your column, you wrote about how impressed you were by the Cowboys, too. I mean, going to Cleveland and kicking their ass is a pretty big deal.
Well, even more so because of what was going on in the offseason with them, with the quarterback, with CeeDee Lamb and all these contractual negotiations. It's a lot of distractions. I know Michael Parsons was part of that as well. But, I was most impressed that they came out and played the way they did. It was very clean, very efficient. The Browns have a good defense, and that wasn't a factor in this game. They didn't have a ton of offense, but to be able to go out and put up 33 points in your opener on the road after the offseason and hearing how much you didn't do anything and you didn't make any big additions and where's this thing going, it just showed me that, that team, has won 12 games in the last 3 years for a reason. Now, whether they can be a playoff team and make a deep playoff run is still a big question about them. But I thought, to start the year out without being flat, when other teams were flat all over the league, I was pretty impressed with that.
Let's complete the NFC East here. Eagles obviously look pretty damn good in Brazil against the Packers. Do you believe – I frankly don't believe. B-Mitch says it's a new year. Do you believe Sirianni could keep that thing on the rails this year?
I think there's a pretty good chance of it. I think one is that you've gone through it now and you've had opportunity to talk about it. He strikes me as the kind of guy who's not going to just, blow smoke up people's butt. I think he's going to be honest about it. I think he tries to have good communication. I tell people that team, when you talk about losing Shane Steichen, their offensive coordinator, losing Jonathan Gannon, the defensive coordinator, and then having the issues they had the second year with Sirianni, the next year with Sirianni. I don't know how well Kellen Moore or Big Fangio will do, but I do know those guys are veteran coaches, and it does help to have that level of experience coming in. They've got track records. And look, the Buffalo Bills gave Ken Dorsey the offensive coordinator job, and they fired him halfway through the season because it wasn't working out with Josh Allen. Yeah. And so these things happen. Sometimes you can have a higher impression or an idea of what a coach can do, and you get in there and it goes south. So from what I understand, it seems like bringing back guys like C.J. Gardner, who they missed last year, getting more talent in the secondary. They were relying on a lot of young players to grow up, and it didn't happen last year on defense. And I think now it has a chance to happen, but it can't hurt to have Saquon Barkley. It definitely can't hurt to have your receivers, new contracts. That gets them off the unhappy list. And Jalen Hurts, even though he had turnovers, I think is going to be a better player because of what he went through last year. So I think that it will be a better situation for him.
What was your take on the Jets, defensively and Aaron Rodgers? He didn't look like he didn't step into any throw to me, which tells me he's not one to stay healthy.
Yeah, well, and to me, I was surprised at how basic they were. Like it wasn't much imagination in their game plan. It felt like the Niners defense was a step ahead of everything they did. And on the defensive side of it, yeah, they had no answer for a second string running back. Like again, no knock on Jordan Mason, but I would think that you'd be prepared to force them to. He wouldn't be a factor in this game, and somehow he was a factor. They had no answers for Debo and Ayuk and Purdy, and so the Niners are a really good team. Clearly one of the top 3 teams in the league. So there's no shame in getting beat by them. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers looked really rusty. He looked very much like a guy who had not played meaningful football in a couple years.
Jeff, I really enjoyed this conversation, dude. I've been looking at your work via social media for years, but I appreciate you joining the show, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Well, thanks for having me. Definitely a pleasure.
All right. Well, if you say that, we're going to do it again. So.
That's right. We got the number now, right? Yeah.
All right. Sweet, man. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, bro. Take care.
All right. I tweeted out one of his comments because it was just too damn funny. If you'd like to follow Jeff, it's at Jeffrey Chadiha. I can Jeffri. I'm going to spell it. That's what I'm going to do. At Jeffrichadiha.
Shadia.
Whenever this happens, you and Landfill tell me how to say something. I get in my own head and I get like anxiety ridden about mispronouncing it. That's why I just stopped saying it.
What you do is stop thinking that you got to say it when they telling you the right way. That's why he looked it up and sent you the damn
Brian,
the audio.
It's like a mental hurdle I have. I'm telling you. I'm like anxious.
Big ass ears and you can't hear nothing.
I'm telling you, it's a weird thing. It
Just
started.
repeat what you hear. Shadia. Yeah.
There you go. Nobody go anywhere. It's me, Mr.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders are gearing up for their Week 2 matchup, the home opener against the Giants. Before practice today, Dan Quinn talked about some injury updates. He said that we may see rookie defensive tackle Johnny Newton this week. He's trending in the right direction. And Emmanuel Forbes is dealing with a wrist injury. He'll be wearing a splint out at practice today. Thursday Night Football, the Bills will take on the Dolphins tomorrow night. Josh Allen's going to play for Buffalo. He's dealing with a left hand injury. Taron Johnson and Dwayne Smoot are out for the Bills. For the Dolphins, Raheem Mostert is out with a chest injury. Devon Achane is a game-time decision. In baseball, the Nationals came up short in game 1 of the 2-game set against the Braves last night, 12-0. Final game of the year between Atlanta and Washington tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He's 9-12 with a 4.28 ERA. He'll take on Max Fried, who was 9-8 with a 3.35 ERA. And in the WNBA, the Mystics take on the Chicago Sky tonight at 8 o'clock. You're going to that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Talking to me. Time for power rankings every Wednesday, NFL.com. I do want to say something, though, real quick. I asked Dan Quinn about accountability, and he said, you have to hold people accountable every day. Like, this thing doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a great example of it, and perhaps a reason why it may not go sideways in Philly this year. They brought in Vic Fangio, veteran D coordinator, right? He's been a head coach. He's been all over the league. They signed Devin White this offseason as a free agent, right? Devin White has won a Super Bowl. I mean, clearly he's been a really good player at various times. He's got some guaranteed money on his deal, etc. But Nakobe Dean, who was I want to say a third rounder. He was a stud at Georgia, had a little health concern during the pre-draft process. I think Dean slipped to the third round. Nakobe Dean is finally playing like the player I thought he would be. I actually really wanted Washington to draft him a few years back. Nobody listens to me ever. But Dean's been really good, and Vic Fangio said today, yeah, he's the starter, and it's not because of an injury. That's accountability. This guy's better.
Accountability.
We don't care about the
he looks slow on some plays I watched in that game the other night. He wears number 0, right?
Dean, you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that they're starting him over Devin White, even though they signed him as a free agent, gave him some guaranteed money. That matters, I think.
Yeah, and I think the ultimate thing is Dan is right by holding people accountable every day. When you make the move to move it, that's not just the accountability aspect. That's because you didn't listen.
Right.
You didn't do what we told you. I'm sure they're not waiting until the day to move somebody or put somebody in front of them to say, oh, yeah, well, you're not doing well. No, they let people know what they need to do. Like, what you call it, a PIP. As they put people on a performance enhancement program or whatever performance improvement program. You get put on a PIP in the NFL too when they tell you, listen, we need you to start making some more plays. You got to play better. That means that if you don't, somebody's going to take your job.
Every week during the NFL season, and often not during the NFL season, we go through NFL Power Rankings on Wednesdays. We always use NFL.com, the theory being they'll be the least hot takey because they're just on the league's website. Like they're not desperate for clicks on NFL.com. Everybody's going there anyway. There's zero debate about number one, right?
No.
Kansas City.
They're 100% that.
Who's number two?
Number 2 is going to be the 49ers.
About Detroit.
I was going number 3 with them.
Yeah. I mean, that's what NFL.com did also. Niners and then Lions. They all looked good, though.
Yeah.
And maybe the
Think
Lions
about this, though.
Didn't look as good.
San Francisco kicked 6 field goals, and they won the game going away.
Yeah.
They scored 2 of those touchdowns. If they get 2 touchdowns, 33% of those field goals were touchdowns. It looks like they might be the best team in the NFL.
If you take, I'm going to try to do this math live on the radio. So if you're driving, prepare yourself.
Get ready for some mistakes, people.
So they scored 32. So you take 6 off, gets you to 26. You add 14 to that. All of a sudden, that final score is 40-19.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Imagine if it was 3 field goals.
It looks totally different,
Right.
Man. It looks totally different.
And that last touchdown, I mean, God bless Tyrod for, you get in the game, you try your hardest, but it was basically 32 to 13 with a minute left. Detroit looked good. Stafford was kind of carving them up a little bit. Stafford's also really good.
But I just say this: Cup is going to get open no matter what, and I think that is one thing where I hear people talking about the shorter range passes and things closer. Stafford to Cup doesn't go very long down the field very often. The yards come after the catch. He runs a lot of those, those what you call it, he runs a lot of option routes. He runs around going across, but boom, come back out of it. 5-yard pass, boom, hit him. He runs 5 yards, 10 yards. That happens all the time. So let's stop thinking that every throw has to be 15 yards in the air, 20, 30 yards in the air. The object of the game is get first downs.
Right.
Keep moving the ball down the field. And I think that's what we have to get into that, because we can have completion. Then here come the complaints about, he didn't throw it down the field. Who cares? Tom Brady didn't throw it down the field very often. He threw it down the field once you started creeping up.
Right. So 1, 2, 3 goes Chiefs, Niners, Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, I got a question for you. Philadelphia Eagles travel to Brazil and beat the Packers.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, I think, turned it over 3 times. The Baltimore Ravens went to Kansas City and lost to the Chiefs. Who's a better team?
Yeah, think about this. When you turn the ball over 3 times to the next heir apparent is supposed to be good in Jordan Love and the Packers, and you still beat them. That's not a bad team.
Yeah.
And I think the ultimate thing is after the game was over, we kept saying, well, that's not the recipe. If Lamar's going to do that every game, they're not going to win many games because he's going to get hurt.
I agree with that.
Because he was lowering his shoulders on people.
Yeah, I think he was a little amped up probably for the moment. I tell you what, did you notice the kid Baun, B-A-U-N, on the Eagles?
Dude can play.
He had 15 tackles and 2 sacks.
Yeah.
If that isn't a one-off, if that dude, if
he can play like that,
if Fangio has found him the right role and everything, whoo.
But they talked a lot about him all the way from back in the college. All he did is make plays. So what if this is his? I've finally figured it out. Crossed that hump. He comes back with another game with double-digit tackles in the next 2 games. Then you can start to believe it.
Fair. I'll round out the top 10 here. So they go Eagles, Ravens, Texans, Bills, Cowboys, Dolphins, Bengals. Bengals get to stay that high even after kind of ugly.
They scored
loss.
10 points.
Now they tend to start ugly. Like in 22, Burrow threw 4 picks in that opener, and they ended up in the AFC title game. The Bengals are an enigma, man.
Yeah.
They exist in their own little universe, and I don't know what's going on with Jamar Chase and all that. I don't know. I will give you my Bengals opinion after 8 weeks.
All right.
I haven't scrolled yet. Before I scroll, a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be lower in the power rankings? We know the Eagles are 4, the Cowboys are 9, I believe. The Cowboys are 8.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be lower in the power rankings? The Giants or the Commanders?
Should be the Giants.
I'm scrolling. 16, Tampa Bay. This is kind of interesting because they just played Washington. They write, new offensive coordinator Liam Cohen had the Midas touch in his first game as Baker Mayfield and his receivers were simpatico all afternoon against Washington. Mike Evans hauled in 2 touchdown catches with a revitalized Chris Godwin and rookie Jalen McMillan, each snagging one of their own. That the performance came against the Commanders and their rebuilding defense must be noted, and it wasn't pristine all around. All right. 17 is the Steelers, Browns, Jags, Vikings, 1-0, yet 20th. Seahawks, 1-0, yet 21st. Colts, Falcons. We're scrolling, B.
Mm.
What are the chances these two teams are like 31 and 30? No, Carolina's got to be 32.
Carolina got to be 32. If they're not, then I don't believe in this thing anymore.
Do you think they could be 30 and 31?
It's possible.
I'm at 25 and haven't seen them.
Okay.
26, Tennessee Titans.
Mm.
27, New England Patriots, who are 1-0. 1-0 and ranked 27. It's kind of
That's
tough.
not good.
Ooh, this is getting ugly, B. 28, Denver Broncos. Listen, we always use NFL.com. We don't think they're the hot takiest. We've gotten to 28, and we haven't seen Washington yet or New York. Who's lower? Commanders or the Giants in the latest NFL.com power ranks? We'll tell you when we come back. All right, Landini. I hear the song. Thank you, buddy. I was thinking about this. If you guys want to do this,
Today is your birthday.
Because of what the day is, I try not to make a big deal out of my birthday.
We'll do it for you.
So, free shot right now. You can just one birthday roast from everybody. However you want to insult me, feel free.
I already did it.
If people want to in the chat, I'll read them.
In the chat, he said that you look like you just woke up. And I have to answer Timothy. Timothy, that is just his look. He looks like that all the time.
D. Shea says, JP's camera and lighting is always bad. Now, what B-Mitch does that I should do, frankly, is when we're out in Ashburn on our laptops, is he has a stand, so he's got like a good angle.
Yeah.
And B looks a lot better anyway, but having the angle versus I just have it pointing up at me and I'm always moving around because I just can't sit still. Not a great combination. Landfill and Jeff,
you might be able to get some money if you were an NFL player.
It's true. Would you guys like to? It's free roast. Say whatever you want.
You think they need your permission? They do that every day.
True. That's a very good point.
Nah, no roast today, JP. Happy birthday. Just enjoy your day, man.
Thanks, buddy.
We know you heard that in 4D.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you have satellite dish ears every day, so.
Will either of you watch the new show tonight, All Ears?
Of course.
I'm there.
I don't believe Landfill. That's prime sleeping time.
I ain't watching nobody's show.
Jeff, maybe. But Jeff also might
Jeff
have like
won't
a
be
gig
in the house to watch a show.
Yeah, what do you got going on tonight, Jeff?
Oh, it's Wednesday, man. I'm just working on a couple of songs that I was behind on doing. And I'm in the house.
In other words, I'm not listening to your show, JP.
Oh, no, I'm going to check it out. I always support when y'all go on TV and stuff.
So, how long is the show, Jay?
Half hour.
Half hour. So, how many minutes you think you put into that show, Jeff?
20.
Over under 5. You say 20?
Yeah. And
there's no damn way possible.
15 minutes is just thinking about it. 5 was actually preparing.
So, if you want to watch it, Jeff, I got this information. Shout out to Heather McDonough. You can watch it on the NBC4 app, the Roku channel, Samsung TV Plus, Pluto TV, Xumo Play, and other popular streaming channels.
Will not be watched by Jeff.
Well, I was going to ask B, how many of those are you familiar with?
I've heard of possibly, what you name 5 of them?
The NBC4 app.
I
heard of that.
Okay. Roku channel.
Yep, got that.
I have Roku TV.
I have Pluto on my PlayStation.
You have Pluto, Jeff? Pluto was one I was not familiar with.
Pluto popped up on a new TV we just got.
Pluto that I am aware of is Mickey Mouse's dog. Jeff, what do you got on Xumo Play?
Never heard of it.
I would, if like Xumo Play came into like my email as like an advertisement or something, I wouldn't even click on it because that don't sound like a streaming service. Well, it sounds like a streaming service.
Xumo Play sound like some spam or something that gets you in trouble.
It's a spinoff from OnlyFans. All right. Dude, I just pulled up Xumo Play. They're showing NFL games right now. You can watch the Rams Niners playoff game.
Yeah, I got Slingo the other night. Because damn Disney and Wisconsin still got problems.
Bro, it is. Yeah, dude. How annoying is that for you?
Yeah. So what I did, I paid for it and then I canceled it right after the game.
Just get on Xumo. I mean,
I've never seen Xumo,
bro. It's remarkable how much free stuff is out there. You and I are just.
Is it free?
It sure looks free. I'm watching. Yeah. You would watch this show, The Making of the Mob, New York.
But once you click
That's
on
your
it,
kind of show.
I guarantee it's not free.
It's about
none of that stuff ends up being free in the end.
Making of the Mob, New York. This is AMC. Lucky Luciano decides to go into the prostitution business, but it gives Thomas Dewey the opportunity to arrest him and put him on trial.
Lucky Luciano and Thomas Dewey.
Yeah, man.
What he Dewey?
You like mob stuff?
Yeah, I like mob stuff.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of free content in the universe. Let's make some bets.
Was heard it here first. Gather around. Heard it here first.
In the end, I roasted myself because I made this big, long, drawn-out tease about who was lower, the Commanders or Giants, and then just forgot to go back to it. Denver at 28, even though Bo Nix was god-awful. 29, Washington Commanders. They're ahead of the Giants. Raiders 30, Giants 31, Panthers 32. Panthers 32 emeritus as long as David Tepper owns them. All right, Jeffrey, you're up.
All right, we did okay last night. Blanfield hit his bet, taking the Yankees money line, of course. JP, even though you did not want it to happen, it happened.
It happened.
Yeah, it got pretty bad for the Nationals last
Can
night.
we have a very brief Mackenzie Gore discussion?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's an ace. Like, I think we got to change our conversation.
Maybe not right now.
I don't know. Baseball's funky. I get all that, but like,
is he better than Corbin?
Yes.
Okay. Because if you said no, then I'm like, okay, well, he's not an ace.
I mean, that's a hell of a baseline. All right, go ahead, Jeffrey.
And B and I are both sitting at Owen for the week.
Ooh,
really?
Yeah, you when you should have just let me go ahead and give you the 1-0 yesterday, but you talked too much. You went 0-2, and then the Mets
Talk too much. I'm
night.
just fair. I'm
and I'm going to take the Yankees tonight, money line. No hate. You see, it did Landfill some justice last night.
Oh man, Landfill lucked up.
What you got, Landfill? We got any soccer or anything?
I'm going to take the Braves money line.
Damn.
Give me the Mets.
Jake Irvin can pitch a little bit.
I'll take the Mets money line. This Landfill go very low money line.
Yeah, Landfill getting sexy with it.
I want to parlay with the Aces too.
Ooh, give me some WNBA in my life. We got the Sticks tonight. Give me the Sticks, baby. Sticks are hot. -1.5 on the road. Actually, the system would be to do the exact opposite, so I'm going to do that. I will take the Chicago Sky. Maybe I can get it up to +2.
If I take the Phillies half, I can do that. I'm sure I can. Give me the Phillies -1.5.
Actually, you're taking the Aces, Jeff? Forget all that. I'm taking the Fever at home +3.5. Fading Jeff, betting on Caitlin Clark. Boom. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that hung out on the stream. Thank you to Mike Florio.
Yeah.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Jeffrey Chadia.
Chadia, dude.
I can't.
Your memory is just awful, dude.
Thanks.
You should hear it echoing in those ears, man.
Thanks for all the kind birthday wishes. This day is a somber one, and hopefully everybody can take a minute to remember what that day was like and how our lives were all impacted, especially those families that lost somebody. Grant and Danny coming up next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. In the NFL, the Commanders will kick off their home opener on Sunday at 1 o'clock against the Giants. Before practice today, head coach Dan Quinn said he was pretty happy with what he saw from Luke McCaffrey in his first NFL game.
We've really seen kind of that confidence grow, especially inside in the slot, where he can use some of that strength and work guys through. So, yeah, I just kind of can see his development continue to grow, and that's going to happen. With the younger players, they got to get into the fight.
Dan Quinn also said we may see Johnny Newton make his season debut this week. He's trending in the right direction. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Braves 12-0 yesterday. They'll look to bounce back in Game 2 of the two-game series against the
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening to the Fan all over DC on 106.7. We'll be on in Richmond for 3 hours today. We'll also be available to you both on the Odyssey app, wherever you go, and we are streaming live. The video is in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. At 3 o'clock today, our buddy Warren Sharp Analytics. We will dive into Jaden Daniels' debut by the numbers. And at 5 o'clock, we'll blitz the East. We'll go around the division to the other three teams in the district to see how they handled themselves in week one. Danny, how are you?
We are doing strong to quite strong, my friend. Good morning. Beautiful weather. It's just the fall. Everyone else can pipe down and give me all the pumpkins. Having a great time.
Yeah, the fall has kind of arrived, I'd say. Last night it was 65 degrees. Just open the windows.
Just windows
overnight.
open. Sorry.
The way to do it, I think. September 11th, 2024. You can't say that without thinking about 23 years ago. Obviously.
Unbelievable. It's been that long, man.
The world changing, this country changing. The worst day in American history, probably. And for so many of us, that are not old enough to have lived through the other horrific days in this country's history in terms of deaths and tragedy, it's the one we'll never forget. And I remember that was kind of the parlance. That was the terminology right after, was never forget. And it's just natural that we all go about our lives, and you can go days and weeks if you weren't directly affected, probably without thinking about it. But there are people who wake up every single day, and it's the first thing they think about because thousands of people lost loved ones.
Yeah, if you've never been to, you drive by on 395, you see the Pentagon that isn't quite the same color as the rest of the building. You can't help but think back and remember. If you've never been to New York to the site of Ground Zero, it's still, very profound, especially if you were there and seen the World Trade Center towers beforehand and just knowing that empty part of the skyline, et cetera. You're right. The chaos of that morning, the unbelievable sense of tragedy, and then some of the stories that, have kind of come out since, just heroism, amazing, facing, circumstances that we all can't imagine. So very well said by you. Yeah, it's just, again, it's hard not to think back to that day. And I can't believe it's been more than 2 decades. That's unbelievable.
I'm glad you bring up the Pentagon because I was just a young kid. I was in Urzetta Lewis's 8th grade history class. And I remember her leaving, and she was gone for what felt like an hour. It was probably 20 or so minutes. She wasn't in the classroom, and she came back clearly having been sobbing, and she sat down at her desk, and she just couldn't address us. And one of our other teachers that was in that same hallway, Mr. Fike, who was a former military person who was like an outdoorsman, and our English teacher came in and told us what was going on and said, a lot of people are going to be getting picked up, and there's a lot of moving parts here, but everybody's safe, what have you. But I'll never forget that. We got dismissed early. We went home. And as a little kid, you don't
really have a feel for what's going on. I went to Ben Galyer's house, and we threw the football in his front yard with a couple of our buddies because we weren't in school in the middle of the afternoon. But I remember it wasn't really until that night when I saw emotions from my parents and just the way they watched the coverage that I realized this is a big thing.
I was finishing up school. I had one extra semester left because I took one less class in the spring when we pretty much leave February 1st and, you're never around for any afternoon class. So I was also working part-time, and my boss called me at 7:20 in the morning. Like, that's very unusual. Like, that's usually either a butt dial or something, really wrong has happened. And I'll never forget this. He said, "Hey, turn on the news. I just heard something. Sounds like there was a bomb threat at the State Department." Again, this is, 20 some years ago, and that's where GW was, or is right next to the State Department. And so I happened to be watching the news, trying to figure out what was going on, and never forget seeing everything unfold and going, okay, I guess I'm not going to school today. And no one knew what to do. No one knew what was next. No one knew if there were more things planned for later on that day or into the evening, and nobody knew. No one knew anything, and that was the worst part about it all. In addition to the unbelievable loss of life and everything else, is that fear. We're going, okay, that was that one. That was that one. Is there another one? Is there another punch? Is there another thing that nobody expects? Feelings of that day, man. Hard to forget.
I remember the day itself and how traumatic and awful it was. And still, I think it's important today to think about, again, all the people that lost their lives and the loved ones who were affected. But I remember the patriotism thereafter that you felt.
Mm-hmm.
And the country coming together in a way that it hasn't since. And frankly, and I hate to say this, right, because now you brush up against politics and nobody wants to do that. I believe what you guys out there believe.
Agree with you.
That.
I agree with every one of you.
I don't know if that would even happen anymore in a situation as tragic as what happened 23 years ago. I don't know if we got that club in the bag. I hope we do, where everyone would just put down their proverbial sword, so to speak, and come together and sing Kumbaya and be Americans first. I hope that would be the case. I don't know, but that might have been a unique situation early in my life that I'll never see again, because you could not find people who weren't just willing to help their neighbor right after that. You remember those couple of weeks?
Of course, yeah.
It was really amazing. And you brought up DC. I'm glad you did, because I think about it from the New York perspective so much, obviously with the Twin Towers, but the Pentagon right here. I drive by it every single day.
Yep.
In fact, the side that got hit, you and I are driving by going toward the 14th Street Bridge, 395.
Mm-hmm.
There were people just sitting in traffic in the morning, getting into the city in the 8 o'clock hour, probably listening to this show right now. There were some people who saw the collision of the plane, and it could have been a lot worse in this city. Flight 93 got taken down. I think everybody knows the story by now, but the hijackers planned to crash that plane, as we now know, into the Capitol building in downtown DC. That's where it was headed. That was the goal. They had already hit the Pentagon and they were going for the Capitol. And heroes on that plane said, "No, you're not." And they crashed the plane in a field in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, and in their own lives to ensure that it didn't happen, because I guess by then they were able to find out via their phones and the news and everything else that the country was under attack, so to speak.
Yeah. The several people post that every year, but it's hard for me to read it and think about my own situation or otherwise, but the transcript of the voicemail that the one young man left for his wife, just, man, it goosebumps and the weather system in my eyes every time.
But I just want to make sure never forgets, not just words, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been 23 years and a lot of things are going on in everyone's lives, and we're all busy, and I'm not sitting here pretending like we're not, but just an awful day, clearly, in American history, one of the worst ever, and certainly in my lifetime. And I want to make sure at some point we take a moment to think about that today. But we got a little sports radio show that we do, and we got to do that. That is The Gig. No good transition. We will be here with you until 6:15 tonight. Pre-game, Charlie and Dave right then. And then 6:45 first pitch. I'm going to make a bold Nationals prediction right now. Who wants to hear it?
All right, Grant.
I am going to go out on a limb right now. Who wants to hear what I've got to say about the Washington Nationals?
I do.
Tonight will be better than last night. I feel good about that. The Braves beat Washington 12-0 and out-hit them 15-3. That won't happen again. I think the Nats will be closer than -12 in hits. And I think they'll be closer than -12 in runs tonight. So if you got tickets to go to Nats Park to see the Nationals tonight, you picked the right night, I think.
Here we
against the
go.
Braves. That's my bold
That's
prediction.
a bold prediction.
Thank you.
I like that.
That was a gross game.
Certainly was.
It's nice to have football now.
Yeah.
Just kind of like the Nats are like the Nats are still playing. Let's check in on them rather than being the main event, the thing that gets you through your night. Now you could do some watching back of some other NFL games on Game Pass, and the league has taken over the center spot, luckily.
Yeah. Gore had been really good of late through a couple, I think it went 1, 2, 3 top of the first and was pretty good in the second inning. I'm going, hey, we got something here. Atlanta's been struggling. Everybody that's ever hit the ball for Atlanta, numbers approximate, is injured. This is great. The Braves are only afloat because of their pitching. Let's go, Mackenzie Gore. Oh, no. So many crooked numbers. So many bad ones.
Only 2 earned runs, though.
That's true.
Of
That is
the
true.
7. There were a couple errors behind him. But enough of that. Hopefully they're better tonight. The Commanders are on to the New York Giants. It is officially Giants week, and I cannot stress enough how important it is that Washington shows well in this game. I'm not going to sit here and do sports talk radio yuckity yuck nonsense where I tell you it's a must win in week 2 for a rebuilding team. Not a thing. I'm not going to say if they don't win, then ... But they've got to look a lot better in this game. There is just no excuse not to. In the second week of a regime, you get some of those jitters and nerves out. A lot of the players who were either rookies and or in a new home, right, in Washington, new scheme, first time playing with a bunch of teammates. I'm going to give you a mulligan against a playoff team a year ago in the Bucs that whooped up on you in every phase. But the Giants this past week were horrific. They were so bad at home that they were booed so loudly that a Vikings player said on the radio today that they legitimately felt bad for Daniel Jones in that offense. I heard on New York radio a couple days ago, I think it was Evan Roberts, who does the version of what we do in WFAN, said that Giants fans showed up at the stadium ready to boo. Like they just wanted to boo. Now, they got plenty of things to boo.
They got a great chance to.
But right off the bat, they went 3 and out, and the Boo Birds were out, and it got worse and worse and worse. Jones was awful. The offense was anemic. The team was terrible. And the Vikings whooped them. Danny, it is a bit of a gift to have them on the schedule this week. Not promising you they win. I'm not telling you they're going to beat them. But this is a chance to just look like a professional football outfit and to make it seem the optics coming out of this game need to be that the Bucs are just really good and week 1 was a fluke, because look at how they looked in week 2. It was different.
If you treat this football season like it's a normal football season, then of course it's ridiculous to say it's a must-win game, right? You and I would agree with that, right? That's obvious. It's not, because if this is a Super Bowl contender, even still, you'd have a lot of ground to make up and you'd be fine. And, if you're the Packers this week, a team that's really good, but they're not going to have Jordan Love in all likelihood. You don't have to win. It'd be nice if you did, right? Et cetera. Here's where I'm coming from on this. So I don't have the term must win, but I've got something, and I want you to see if you can help me quantify it. You promised us something. My job, as I see it, is to come in here and try to call balls and strikes. When I'm not talking about you, Grant, but the royal you, the team, when you set the standard, you tell me what I'm supposed to expect. And when you don't meet it, people get pissed. People get disappointed. That was a hallmark of Snyder. Now, in addition to all the impropriety and nonsense and bullcrap we all had to deal with, that was the football part, the overpromising, and then the rug pull time after time after time. The offseason champion, rug pull. The savior, the white knight is here, rug pull. It's the same. They wouldn't say rebuild. If they had, different conversation. But because we're going to arrive violently with our North and we're going to go find Commanders and we're going to play this way and you guys wait and see, we think we're going to be much better than we've been in the past. You can't go 0-2. You can't lay a turd in week number 1 and not be competitive against a decent Tampa Bay team that we're now trying to make a Super Bowl contender.
But don't you agree? They can't go 0-2 in looking as bad as they did.
And this is my point.
Or showing up that way. But a win or a loss is largely irrelevant if they play a decent football game.
To a degree, but the Giants are horrendous. The Giants are picking top 5 again, probably, if I had to bet.
Probably, but in the same way that we can sit here and say we don't know a lot about Washington yet, and week 1 is the ultimate misleading week in the football season, we really don't know what the Giants are. I tend to agree with you. They looked abysmal, and they have been bad for years and years and years. But I guess my point is, whatever we think we know right now, a month from now is going to probably be wrong.
Totally fair, and we'll adjust accordingly. Now, if the Giants, if we save their season like we did when they won the Super Bowl years ago, when Liddell Betts got stopped 19 times inside the 3-yard line, and they were about to fire Tom Coughlin and then went on a Super Bowl run, which
Liddell
I still...
Betts from?
Iowa? Was that right?
You were right.
At first, school jumped in my head.
Hawkeyes.
Yeah. Where was I? Oh, yeah. But and they go and have a nice year, and Daniel Jones is vindicated, and Brian Dable's vindicated, and Joe Shane is actually a genius. Okay, fine. I think people will adjust. But right now, they suck. They were awful in week 1. They were one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the NFL in week number 1. And everyone hates their guts up there who's supposed to like them. You lose here. You don't play well here. Then there's a lot of sameness. There's a lot of, you promised me something different, and it ain't different. You turned over all the personnel. You made all these decisions like you were the smartest guy in the room, and this is what we get. I could have had Rivera do that,
So I don't mind the axioms and the platitudes in culture building. Arrive violently, the stuff you put on T-shirts, anybody, anytime, anywhere. You know how that's on like all the polos that all the coaches are wearing and stuff. I'm cool with all that because I think that you got to act as if to an extent. The mistake that I do think they've made is I don't think they did a good enough job frequently enough telling us how bad the roster was and that this is, in fact, a rebuild. Like, using the word rebuild should not be a pejorative when you're taking over a 4-13 bad football team that just picked second overall. So I'll agree with that. I think if you heard probably whatever you want to. Like, if you go back to all those pressers where they're not using rebuild and saying that they're recalibrating, and when they're not using rebuild and saying they're finding north, there are also answers where they're talking about it's going to take time. We need some patience. And so I think you heard some of that too. I personally, after watching their first game, think maybe they should have leaned a little more into the rebuild thing, though. Because like you and so many others, especially when you drafted a quarterback at number 2 overall, I think there's this thought of, well, it's 30-plus new players. It's a new quarterback. The owner has changed. The GM has changed. The coach is different. The quarterback is brand new at the most important position. Maybe this thing will look a lot different. And I don't think anybody needed them to beat the Bucs, but for them to have lost as bad as they did and to have just looked as unprepared is probably unfair, but ish, just what did they have going for themselves in that game? What was the plan on offense other than go make a play, Jaden? What do you have to hang your hat on defensively coming out of that game? You've already fired one of your key specialists because of how much of a debacle that part of the game was. You could not have had a worse first week. It was only 1 week. And maybe in the grand scheme of things, it won't mean a lot. But that's all we've had so far, and it went about as bad as it could have.
Yeah, and I'm not thinking of this from a football perspective. Win, lose, or draw, I care about how Jaden Daniels plays, honestly. Like, if they lose 30-10, did Daniels play okay? And the answer would probably not much if they lose 30-10. But I'm talking about from a fan engagement, from a business perspective, from a, hey, man, we're trying to reach out to you guys and show you how different this is. It's not going to feel different if they lose the Giants for the 9th time in 13 games over the last handful of seasons, especially as bad as the Giants looked in week number 1. I guess that's kind of where I'm going.
I'm not saying there's a huge runway for this plane, but I think there is a path to a loss to the Giants and me feeling way better come Monday. A lot of it's going to have to do with their offense and Jaden Daniels. If Daniels comes out and throws for 277 and they look like an NFL passing offense and wide receivers, or I don't know, I'm going to say something crazy, targeted.
Here we go.
Then it's going to feel and look a lot different. And I'll come out of it going, yeah, they're 0-2. And yeah, they lost to a bad Giants team. And by the way, I now know that they're officially probably going to be bad, like really bad, like 5-6 wins bad this year. And maybe the under, I was taking the over on 6.5 is not only in play, but extremely likely. But I can feel a lot better. Like, the discouragement of that Bucs game, there's a stench that needs to be washed away. Talking to a lot of the people out at the golf course at 1757 yesterday that you and I went to a person, one after another, they came up. And the point wasn't like they're out on the coach or the quarterback. I mean, it's a week. Everybody gets that.
Sure.
But I think the point was like, dude, that looked really bad.
Yeah, that was bad.
And I was like, yeah, it did. Like, I didn't expect that. Like, yeah, me either. And we didn't have much. Like, now what? Well, what else do we want to talk about?
Right.
I mean, it's early. We're giving you time. We're going to be patient. But even by that standard, it was a pretty horrific outing in all phases. So I just need a lot more from everybody.
Agreed.
From the staff to the sidelines to the players. Let's do this next, though. We can open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for the first time today at 800-636-1067. What one change would you guys make going into week 2? That could be from a personnel standpoint. We know Adam Peters' answer right away was swapping out kickers. They're doing other things, I'm sure, behind the scenes as a coaching staff. But you and I have a few, I know. But on the phones, you guys can pick one thing to change. Could be a philosophy, play calling, paradigm, whatever you want to go with. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
that to make sure I knew the work that the guys had put in leading into the game. And so because the performance didn't go as we want, doesn't mean you change your processes to go. And so we did do a good job taking care of the ball. The things that I wasn't as pleased with, our starting field position, the third down emphasis, where quite honestly, that's where a lot of the time of possession goes. So if I had to look back at it, Candy, and say the things that I learned to say, man, we've got to perform better on third downs on both sides of the ball. And that really affects, the field position, because I think our special teams, the cover group, and the guys have the ability to return can really affect the game. And so that's why when you miss some of those opportunities, it can really change field position. And
that's Dan Quinn after a week 1 loss to the Bucs. He's getting his boys ready in Ashburn right now on the practice field for the Giants. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Warren Sharp's going to join us at 3. He dug into the numbers. He's got some thoughts and analysis on Jaden Daniels' debut. One thing we would change, we'll get to your thoughts on the phones at 800-636-1067 for Washington as it gets ready for week 2. Danny, let's start on offense.
Austin Eckler immediately. Not waiting till third down, not waiting till third and long, not when Brian Robinson gets tired, not when we've had enough. Early and often to Austin Eckler. That includes first downs. It's allowed to not have your third down back on the field only for third downs. He's too good with the ball in his hands to not utilize more.
I'm getting the quick passing game going, ball out of Jaden Daniels' hands. They tried to do that unsuccessfully, but I'm also going to ramp up the rhetoric with him in meetings to make it very clear. We love the legs. You're here partially because of the legs. That's why you won the Heisman Trophy, because you're a dual threat. It's why you were one of the great college players in history over the last couple of years. It's why we took you number 2. But you're going to make your money in this league, and you're going to thrive, and I'm going to thrive as a coach because of you throwing the football with that right arm of yours that's outstanding. And I'm going to make sure that that is the majority, not the minority, of his priority list this weekend. On defense,
I'm blitzing more. Here's my thing. You're getting beat anyhow. You may as well try to make a play. I don't think they can cover people. I don't think they have a secondary that's worth a damn. I don't think they can communicate all the things they say that they just need to work on. And they've said that for the last 10 years, regardless of the personnel. I don't think they can cover people. So let's just bet big. Let's go all in pre-flop. Blitz more. Try to get home, see if you can make a play.
I guess I would just say Emmanuel Forbes is going to watch a little more often than he did with me. And we're going to try to coach him up in a lesser role for now. It's just a low-hanging fruit, easy target, and it's probably not even fair.
So is he, am I right? Come on.
There's
Come on.
All kinds of different changes they could make. But Noah Igbenogany's looked very good in the slot. Maybe you give him a look-see on the outside, check on Michael Davis's health, see where we're at. But in that secondary, I think they got to find another way forward here from a personnel standpoint. The good news is Malik Neighbors is the only wide receiver who scares you for the Giants, and they had no ability to really throw the ball or protect Daniel Jones or do anything of any value this past week. So it's a much softer landing spot and a way more fortuitous matchup for a secondary. They got burned. Mayfield looked like Manning, but the big story I thought was you were going up against Evans, Hall of Famer, Godwin, who's going to be a several-time Pro Bowler before it's all said and done. You know, a rookie wide receiver in Jalen McMillan, who's going to have a pretty nice year, it looks like, in that offense. This is the opposite of whatever that was when you're dealing with the Giants personnel outside of Neighbors, who I think could have a big, big game in his second ever game. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. We'll start with B in Haymarket on Grant and Danny.
Hey, guys.
What's up, bud?
Hey, just like everybody else, I watched one of those podcasts with the film breakdown. What I saw was they could have easily scored 50 points on us. The corner and the safety combination, they have no idea what they're doing. So they really need to simplify that. And if I could say one more thing, we have a unique opportunity because you know those blowhard New York fans are going to come down to our stadium. You know, I know more than you about football. And we have a unique opportunity to get New York booed out of our stadium by their fans. And I would just love to see that.
That's hilarious.
They might join you, B. If you boo the Giants and the Giants fan next to you boos the Giants, then everybody's going to be booing.
Yeah, we're happy to boo.
It is a good opportunity.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Thank you for the phone call.
That is pretty unique.
50, I agree. It sounds like it's hyperbole or you're just being funny or sticking it up, but the math is very easy. They scored 37. You remember the McMillan miss on what would have been a walk-in touchdown on the ball that was a little too far for Mayfield that went off of his hands. There were also 2 early misses to open receivers for chunk plays. Maybe one of them would have been a direct touchdown in the beginning of the game as well. He missed 3 of the first 7 or 8 throws of the day for at minimum 1, if not 2 scores and a lot more yards. They scored 37 and it was automatic deposit after that. So, yeah, I don't think that's outrageous at all to say. I mean, it was a really dreadful coverage secondary outing. Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, nobody would argue with you, I would hope. Zeke's in D.C. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, guys. Love your show.
Appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, I agree with, I think what Danny said, man. I think we cannot cover anybody. I would be blitzing like not ever before. I think we need to just bring pressure. We got some good athletes, bring pressure. We got to get a way to stop them on 3rd down and long. On the offense, the only thing I would say is why don't we do mass protect sometimes? I hate seeing an empty backfield. I'd rather you put an extra tight end back there to give, Jaden some time to find some receivers.
Well,
what do you guys think about that?
I'll say this, Zeke. If their passing game is going to look anything like it did this past week, I got no problem with that. Because it's not like you're throwing the ball downfield to anybody anyway. They only targeted their tight ends a couple times with Ertz before the garbage time touchdown drive, 5 of 5, 55 yards anyway. So, yeah, I would have no problem keeping more guys in and protecting. But I really didn't think protection was a big issue. There were a couple of jailbreaks on the sacks that were bad, where a tackle, once it was Lucas, got beat, another time Wiley. There were certainly plays that weren't perfect along the journey here, 12 total pressures. But I don't think the pass protection was one of the key concerns of the game, to be completely honest with you. That's number one. Number two, as far as you weigh in on that real quick.
Yeah, to me, you have to mix it. You can't just do one thing. And if every time you drop back to pass, remember, again, I point to Gibbs 2.0 when he first came back. His whole deal is the quarterback cannot be hit. So they would sometimes send 1 or 2 guys out in routes and max protect. People caught on to that. You have to mix and match. You've got to pick your spots. If you're going to have something a little longer developing, maybe a double move here or there, or, for example, that play to start the second half where McLaurin's going down the sideline, you want to have a tight end stay in there and chip, by all means, buy a little extra time because the route is supposed to be down the football field. But you can't just do one thing in this league. But if your theorem is, I'd like to see more max protect against a New York team that's wreaked havoc in your backfield over the last couple of years, I'm in favor of that.
I tend to actually think going empty, spreading a defense out so you can kind of see where everybody's at is the best thing to do to alleviate your quarterback from sudden pressures and from not knowing where the pressure's coming. Like if you go empty out of the gun with 5 wides, I'm not talking about having a protector next to you or a pistol or something. I'm saying empty, spread offense, and now it's basically, maybe 5, 6 in the box with 2 linebackers. You can see everybody. And if nickels are coming, you're able to see them coming from space, and that receiver's hot, you just have them turn around and get the ball out of your hand. I mean, I would do some of that to combat pressure if it became a big issue, but I didn't perceive it to be that way. The other point he made was on blitzing, which you talked about. I think that's definitely a good plan for the Giants because they don't do a good job keeping Daniel Jones upright anyway. He does have enough mobility like Mayfield, and he's even more mobile than Mayfield. But if he gets out of the pocket when you blitz, you're screwed. Without blitzing, maybe he gets 6 or 7. With blitzing, that might be 15 to 18 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So those back-breaking runs worry me a little bit if you're blitzing a lot against Daniel Jones. If you don't get home, you better finish, which has not been a strength necessarily. Let's go to VT in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Nice bounce back against Marshall, VT.
Needed that, dude.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Hey, look, man, y'all didn't hit all the points. We need more Eckler, like you said. We need less Forbes. And I don't want my quarterback grinning in the fourth quarter when they're losing. I don't know if anybody else. I don't know. I want him to be mad that he's losing. I don't know. I want somebody with some fire in them. That's just me. But
So I've heard a couple people say this. Thanks for the call. I had no problem with Jaden Daniels smiling. He's got a great smile. He's having fun. He's been dreaming about playing in the National Football League his entire life. He's making his pro debut. He's doing some good things, by the way. He's running around. He's making plays. I'm not a body language guy. I'm not one of these guys that don't help the other team up. Don't get your jersey signed after the game. And it's just not really my thing that I care a lot about. I care about him making good decisions, throwing the football to receivers, not pulling it down and running when there's open guys 15 yards downfield. I'll harp on those things. If he wants to smile, I don't have a big problem with that.
Yeah, to me, there's a fine line. I don't think
fair.
he got to it. I would say I can't stand sideline laughter when you're getting your ass kicked. Like when I'm more mad than you are as a professional, I'm just a fan.
It's not a great
I don't
look.
love that, right? That's what I don't love. But somebody's talking. You don't know what was said to them. You don't know what's going on when you're in the trenches. You're competing. You smile after a hit or something like that to let them know it didn't bother you. I don't know. I get a little bit less bothered by that. To your point, as a rookie making his debut, like to me, it becomes a factor where you're smoking and joking so much that you can't get into to get a kneel down in the fourth quarter, like happened to Dwayne Haskins years ago. Rest in peace. Like that's way a bigger deal to me than an instant or a brief moment.
Mark Rippon was on our show yesterday. He is not a fan of the name, and he said it won't be growing on him anytime soon. We'll play that audio for you next. Plus, we want to hear more of the changes that you would make going into the Giants game this weekend. Warren Sharp's on the show in 20 minutes. You're listening to Grant and Danny. 57 golf course, which is a couple hundred yards away from the bubble and where the Commanders train. We had an awesome opportunity as a show. We have had pretty much every legendary Redskin on our show over the years. And my guess is we've probably talked to Mark Rippon on the phone once.
We have, yeah. We've had him on.
But he, I would say more so than any of the other like icons in organizational history, because he's out in Washington State. He's just not as involved in doing as much stuff, is a little bit harder of a get. But he was roaming around and he was really cool. And he sat down with us and did an interview. And it was just great catching up with him. But the name came up in the conversation. This is what he had to say about Commanders when asked if it was growing on him at all.
No, it never will. I never played for the Commanders. I absolutely support the Commanders and what they're doing now, but I never played for them. And, it's just this day and age now that we have to deal with. And I just don't hope they don't lose the fact that we were Redskins. And that's all I played for. That's all I knew. And that's all, we remember. So it's this new thing, and we're going to support these guys because that's the era we're in.
He was not being disrespectful. He said, I'm rooting for the team. We had a great conversation. You can hear the whole thing at thefandc.com, grantanddanny.com/audio. We'll play some clips as the show goes on. He wants them back at RFK and gave some reasons why. He's a big fan of and supporter of Jaden Daniels. But on the name Commanders, is it growing on you? No, and never will.
Yeah, I'm, of course, in lockstep with him on that. But there also is an awkward thing for an organization, right? I mean, think about it to a much lesser degree with the Nationals, right? We haven't trotted out Nationals legend. Think of someone that was like Spike Owens, who was great in Montreal, or
Vladimir Guerrero.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's
Jose Vidro.
Yeah, it's this weird bit where it's like it was that thing, and now it's something else. Expos legend, not really. Nationals legend. You can't really do that.
A little bit different though, because
that's
it's
my
Montreal,
point.
DC, quite literally two different organizations that just have the same lineage. Whereas this is nothing's changed but the name.
Right. And so you know how awkward that could be if they were like, these are Nationals legends when they never played for the Nationals. Well, imagine you didn't change cities. Imagine it's the same building, the same everything. It's still Ashburn. It's still, out there east of the city, but it's Northwest Stadium now, which I'm sure makes sense. But yeah, how do you handle that? There's no good way to do it.
Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. The question we were talking about on G&D, what would you change going into week 2 if you were running the show for the Commanders? What do you got, Kev?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Grant and Danny. Well, if I'm Coach Quinn and I can only change one thing, this is my change. I'm starting both of the Noahs. Starting Noah at wideout, Noah Brown. I'm starting Noah at corner, Noah Igbenogany. Can you please pronounce that for me?
Noah Igbenogany.
Igbenogany.
Igbenogany. Okay. And here's why. I mean, Igbenogany played very well. He came from Dallas. He knows Joe Witt's system. Look, I'm not going to pile on Forbes. He's young. He's learning. But, you were mentioning Joe Gibbs earlier. Gibbs would sit a player who needed to, quote, unquote, catch his breath. Now, unfortunately, he catch his breath, okay? I might even consider making him inactive because here's the thing. It is a 70-man roster. We're in a total rebuild situation. There are DBs that are on the practice squad, okay? I think we have to, all season long, reward people with playing time or take playing time away if they don't deserve it. I really think it's important to establish that culture, especially with this team, which is completely rebuilt for the most part. So I'd start the 2 Noahs. I think they will add some juice. And because I wasn't also very happy with how anyone other than McLaurin did at wideout. So
appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
I didn't think about it as the 2 Noahs, which sounds like a band name or a movie or something, but he's very right. I mean, we're going to talk about Noah Brown a little bit later on in the show today and the idea of getting him back and what that can do to change some things offensively. But Igbenogany's been great when tapped into. Problem is they've mostly used him in the nickel. It's different on the boundary, but I still want to see what it looks like. And then, Noah Brown didn't play, and receiver position was a massive dud, and De'Ami Brown didn't get your pass, and Zacchaeus was draped over like coverage was a blanket, couldn't get it open, couldn't get separation until the 15-yard out against Prevent. So it's time to try something else there too, maybe. Small sample, but you brought Brown in for a reason.
That's right.
Let's go to Zach in Gainesville. What's up, Zach?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, I think they're sleeping on Derek Forrest, man. Like, he's the hardest hitting safety on the team, and he's got excellent ball skills. And it seems to me like that's exactly what Joe Witt and DQ wanted in their opening interview.
They're
So,
loaded
just
at
thought I'd
that
throw out there.
position.
Thanks for taking
Yeah,
the call.
thank you, buddy. It's all of a sudden deep, right? So again, but to the point, whether it means that you want to sub out Jeremy Chin or that you don't think Quan Martin can play or otherwise, I'll leave that up to somebody else. But to me, I'm not good enough where I can go, I got a pretty good, helpful football player that just I'm going to sit at somebody else's expense. I'll concoct a 3 safety package or hell, a 4 safety package if it means I got a better player on the field. Like, we shouldn't be beholden to anybody in that secondary with as poorly as they played.
Derek Forrest was not even active on Sunday. Him and Dominique Hampton were the odd men out in the secondary. Obviously, you had Noah Brown, who wasn't up to speed. They said Johnny Newton, who might play this week, we're hearing wasn't physically available. And then Chris Paul and Sam Hartman were the other deactivated players. But yeah, Derek Forrest didn't even get a jersey. So he's got a long way to go to be used. But they like Percy Butler more, who I thought did some okay things. I actually liked how Quan Martin played for the most part. It's just a really, really deep position. And I will say, from having been out at practice some, Derek Forrest was seemingly way behind all those guys, even during camp. There were points where I wasn't sure if he was going to make the roster. So it has not gone smoothly with this group for him so far. Warren Sharp joins us next, one of the top analytics minds in football. What did he make of Daniels running the ball, throwing the ball, and the Kingsbury offense in week 1? We'll dive into the numbers with him on Grant and Danny to kick off next hour. Grant and Danny on the Fan, all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. We're also in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1. You can listen to us coast to coast on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us streamed on YouTube on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page each and every day. You can't tell us you're not listening for lack of options.
We give you options.
We're giving you a bunch of them. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction in helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Our guy Warren Sharp Analytics is on the BetQL guest hotline right now. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Warren, good to talk to you again. It's been a while. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Week 1 in the books. Obviously, I know you guys want to talk a little bit about Jaden Daniels, but it was fun to see him out there under live fire, getting some real game reps finally. So looking forward to what happens in week 2.
Yeah, I think we are too in town because, like everybody else, we're trying to figure out how much of this was a game in a week-to-week league that we're overreacting to, and how much is kind of gospel moving forward and how this season's going to look. But let's dive into Daniels first and foremost. You did a nice video breakdown today. People can go check out on your Twitter account where you looked at what he did well, what didn't work. Give us kind of your thoughts on his first game.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the difficult part. When we're talking about, some of the coach speak afterwards, and we're talking about what Jaden Daniels should look like moving forward and what the coaches want him to do, the tricky part is this. Obviously, he's making his first career start. It's on the road, and it's against Todd Bowles' defense. Those are all very difficult things for any quarterback to do. But I always look at it like, what was he being coached to do in the preseason? So keep this in your frame of reference as you're trying to think about him and what you might expect from him during the season, and particularly week 1, as you use a barometer here. In the preseason, Jaden Daniels' time to throw was 1.91 seconds. There were 106 quarterbacks in the NFL preseason with over 5 dropbacks. That was the lowest. That was 106 out of 106. He had the fastest time to throw. He was being coached to get rid of the ball quickly. Make a decision, first check, go, get rid of the ball. His air yards per attempt was 5.9 yards. That is very low. That was number 88 out of 106 quarterbacks. He was being asked to throw underneath on almost all of his passes. So when you look at Jaden Daniels and you say like, oh, well, at LSU, he was able to do this. And then here I'm seeing him in Tampa and he's doing this. The fact of the matter is, when you put a quarterback under live fire, he's probably going to fall back on what he was being told to do in the preseason and actually executed in the preseason. It's much more difficult to say, okay, you should come in and hang in the pocket and go through your progressions and not run the football and just sit back there for 2, 3, 4 seconds and try to go through your progression. I'm not going to knock him for not doing any of that yet because he wasn't being coached to do that in the preseason. So obviously there are things that Jaden Daniels needs to work on. Some of it relates to passing the ball down the field. Some of it relates to being able to slide better when he does take off to run the football. But what I would like to share, and I do have feelings on, is, if we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels running and it being too much, like Dan Quinn was saying, the place to start is cutting down on the designed runs that are not near the end zone. That is the place to start if we're talking about helping Jaden Daniels, not the scrambles when he is under pressure and he has no frame of reference in any of the preseason games that the coaching staff is going to work with him on standing in the pocket and resetting and setting up different pockets. I was reading the Thomas Boswell article about, reestablishing, and, I agree with Thomas. That's probably on the coaching staff because he wasn't being asked to do that in the preseason, but we can't knock Jaden Daniels for not doing that here in week 1 on the road against Todd Bowles' defense.
So, Warren, it's such a tough balance. I think you did a great job of talking about this in that video, in that breakdown, where the skill set's incredible, like the ability to take pressure and turn it into a positive gain for your team in terms of running. And there were moments maybe where, hey, you could have thrown this ball or otherwise, but you're still ending up with these a 17-yard gain down the left sideline for a first down, one of their largest plays of the day for a pretty anemic offense. But the big picture is at some point, some of those could be throws to hit touchdowns if you're buying more time or big plays. And other times, maybe you're running the risk of getting hit. Like, it's just such a hard balance. And it's always like whatever happens after the fact, we want to go back and correct it with hindsight. What's the lesson? What's the balance there that the coaches in here are going to try to walk?
Yeah, that's a great point, and it is difficult. I'm sure most people who are listening did not see the article or hear my take on it. So the bottom line is Jaden Daniels had 16 runs. 7 of those runs were scrambles when it was a design pass play and he took off and ran with the football. Those plays averaged gains of 11 yards. Obviously, you and I both know this. That's way better than the average pass play. An 11-yard gain is way better than an average pass play. Those plays averaged 86% success and 1.15 EPA per attempt. If you look at what he did when he actually dropped back and tried to pass the football, he averaged 7.7 yards per attempt, 46% success, and negative 0.13 EPA per attempt. So much, much worse when he was actually sitting in the pocket trying to throw the ball down the field. Yes, looking back at some of those scrambles, there was one play in particular with Terry McLaurin where Daniels did have a pocket, should have stayed in the pocket, should not have run for the first down. Keep in mind, he did get a first down on that run, but that was 7 waiting to happen if he hit that down the field. But most of these other scrambles where he's scrambling, I thought were the right decision for a young quarterback who was not asked to buy time in the pocket during the preseason and has no frame of reference for that. In addition, we're talking about when a quarterback is most likely to get injured. And studies have shown, although it's such a one-off scenario, and obviously we know what's happened to some quarterbacks around the league, like RG3, that you guys have perfect experience with that. You are more likely to be injured if you're sitting in the pocket trying to read out a pass, read out the routes and staying in the pocket, then you are scrambling down the field. And the reason is simple. When you're scrambling down the field, you have, generally speaking, a better frame of reference to see who's coming at you and to adjust your body before them. Whereas if you're in the pocket looking down the field, you got guys falling at your legs and you're really focused down the field. You're not focused on protecting yourself. Whereas if you're running, that could be your number one focus. But as it relates to should you scramble, should you hang in the pocket? I mean, obviously, like you said, hindsight's 20/20, but I want to share these stats, which I didn't talk about in the video or the article. Since 2021, on drives that start out or inside a team's 30-yard line, so we're not talking about drives that start near the end zone in scoring territory already, drives where you're going to have to go to the length of the field like an average drive. If you do not take a sack, 35% of the time, you're going to score points. If you take one sack, just one sack on that drive, only 19% of the time will you score points. If you don't take a sack, 22% of the time, you're going to score a touchdown. If you take just one sack, that is cut in third to 8% of the time you will score a touchdown. So you wanted to hang in the pocket, yes, but if you're taking a sack a la a Daniel Jones, who has no concept of pressure at all, like think about this. You guys are going to go up against this guy this weekend. Daniel Jones is the blueprint for what I think some Commanders fans might be arguing that you want a little bit more out of Jaden Daniels, which is absurd to me. You are going to see on Sunday when you watch Daniel Jones, if he's anything like he's been in his career or in week one, a quarterback who has no feel for pressure, who is hanging in the pocket far too long and takes unnecessary and unneeded sacks and hits and potentially fumbles the football as a result. But more importantly, he takes those sacks, which are drive colors, which forces the team to punt the football. You do not want that from your quarterback. And I also don't think that you want a guy who's just going to chuck the ball out of bounds at the sign of first pressure. I know he's had a great career, but that's like what Derek Carr does. If you're looking for a true game-changing, difference-making quarterback, you need him to be healthy out on the field. I 100% agree. But you need a guy who is going to be able to take the yards that are there on a particular given play. And hopefully it's through the air, but when it's not, and when there's a question, his skill set allows him to run the football. Just get down. It's okay if you're not getting that 11th and 12th yard. Take the 10 if it means that you're not putting your body in harm's way. I 100% agree with that. That's what they need to be working on first and foremost with him when he does run the football.
Great info from Warren Sharp here on Grant and Danny. I think there's probably a happy medium, though, between like Daniel Jones and wide receivers having 19 yards in the game before the final drive in garbage time, right? Or a 12 completion performance where he's literally run more than he's completed passes in the middle of the fourth quarter. So I don't know. I don't need him to be Daniel Jones and have no feel.
We don't want that.
But I'd like to major in him looking to make plays through the air and minor in the runs, or at least get to a point where we're trending in that direction and coaching him up. And that's the part I don't know, Warren. Are they coaching him up in that way or not?
Yeah, well, that's exactly the question, with Cliff Kingsbury. And that's why I think it's so important to take the context of what was he doing in the preseason. What was he being asked to do? Because you're not just going to be able to flip a switch. This is what I want my quarterbacks to get a little bit of reps in the preseason. I think this is why we saw passing touchdowns at like a historic low since like 2006 in week 1, because none of these quarterbacks are getting any reps in the preseason. But you're going to, especially if you're a rookie, you're going to trend a little bit more to what you were doing in the preseason. I think if you look at what Jaden Daniels was doing in the preseason, then you push that forward to week 1, like you said, you've got your 2 top leading receivers are both running backs, and your number 3 is a tight end in Zach Ertz, which you and I both know from watching him in Philadelphia. Like, his glory years are far behind him. He should not be. He maybe should be your 3rd best, highest targeted receiver, but not behind 2 running backs and no wide receivers. So it's dialing up. What they were doing is they were manufacturing a lot of easy passes for Jaden Daniels underneath to the guys that are closest to him at the line of scrimmage. The guys that are closest to him are running backs and tight ends. So it's a lot of underneath stuff that's being manufactured as your first read, get the ball out quickly. But the stuff to the wide receivers that needs to be there, they need to build that up a little bit more. So it's on everybody. But more so for a rookie quarterback, it's on the coaching staff. There's no doubt about it. Like, they need to work with him a little bit more on that. But you can't be fearful about the scrambling. You fear for the safety. But in my opinion, if you want less than 16 runs, knock off all the design stuff, which most of it came in the second half when you're down somewhat bit large, and focus a little bit more. If you want to run the ball with your backs, focus on it then. Focus on some of those early downs, getting the ball to the wide receivers. Don't wait to try to get to the wide receivers until 3rd down, because on 3rd down, that's the most likely time that you're going to be blitzed, most obvious passing situation. Throw some of these passes where the first read is Terry McLaurin on a 1st down. Make life easy for McLaurin and, most importantly, for Jaden Daniels. And I do agree with you. That is a happy medium is absolutely necessary here. It's gonna take time. It's going to take time. I just wish, right out the gates after his first game, that Dan Quinn doesn't come out and, put him on blast for running with the ball like this. Like, knock off the designed runs then if you don't want him. But scrambling is such a valuable tool. Just do it a little bit more intelligently.
Follow our guest, Warren Sharp, at Sharp Football on Elon's app. So I want to deep dive real quick, Warren, into Kingsbury's offense. I mean, it looked, and listen, I haven't studied the All-22 in depth and charted everything that he was doing in Arizona, but it felt very Arizona-y to me, right? Where, his number 1 wide receiver is lining up on the left side, very little motion, very little dynamic, and it's a lot of horizontal, quick stuff, kind of the things that you alluded to. Is there an evolution coming, or is we're sort of just this is it?
I mean, there will be once he gets more familiar with the various personnel, and there's going to be a learning curve. I mean, there's going to be things that Jaden Daniels is going to be able to get to later on the season in terms of progressions and routes, and that he's not able to at this very moment. And that's okay to me. It's a learning curve. But the one thing I will say about Cliff Kingsbury, he worked with a rookie quarterback in Arizona. Kyler Murray was a rookie when Cliff Kingsbury was there. And Kyler Murray had a lot of success with this offense when he was there. Kyler Murray that season had 93 rushing attempts, though. That was the 3rd most for any quarterback. He had 544 yards rushing. That was the number 2 most for any quarterback, and 4 rushing touchdowns, which was the number 4 most. He also took the number 3 most sacks at 48. But this team had a lot of success of getting to the red zone. They just weren't converting when they were down inside of the red zone. I think that you're going to see Cliff Kingsbury use Jaden Daniels' mobility, just again, reduce these obvious run plays on these designed quarterback runs unless you're near the end zone. I don't want to say I'm excited, because I do think you're lacking at the receiver position from a talent perspective. You don't have like 3 stud receivers, just be out there in 11 like the Seattle Seahawks might, and just be able to attack all levels of the field and have the secondary just pulling their hair out because they've got so many great wide receivers to cover. You don't have that going on in DC, but there's a lot of balance that I think you need to find, and I think Kingsbury will get there. I do not think that he is one of the best offensive coordinators in the NFL, however. So, I mean, there is a ceiling here, but I think it's going to get a lot better. Your schedule is going to be full of a lot of challenging defenses as it relates to the NFC East in particular. And in addition, you're playing the AFC North. So you're going up against all those ridiculous defenses. So there's going to be games when it actually looks a lot worse sometimes than what it did this past week. And just be ready for those bumps and bruises along the way. That's going to be what happens when you've got a young quarterback who, just look at what he did in college. When his pressure rate on his scramble rate on pressures was one of the highest that we've seen. Like, he tends to scramble when he's pressured. So I just think it's a mistake if you're expecting him to suddenly, with the flip of the switch, be under pressure, stay in the pocket, read out the defenses. I think he might actually get injured in the pocket if he's trying to do that, because this is something that's going to take time. It's not going to come overnight. You can't just expect him to do that in week 2 against the Giants or in week 3 against the Cincinnati Bengals on Monday Night Football.
Warren Sharp on G&D. Always love chatting ball with him. All right, let me ask you one more on Kingsbury. I'm going to dive into some specific numbers here. The fastest pace of play in week 1, Washington snapped the ball with the most time left on the play clock. So they were the fastest moving team, which I'm in on. I'm all for that. But they were 6th worst, 27th of 32 in snap motion percentage, like basically motion at the snap. Listen to these other teams that were worse than them, and you find me a team that is good on offense. The Browns, the Patriots, the Panthers, the Jaguars, the Bengals. Now, maybe those teams will get better, but they were dreadful in week 1. I guess I bring this up to say this was one of the things that bothered me about Kingsbury's offense previously, to double down on what Danny said. And it seems like this is his plan. Like, I can count one time I saw when I watched back, McLaurin was in motion before the snap. He lined up on the same side of the formation like 43 or 49 times. Weird that you could take him out of the game when you know exactly where he's going to be. How much of a Kingsbury fan are you, I guess, would be my long-winded question.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. You raised some valid points. As you were speaking, I just dove into the statistics, not to scare you guys, but I'm going to go ahead and scare you and all the listeners.
Great.
That in 2020, which was, I believe that was Kyler Murray's rookie season in Arizona. If it's not, tell me and I'll change the year. But Cliff Kingsbury's motion rate for the Arizona Cardinals, pre-snap motion, 27%, dead last in the NFL. So Cliff Kingsbury, this is Cliff Kingsbury, and it's not changing. I was not necessarily a fan of him coming to DC. That's why I was saying I think that there is a ceiling on what he's going to bring. But I do think that there are some things that he does well. But this is very much, as one of my colleagues at Sharp Football Analysis likes to say, it's a horizontal raid. This is not necessarily like a deep raid. This is more of a horizontal raid. They are going fast, trying to get the ball out quickly, and a lot of stuff is underneath. They're going to need to find some success from a balanced perspective with the ground game and the pass game, because we know that in today's football, it is very difficult to matriculate the ball down the field anymore. I did a detailed analysis this offseason, once again, about the teams that are the most explosive. And those teams, it doesn't matter, like even like the Chiefs, maybe not necessarily the most explosive team last year particularly, but the teams that are the most explosive tend to go the furthest in the playoffs. They tend to have the most success. Explosiveness is what allows you to bypass a lot of mistakes. It overcomes mistakes, and defenses try to force them more than ever with the two deeps and trying to keep things underneath. If you play right into that and you're throwing a lot of the time behind the line of scrimmage, you're throwing underneath, you're not really trying to test the defense, you're going to have a really difficult time matriculating the ball down the field on 10, 12, 13 play drives and trying to result in 7. So they need to figure out a little bit more ways to get explosive. But I agree, there's a ceiling here with Cliff Kingsbury and how he's lining up players and his lack of motion and his lack of, motion gives the quarterback answers before the snap. It's one of the things that you should be looking to do with a young quarterback is helping give him answers, like reading Cliff Notes before you go to a test, or having the ability to have a really nice index card to take into one of your exams. Having some of these answers before you actually get the questions is pretty nice, and that's what motion does, and he doesn't like to use it very frequently.
Warren, great as always, buddy. Really appreciate the time and the insight.
Thanks, guys.
Good having you on. Check him out, Sharp Football and Sharp Football Analytics, joining us here on G&D. The numbers are back in on the ratings for the NFL in week 1, and they're astronomical. I want to go over some of those. Plus, what did we get right? What did we get wrong through 1 week of football? We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny. G&D on the Fan. Our double play comes your way at 3:45, and we will be blitzing today at 4 o'clock, a half hour from right now at the top of the hour. We'll get to what we got right and what we got wrong as it pertains to week one in the NFL. But speaking of week one in the National Football League, how about some of these TV numbers, Danny? I'm going to run through these for you. Total audience in week one for the NFL, Thursday through Monday. Standalone Thursday night football game, Chiefs-Ravens. Friday night international game, Eagles-Packers. And then the games all day Sunday. Into Monday Night Football. 123 million people. The highest week one total audience since 2019. Now, I'd imagine that's buoyed a little bit by having an extra standalone game on Friday.
Yep.
But still,
they're doing fine.
You got to go back 5 years to find the last time they had that many people and that many eyeballs on them in the first week of the season. You go to the next line here. 21 million people, TV and digital. That's average viewers per NFL game. 21 million at a time, on average, watching NFL games. Up 12% from last year. The most watched week one on record. 21 million per game. This is what printing money sounds like, by the way. Network performances. NBC's kickoff game and week one Sunday night football game. So that would have been the Ravens-Chiefs with the Sunday night game between the Lions and the Rams. 25 million people, up 3% from last year. The highest two-game kickoff weekend average since 2015, 9 years ago. Sunday afternoon. This is just your 1 o'clock, 4
Just
o'clock.
your regular old ones.
CBS and Fox windows. Highest week one Sunday afternoon viewership since 2016, 8 years ago. Up 21% from last year. How about an average of 18.4 million people tuning in to Sunday afternoon football contests?
They can do whatever they want.
And here's the last one I'll give you. Monday Night Football on ABC, ESPN+, ESPN2. Now, this is with many people in America, millions, I'd imagine, boxed out by the dispute between Disney and DirecTV. Do you know about this?
I do, yeah.
I'm a DirecTV consumer. Now, I'm also luckily a YouTube TV consumer. I have both right now. The double dip for September while I'm waiting for the Nats season to end. And then the second it does, here you go. DirecTV's out until next April at the earliest, if it's back. I hope all offseason that the Nats find a way that I don't need it again.
Wouldn't that be nice if they did that?
That would be great.
One time.
Monday Night Football, ABC, ESPN+, ESPN2. Second most watched Monday Night Football week one game since 2000. What is that?
God.
Is that an Aaron Rodgers effect? I don't understand that. You got to go back to 24 years ago. There's only been one game more people tuned in for on Monday Night Football, 20.4 million. An astounding week one performance in the National Football League.
So those numbers just kind of, it starts to become rainfall at certain points where they just sound astronomical and you don't even know if it's good, bad, indifferent. Just trust us that it's good. But here's what's amazing to me. At a time where fewer and fewer and fewer people are watching anything else on television, those numbers going up is that much more remarkable. In other words, on an average night, now there's no such thing for us in football watching households, but for the rest of America, for the people that aren't necessarily tuning in, aren't part of the rhythms of it, and on your average Wednesday, fewer people than ever per capita are going, I'm going to watch the programming offered by ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, whatever. I've got other options. It used to be cable was the other option. Then AMC, the HBOs of the world would sort of enter their hats into the ring with the prestige television shows.
There's a movie on TBS tonight.
Yeah, so they're all kind of trying to crawl or claw their piece of the pie away. Enter the streaming apps, which changed everything. Oh, have you watched the new Yellowstone? Well, have you watched the Offshoot show by the guy Taylor Sheridan who does this? Well, are you watching The Barrel on Hulu? Are you watching the 97 trillion things that come out on Netflix every hour? What about the new Prime Prestige show? There's a billion and one options. Fewer people than ever are just going, what's on channel 4? What's on channel 7? Like nobody does that anymore, pretty much. And for the NFL to go, that's nice, into the headwind that everyone else is getting blown back 1,000 yards, they're planting their flag further than it's ever been. It's unreal.
They are a juggernaut who can't be stopped. And we keep thinking, you and I, but also just the collective royal we, everybody, whether it's head trauma or it's some type of, the controversies with players off the field occasionally or owners, that there's just going to be a moment where there's a bit of a reckoning and maybe the roll is slowed. And it just doesn't seem like it.
No.
It seems like it's a ball rolling downhill. And this ball just picks up more and more and more snow. And eventually it's an avalanche now.
And it's not just the hill in your neighborhood either. That's Mount Everest. It's rolling down.
I don't know how it would slow down. There is still this belief. I saw, who was it? It was Mark Cuban 10 years ago in 2014. Said the NFL's too greedy. They're trying to do too many things internationally or games on different days of the week. More of a good thing is always going to water it down. And his point was they're too greedy. It's going to be
the pig that gets too fat gets slaughtered.
Totally. And 10 years from now, it's going to be in trouble. That was 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that quote come back today. Now, someone might be saying the same thing today, and we'll have to fast forward to 2034 and look back. But it's all worked. I mean, everything they're doing seems to be getting them going even more and more in the right direction financially, at least. I don't know if the sport is better, if the games are better, if the quality of play is better, but the business is certainly booming. There's no doubt about that. All right, let's get to what we got right, what we got wrong from around the NFL in week one as we start to look ahead today to week number 2. Thing I got most wrong, I think, was this Bengals and Patriots matchup.
Here.
From both perspectives, right? I got Cincinnati winning the AFC North. I said Joe Burrow, healthy going into the season, would be able to put on a show early in the season, that he would not be hindered by Jamar Chase having held out. I didn't think T. Higgins was going to miss, but that's not a good enough excuse. 10 points for them, 224 yards, 4.7 a pop. They were bad. And the Patriots were every bit as terrible as I thought they'd be with Jacoby Brissett under center offensively, but their defense was magnificent. They were dominant. They were so good and ended up winning the football game almost single-handedly. So I thought the Patriots would not win for weeks. I thought the Bengals were going to look like a division champion right out of the chute, and I couldn't have been more wrong.
Yeah, I echo that one. I rubber stamp it. Thing I got right, the Carolina Panthers should be relegated. They are terrible. They are awful. They cannot do it. They are picking first in the draft yet again. They would have done it another year in a row, except they had to give Chicago their first-round pick. I think I was wrong about, speaking of Chicago. I thought that offense would be a lot better out the gate. They were anemic at times. They really struggled. No rhythm, no timing. Nothing looked good in week one. Tennessee deserves some credit for that. Defensively, I think they're going to be frisky and a pain in the butt, but not to the tune of your number one draft pick only throwing for 93 yards or whatever the hell it was. They were not good on that side of the football. I was wrong about that.
Thing I got right, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins coming back from Achilles injuries, it's going to take time. And especially, I will say, I thought Rodgers played better than Cousins did, but the Jets are just not going to be that good very quickly. They have a very easy schedule coming up. Have you seen their schedule?
I did. That's why I picked them to win the division.
Their schedule in the next handful of weeks is Charmin soft. They've got the Titans this weekend, then the Patriots, then the Broncos, then the Vikings. They could very easily be 4-1 going into a showdown with the Bills on October 14th. They should at least win their next 3 and be 3-1 going into that Minnesota game. But I just didn't think it would come easily when a quarterback misses as much time as Rodgers has, a year and a half without playing football at his age, and some new pieces being thrown together there.
I think I was right about the Arizona Cardinals are not good, but they are frisky. They're a pain in the butt. They're part of that middle bucket. Last year, they were pretty atrocious, especially without Kyler Murray. They were the better team in that Buffalo game for, probably almost 2/3 of it, but Josh Allen put his cape on. Thing I was wrong about, again, in that same game, I thought Buffalo was going to struggle at times. And maybe you could say that they did, but the thing I underestimated is their quarterback, when right, is so bleeping good that it doesn't matter. That's adorable. Defense let up a whole bunch. That's adorable. I don't have Stephon Diggs in his prime anymore. Watch me figure it out. Josh Allen was superhuman.
The thing I was wrong about, I thought the Green Bay Packers would be a team you didn't want to play in September, and they looked really bad in a quirky, weird international game, which I won't completely hold against them. Terrible field conditions. But Jordan Love was pretty ugly in that game. A 50% passer, 17 of 34, threw a bad interception, and now he's hurt. So they are turning things over to Malik Willis very likely for at least a game. I would think probably a couple. Although there is some speculation out there that maybe Jordan Love would come back and be able to play. I just don't know how that would be the case. That seems like wishful thinking. How do you not have a better plan than Malik Willis? Every time I've ever seen him play, he does not look like he belongs on an NFL field. They got the Colts this weekend, and then the Titans after that. This is the underbelly of the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I thought beat Philly, and I picked them to do so, by the way. You're going to be 3-0 playing the Vikings at the end of the month. They now might be 0-3 going into that game, hopefully with Jordan Love back. I guess his health notwithstanding, but I just don't give them much of a chance with Malik Willis. Am I overreacting?
No, you are appropriately reacting, I would say. Thing that I was wrong about, I'll start there. I thought Cleveland would be a lot better. I didn't know that they would win in week 1 against Dallas. Dallas is still pretty decent, but they looked anemic. They looked out, just totally overmatched on both sides of the football, by the way. At least I thought that Cleveland defense would travel and certainly be more capable. They were terrible in week number 1. I don't know how much of a gavel slam I'm doing on that, but they were certainly really, really bad. So I was wrong about that. Thing I was right about is Pittsburgh's offense still stinks. They didn't score a touchdown. Didn't matter because their defense was great and TJ Watt showed up. He made the trip. But no matter what you do, they're not a high-scoring group. And Mike Tomlin did the Mike Tomlin thing where they don't score an offensive touchdown and they still win. It's amazing.
Some of what we got right, some of what we got wrong from the first week of the NFL season. Our double plays coming up here in just a couple of moments. I just got a tweet from somebody. They retweeted Warren Sharp. Sharp, 13 minutes ago, so after he got off the phone with us, looked up the percentages of motion from Cliff Kingsbury through the years. Obviously, was the thing we were talking about with him on the show. So 2020, 32nd, 2021, 32nd, 2022, 28th, and then 27th this weekend. Point being, he does not really use motion before the snap. But anyway, someone retweeted that and said, Grant, you got to talk about this. Now, I know people have lives. Not everyone can listen all the time. But it is kind of funny. It's all we've been talking about. In fact, we just had Warren Sharp on, and we brought it up to him, and he looked up the numbers while he was on the line with us. And that's why he sent the tweet. It's just funny that someone retweeted it at me and goes, you guys got to talk.
You guys have to address this. Are you planning on it?
We will address that next. I only kid. Double play is next on G&D, and then the Beltway Blitz in 20 minutes on the Fan. It's time for the G&D Double Play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Been a couple days. I would have done this the other day, but we got super busy and it kind of broke late in the show. But James Earl Jones passed away at 93. No other way to describe it than one of the all-time legends. Iconic roles, that word gets thrown around a ton, GP, but the single greatest reveal to that point, perhaps in movie history, after fans had waited for 3 years from the original Star Wars to The Empire Strikes Back. Darth Vader voiced by James Earl Jones. And there's no internet, there's no spoilers, there's no, people coming out and tweeting the results. There's no Danny Rouillet is ruining Game of Thrones for people. This is 3 years in the making, and only it's word of mouth. The greatest twist that nobody saw coming, again, to that point, perhaps in history, expertly delivered by James Earl Jones in that sound booth. Only a few people knew the truth. The actor playing Darth Vader, David Prowse, in the suit, didn't know. Most of the cast, not in fact, all the cast didn't know. George Lucas, Irvin Kershner, and then Mark Hamill, right before the scene, George Lucas went and told him, you're going to react this way because here's the truth. Expertly delivered and perfect. And perfect is the word that comes to mind with James Earl Jones a bunch. He was perfect as Darth Vader. He was perfect as Terrence Mann opposite Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams. He was perfect in The Lion King. He was perfect as Eddie Murphy's father, even in a comedic role where he was the straight man as King Jaffe. He was absolutely incredible and awesome and just iconic. I don't have another word to describe it, but 93 years plus, what an unbelievable life. What a huge impact he had on so many people. So never really like the guy that starred as the lead in a bunch of movies, but just sort of found this lane to provide gravity. I mean, I think of him in Hunt for Red October as the boss of the CIA, Jack Ryan's boss. Just perfect. He was so good in so many roles. And when you start to add them all up, and I'm probably forgetting a half dozen just now.
But you're forgetting one very important one in The Sandlot, where he was
there you go. Seriously.
Mr. Myrtle.
And he's perfect in that?
Oh, I loved him in that. So the line in that movie that still pops me so good is the whole film, they're trying to get the ball back, and they're petrified of the guy that lives there and the dog behind the wall, although they don't know it's a dog, it's a beast, right? But anyway, they finally just decide, we're going to, go tell this guy what's going on with your dog, who chased us all over the place, and they got to go talk to Mr. Myrtle. And they hand him the baseball, and he's blind, essentially, and he, smells it, and he's, rubbing it on his face, and he goes, George signed this ball? Talking about Babe Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I don't know why that line always gets me, but George signed this ball? And they're like, George, you know Babe Ruth? And he's like, sure did. And then he gives him the 1927 Yankees ball. And he tells him, I tell you what, you keep this baseball. You just come back and talk with me once a week. What a great end to that movie that was.
Just so perfect. I mean, man, and again, I'm sure I'm missing probably again dozens of roles because he was acting since like the 1950s, 1960s, even as a kid. But that if you needed the voice, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, if you needed someone to do a voice that had gravitas or to narrate or to have depth in that booming bass, he was so awesome.
Short list all-time Hall of Fame voice, right? I mean, if you're talking about like Mount Rushmore of voices. Narration, his is in there.
Yeah, it's him, it's Orson Welles, Morgan Freeman.
I would say Morgan Freeman is definitely up there. Honestly, Liev Schreiber, maybe.
Yes.
Currently. Michael Douglas did a lot of narrating. His is different, but is kind of probably in terms of like money made doing stuff is up there. But yeah, I don't know how many people had a better voice ever than James Earl Jones.
Very few. Very few. Very few.
So deep.
Totally. I mean, again, and now it's, every time they are able to do, or every time there's like a new Star Wars project or anything that comes with it, you're sitting there, you just hope, do we get the real one? Like that brief moment in Rogue One, Star Wars story, the first time you see Darth Vader on screen and it's him and he delivers the voice. It just makes the movie work. And now this is legitimate. You know what I mean? Like adding his presence to it makes it real. It makes it matter. Just an incredible, incredible, incredible impact on so many people. So rest in peace, James Earl Jones.
It is time for my double play. Darius, if you don't mind, can you fire up a little Clarissa Explains It All for us here on Grant and Danny? I'd like to tag in Ryan Clary.
Oh.
Now, I don't think this one's all that difficult, to be honest, because it's been in the news quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have something I'd like Ryan to explain to me, if he's able to. I want to know what the Solheim Cup is.
So, okay. I believe, ABC 7 was there today, and I saw people tweeting about it. And obviously, it's a golf tournament of some sort, but golf season is over. PGA is done with, so it's not a PGA Tour event.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure. PGA Tour is over at this point in time. It ends right when football season starts. So I'm going to assume that this is some like wacky kind of deal where, I mean, it's in the DC area. I know that.
Every year?
Sure. We'll say so.
Annually in DC.
Annually in DC. And maybe it's a golf tournament between Capitol Hill employees, like Republicans versus Democrats. I don't know what it is at this point.
Honestly, every now and then you come up with something and you hit a home run. It's an annual golf tournament between the Republicans and the Democrats.
Because they have their congressional baseball game, and then they have the Solheim Cup.
So you watched the ABC 7 story on it today?
I did not. I'm blanking on her name right now, but I saw her tweet live from it. So I was thinking like, oh, that's cool. And I just kind of
the segment is obviously better if you don't get it right.
Of course.
But we've always said we don't pre-plan this.
No, we don't.
Tell
We don't,
Ryan to get things wrong. Sometimes he just knows something. Would you say this was something you knew or something you lucked into?
Just lucked into, I'd say.
Okay. And the Republicans and the Democrats play the congressional baseball game. Why wouldn't they just call it the congressional golf tournament? What is the importance of the Solheim Cup?
I don't know. It's what's the importance of the Stanley Cup? You know,
exactly.
One guy named Stanley decided, hey, this is gonna be the Stanley Cup. Maybe one guy named Solheim was like, we'll call it the Solheim Cup or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah, it's named after Solheim.
Solheim.
I'll accept that. And then my last question, then, because you didn't quite hit that, even though you've gotten everything else right, that was not correct.
Fair.
On the Solheim Cup, you said it's an annual event in DC. Is it always held this week?
I'll say yes.
Is this year a little different than normal?
I'll say yes. Solheim Cup is held in DC every time this time of year.
And where is it being held now?
I'm gonna guess Congressional Country Club out in Bethesda.
All right, sounds about right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Clary, the Solheim Cup.
Because I didn't know what it was. Now I do.
Now you do. Would you spell it for us, please?
Solheim.
That is correct.
Ding, dang.
The Solheim Cup. Clary explains it all on Grant and Danny next. Your Beltway Blitz right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny all over the DMV on 106.7 and in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. We're on the Odyssey app wherever you are, and you can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream each and every day. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll be covering the NFL and the Commanders, but we start on the diamond. Our buddy, Toby Altizer, who is one of the co-hosts of one of the great Nationals podcasts in the history of podcasting, Bustin' Loose Baseball, joins us now. Tope for time. Rough one for the locals last night. They got outscored 12-0. They got out hit 15-3, and they had position player pitching. Other than that, it went really well.
Yeah, there was not much going well for them. I mean, the only positive, if you want to take anything, is Gore gave up 7 runs, but only 2 of them were earned. But he gave up a lot of hard contact, and sometimes you're going to have errors behind. You got to pitch out of those things. So not a good one for the Nats last night. But the crazy part about this thing, Grant, is this is the year of all years that the Nats have won the season series against the Braves. Not when it's a good team, not when the Braves have been bad, but this team, the bad Nats team and a scuffling Braves team that's just trying to dig into the playoffs. This is the one where they've won the season series, even though they lost last night 12-0.
Tobias Funke, give me kind of your checklist here down the stretch, because, you know, it'd be nice if they win a couple of these games. It'd be good for the kids to experience some of that, maybe play some spoiler. But big picture, you know, I don't really care whether they win or lose. I have a few things that I'm looking for. Just want to know what those things are for you. Is it, you know, C.J. Abrams, Luis Garcia, Mackenzie Gore wasn't great last night, but a couple others. What are some of the things that you're kind of circling here? If I see this, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I think the number one is the first name you mentioned there. It's C.J. Abrams. Like, you look at his season, he had an all-star first half. And really, though, I talked about this on the podcast that Grant mentioned, Bustin' Loose Baseball, is that last year he really only had one good month. It was the month of July, and the rest was, you know, mediocre to bad. This year, now it's kind of the same thing, except for instead of just one good month, it's been 2. And now those 2 months were fantastic in April and June, and they were MVP caliber, player of the month caliber months. But outside of that, it's been pretty pedestrian. So can he find some sort of rhythm going down the stretch here that he feels like he can work on stuff and get better in the off season? So I would love to see C.J. Abrams come out of the funk that has basically been since that month of June, that he can shake out of that. And then it's the young guys. You know, it's kind of the same thing we've talked about these last couple of years. It's, you know, how does James Wood continue to go about his at-bats? I saw someone had compiled a list of all of some of the top names in Nationals history through their first 60 games, whether it was Bryce Harper, Juan Soto, and some of those guys. And James Wood's numbers were comparable in different areas to all of those guys. So it's just about seeing how he continues to grow as a rookie. And then Dylan Cruz, you know, he's had some good spots, but he's also hitting just barely above 200 at this point. So can he find some sort of form going down the stretch here? And then with the pitching, you know, can one of these guys, you know, we talked about this with JoJo last year. He was good in the first half, second half really struggled, but it seemed like he found something in his last 2 or 3 starts that he could build off. Obviously, he got injured this year, so we weren't able to see it. But is there something where Gore can find a good start? Irvin can find a good start or 2 down the stretch here, just winding down the season? I think you just want to see a little bit of glimpse as they head into the offseason. I think that will be the thing, just seeing these young guys start to show a little bit of the form that some of the guys showed in the first half.
Toby, let's go back to Dylan Cruz for a moment. 3 home runs for him in 13 games, basically a 37 homer pace. That's the good news. But he is now 10 for 50 at the plate, even though the strikeout rate has been held in check. He has not been hitting a whole lot lately, hitting 200. What have you made of him so far?
Yeah, and it's tough because I talked to him yesterday before the game, and the big thing he said was finding a way to swing at strikes. And he has done better with the strikeouts at this level than he had been. But I think the big thing for him is he just needs the experience. It's not that I don't care about the results, but I just think he needs to go through it. And last year, when he got bumped up to Double-A toward the end of the season, he's going to get about the same amount of games here at the big leagues as he did at Double-A last year. And if you look at the numbers at Double-A and compare them to what you're seeing in the big leagues this year, they're kind of similar. It's like a 200 average, like a 700 OPS. It's nothing spectacular. Then he came back this year after he'd struggled at Double-A, and he did really well. I think he can maybe have some sort of
perform like that. And so it's just about the process with him going through it for the first time. That's more so what I'm worried about. If it's something where he starts chasing a little bit more, but I think he's contributed in a lot of different ways, not just at the plate, but defensively, I think he's been pretty good. On the base paths, he's been good. So I'm not really worried about the results at this point with him. I think you can see that he looks like a big leaguer, even though the results haven't been great.
Tobias, thank you, buddy.
Absolutely.
We'll see you, pal. Hit that NFL sounder, Dares. Our guy, Mike Jones of The Athletic, joins us to talk about the NFL. Mike, why were passing numbers so down in week 1 compared to years past?
I think because a lot of these quarterbacks haven't been out there in game speed throwing to their wide receivers. This is kind of the trade-off that we're getting from everybody trying to be careful, not wanting to subject their quarterbacks to risks, and not playing preseason action. In the old days, they'd play a quarter, or maybe a series in the first game, a couple series in the second. They play a whole half in the third, and then watch everybody in the fourth. And then they're a little less rusty when the week 1 of the season comes. Now, basically, you're going out there. A lot of the starters have not played. And so that's why it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get their timing down, the rhythm down, the flow of these offenses. So we'll come back here week 4. Everybody will probably be clicking on high cylinders by then.
Mike, pick one surprise, positively and negatively, of the team performances in week 1 that you think actually could be more than an anomaly and actually could be sustainable.
A surprise as far as how badly they looked was the defense of the New York Jets. I figured Aaron Rodgers was going to be a little rusty. He hasn't played, in the 4 snaps. That doesn't really count. But their defense, especially Robert Saleh going against Kyle Shanahan, who went against every day in San Francisco and every day when they were in Houston together, you thought their defense would be a little bit better. They were bad, and I think that might not be just, a week 1 thing. That could be a problem that would hurt them. As far as a team that played well, that surprised me, Sam Darnold and the Vikings. I really did not expect that he was going to look as good as he did. Yes, he was going against the Giants, but everything that I had been hearing was that, the year with Kyle Shanahan really has helped him, learning from him, and then Kevin O'Connell. And I didn't really believe it, but the way we saw him, he was decisive. He took care of the football. He made good throws. He was in a good rhythm. Maybe it just took almost kind of going back to school and learning things the right way for him. Again, it's early, but I'm intrigued to see how this plays out for him.
So this is a similar question of what's been asked here, but just deep dive into it. Give me a team that lost in week 1 where you came away saying, you know what, they're going to be just fine.
The Cincinnati Bengals are going to be just fine, even though they lost, and the Baltimore Ravens, another team that lost, and they're going to be just fine.
Do you worry at all about that Bengals offense? I mean, this seems to be a thing that they do at the beginning of every year. Joe Burrow just not healthy last year. Injury no one's come back from at the position. T. Higgins and Jamar Chase have taken turns being salty. I don't know if you've seen those the Chase press conferences, but he seems like a diva malcontent right now. Like, the vibes are not good.
Yeah, they're not good leading up to it. I mean, both those guys wanted to get paid handsomely, and T. Higgins had to settle for the franchise tag. Chase has not gotten his payday. But I think once they get into this, they're going to be locked in. It's going to take a couple weeks again, because they haven't been playing together. They haven't been practicing together. But they always start slow, and then all of a sudden they kick in. It's like it takes them a little while to get engaged. I'm not worried about them. I think that they're going to be fine.
As you go around the league here in week number 1, what sort of data points are you looking at here, Mike, to go? Because hearing some of your conclusions makes a lot of sense to me. Like if we gave a team some credibility coming into the season and they played poorly, okay, that's just week 1. But there are surprises that happen in teams that kind of creep up on us every year. How do you determine whether, hey, this one is serious, these guys are in trouble, and how do you determine, you know what, these guys will be fine?
I try to not pass a whole lot of judgment until week 4. Mike Shanahan always would say, it takes a quarter of the season for a team to really find themselves. So I try not to make knee-jerk reactions. But if you do see things that are like really bad, then Daniel Jones, trash. It's not going to get any better. Bryce Young and the Panthers, that's concerning for me.
But I also feel like, okay, I'm not going to get overly excited about the Saints because of who they were playing. So there's all these variables, who they're playing against, and how they played, that really make you kind of, either pump your brakes or kind of give them pause and figure, okay, this is going to take a little time. Maybe they're not going to be world beaters, but you saw some good things like Will Levis with Tennessee. That first, the way they started the game looked really good. Second half, once the defense made adjustments, he looked pretty lost. Is he more of the second half or is he more of the first half? I don't know yet, but I think because of what he has around him, there's a chance for him to get better. So that's kind of how I try to look at it.
Mike, one more quick one. Daniel Jones was really bad for the Giants in week 1. How close to benchable do you view him as in a year? I know it's only 1 week, as you're saying, but it's kind of he's got to work out for that front office. Like, what's that leash look like for him from Dable?
Well, I mean, I think it's a few weeks because Dable actually needs to win as well. So they went out, they got Drew Lock. They didn't draft somebody, but if you have another week like this, maybe 2 more weeks like that, then you really have to start looking at this and saying, okay, we got to make a change because we want to be here next year, and we know this guy's not going to be here next year.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
See you, man. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Liam Griffin joins us, covers the team for the Washington Times. Liam, it's almost in the rearview mirror. It's almost Giants time, but one final look back at this past Sunday. What are your big takeaways from a week 1 loss?
Yeah, the big takeaway is quite simply the defense looked bad. They looked out of sorts. They didn't tackle well. There was miscommunication on the coverages, and those are all things that the team said they addressed this week, and they're looking to put that behind them. And then on the offense, you saw Jaden Daniels flash that incredible scrambling ability, but really unexplosive offense where they were not able to push the ball downfield almost at all. And almost all those first down conversions, any chunk play came from Jaden's legs. And so that's something they're going to look to going forward is the defense able to clean up those issues they saw in week 1? And is the offense able to find some chunk plays and not just put everything on Jaden Daniels' shoulders?
How will the defense clean up all their problems?
It's something that we just got out of the locker room not long ago, and that's something that I talked to a few of the guys about. Jeremy Chin, he's the safety, and in a Dan Quinn defense, that's a really pivotal role, kind of floating through the middle of the field. He said that they all sat down and watched film together to talk about, all right, you should have had that leverage on the outside on that play. You should have flipped over here. So he said that they've been taking a really cooperative approach to cleaning up that communication in particular. Dan Quinn said the same thing. Tuesday is normally a player off day at the Ashburn training facility, but he said when he came in, there were already players just on their own in film rooms together, breaking stuff down, trying to get better. And then tackling, that's something that you just got to practice. A lot of these guys, for example, Bobby Wagner, I don't think we need to be concerned about Bobby Wagner's tackling ability. He missed a couple tackles on Sunday, but that guy's a future Hall of Famer, didn't play a ton in the preseason. That's something that I believe will at least get cleaned up in the weeks coming forward.
Liam, when did you start covering the team?
February 1st. I started on the beat the same day Dan Quinn got hired.
Gotcha. Okay. So I love having you on. I hope you're willing to come on with this for years to come. You're going to get sick of this. Okay. Over the last several years, I've sat here as this offense has sucked. And I look at the fact that Terry McLaurin doesn't get the ball and then someone else doesn't get the ball. And I never stop asking about it until it's fixed. It's not your fault, Liam. I want you to know this. It's not your fault. But here we go. This is our first one together. So buckle up. Many more to come. How can you go nearly 3 quarters and there are 2 touches between Austin Eckler and Terry McLaurin in a game that you're allegedly trying to win? What is going on? Who do I need to yell at? Now your floor.
Well, I think a lot of that can be traced back to the way that Cliff Kingsbury calls an offense and the way that Jaden Daniels sees that offense and sees his receivers during a play. He's coming from a program at LSU where he was playing with first-round receivers and a well-protected offensive line, and where guys were open, they were wide open. And so I think during Sunday's game, he could have had a few opportunities to push the ball downfield, and he's so protective of the ball. He does not want to turn the ball over. He doesn't throw a lot of interceptions. And you saw him instead choose to scramble instead of trying to force that ball into a tight window. But Terry McLaurin was a few inches away from that, a deep bomb 60 yards down the sideline. But that's the thing they're going to look to address is you can't just rely on your quarterback scrambling on undesigned runs and a few screens here or there as your offense. I think it's got to be a Cliff Kingsbury thing. And where the NFL is the not for long league, you're going to have to see how he adjusts in the weeks going forward.
Liam Griffin of the Washington Times with us, covers the Commanders. So, Liam, what's your gut feel on week 2 and how much different it'll look against the Giants?
Well, you couldn't ask for a much better opponent for week 2, given that the Giants just played an absolute egg against the Vikings. This is a get-right game for both of those teams, and it's also going to be the home opener. So you underperform on the road with a new regime, a whole new flock of players. They have the biggest roster turnover in the league, the Commanders did. I think that the product on the field should at least look better on Sunday. Will it turn into a win? Maybe. Honestly, these two teams are kind of in similar positions with the amount of talent on their rosters, but the Commanders have that home field advantage. I believe the Commanders have a better quarterback, and I think that the defense can't look that much worse than they looked on Sunday against the Bucs.
Give me a name or two, in your opinion, for Washington. Who has a big game? Who has a nice one that we're talking about on Monday?
On the defensive side of the ball, I think we're coming out of it and looking at Bobby Wagner, and we're seeing that he is back to form. We're like, all right, this guy is not completely washed. He may be an elder statesman, but he still has something to contribute to this football team. I don't think we're going to see him miss tackles again. And on the offensive side of the ball, I think this could be a really big Brian Robinson game. The team loves him, and they see him as one of the top-tier running backs in the league. And he really didn't get a chance to show it as much on Sunday against the Buccaneers. And so I think we could come out of the Giants game seeing, all right, Brian Robinson is the real deal.
Liam, great as always, man. We appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We do it every day right at 4 o'clock. Remember last year at this time, we already knew that they had sold out this game. In fact, they sold out all of their home games, and we found out well over a week before most of those games.
Mm-hmm.
It was 8 days out from the opener that they had sold out last year. That has not happened yet, to my knowledge. We've not seen that announcement. What does that mean? I want to get into that next on Grant and Danny. In about a half hour, right at 5 o'clock, we'll blitz the NFC East and spin you around the division. Catch up with the Giants. They were bad. The Cowboys, they were good. And the Eagles, they weren't very good and still won. Coming out of week 1, going into week 2, we'll take a look at the schedules within the East. But right now on Grant and Danny, I don't know if the Commanders are going to sell out week 1 or not. My guess is they probably will. In fact, I texted someone today and they said that they thought they were closing in on a sellout, but they didn't really have any more details. And I didn't bother digging a whole lot more than that. So I'll wear it if we find out that they've already sold out. But here's what I know. Last year, Danny, 8 days before the season opener, they put out a graphic on Twitter and Instagram, and they put out a press release to let everybody know they'd sold their home game out. And I'm not knocking that. I thought that was an awesome, good thing.
Yeah.
Especially because the Arizona Cardinals were the opponent in week 1, and Arizona's fan base doesn't travel. So what we got in the first ever game of the Josh Harris era, after he'd bought the team right before training camp, was a very rare and a thoroughly enjoyable win over Arizona, number 1. But number 2, a game where the stadium was full of mostly Commanders fans, which almost never happens. Fast forward to this year. I understand that it's now been a year of the new ownership group, and it's not the reactionary first month or two after Dan Snyder sold. But you now have a main event and a main attraction in the number 2 overall pick quarterback, Jaden Daniels. Last year, you had a second-year, 5th-round pick who had played a couple of quarters worth of football, and nobody knew if he was any good. And they sold out. And what you and I have been saying a lot, what I was kind of clamoring for with more interest and more excitement and more juice for the season was, it does not seem like there's a whole lot of momentum going into the year here. I feel like this is somewhat evidence of that. No? Like, is this discouraging or alarming in some way? Like, what do we think of that a year ago, 8 days before the opener, we already knew they sold out? And here we are a couple of days out, and the assumption is that they haven't yet because they haven't announced it.
Well, it wasn't just this week, remember. This is, weeks in advance. I mean, I remember I was just going back and looking during the break. The week 13 game against the Dolphins is sold out. And, this number of weeks in advance, we sold out. Thank you, fans. It's a great puff your chest out thing. It's a great validation for all the folks working so hard in the business office. It's great for fans to feel good about it. Because when you're buying into something, you want to know that you're not going to be the only guy sitting in your intersection, like the famous photo with our buddy Tailgate Ted, like when you're down 50 points and it's just him and some tumbleweed. You want to know that other people are in too. You want to feel good about it. So it's a nice validating thing. But the flip side is, to your point, we've kind of experienced this in it's hard to quantify type ways, right? Whether it's the energy or the juice or whatever word you want to use for it. We have sort of felt this on our side. There's just not the same level of excitement. And trying to quantify why, I think, is a fascinating discussion. There's a little bit of everything to it. The same way on a negative side for so many years, why don't you fill in the blank person go to FedEx Field anymore? And everyone has their story of the thing that was just too much for them, where they said, you know what, screw it, I'm not going. And the attendance all of a sudden went from top whatever in the league to down at the bottom. And it happened. There was a moment, right? Everyone had their own experience, but it added up to enough indignities and enough, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore, that the numbers finally dropped. Flip side here, we're talking about, reasons for excitement. Typically in an NFL city, you draft the number 2 overall player, a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback that's electric and exciting and is also a great dude by all accounts, right? Who just does everything right all the time and has a $1 billion smile.
By the way, it's the first chance the fan base will get to see him.
Yeah.
He did not play in the only preseason game in Landover, Maryland, because that was preseason game 3 when, God forbid, they would have played some players, because as you can see this past weekend, they didn't need any more work. So they decided not to play him in the home game, so that the other 2 games were on the road when he did play. So it's the first chance people get to go see him. I just, you add in the fact that a lot of Giants fans are coming to the game. As bad as they played, you normally grab these tickets in advance, or if you're in this area and there are lots of people from New York, lots of Giants fans who are, it's your annual chance. Last year, you sold out with very little help from the visiting fan base. This year, you're getting a lot more help, presumably, from the visiting fan base. That's a reasonable thought, I would say.
You would say so.
And you still haven't sold out. So how many different or fewer single game tickets are being sold for game number 1? Now, I was in Josh Harris's press conference a few weeks ago over at the stadium before the only preseason game at home. And I know that he mentioned that season ticket sales were up 30% year over year. So from last year to this year, season tickets are up, which is a great thing. And that's a good sign. And I'm happy and I'm glad about that. But I think this is a different conversation than that. This is hey, it's a beautiful weather. The Commanders are home this weekend. It's the first time we get to see them. And last year, with the new ownership group, tens of thousands of people said, I'm going to go. And it seems like that number this year is way smaller.
Has dwindled, yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
The godsend that should
with
be
Jane Daniels,
the savior, so to speak. I'm using air quotes, but like I oversight this story that Liz Clark wrote years ago. But if you're a reeling sports organization, NFL team, what can you do? You hire a hero coach, like a Jim Harbaugh type that everyone says will change everything, and you put him on a pedestal, or you go get a new quarterback high in the draft. That was basically the research had showed. Those were the two things for business to boom. And they basically did 1.5 of those. I mean, I wouldn't put Dan Quinn in that category, but they have a new coach. They have a new GM. They have a new quarterback. Openers in a few days.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get the email any minute now. I think it will be sold out. In fact, I can't say I'm positive, but I would be shocked if it isn't. But my point is we're behind last year's schedule pretty considerably.
That part's indisputable, right? So, and again, we're not criticizing anybody. I don't want to speak for you. I'm certainly not. I'm not upset with anyone.
Who is there to criticize?
Right. I'm not knocking anybody's. People will take this as being a negative.
I'm asking, is this a thing? Or
right.
Like more than anything else, I guess, Danny, to just, I'll shut up on this. I'm saying, isn't this evidence that our speculation was correct?
And that's where I'm going, is that we have felt this and we've communicated that to you guys and just, hey, this is the feeling. And it's hard to put a number on. And there's still no number directly, but here's what we've got. Well in advance last year, the home games were sold out and they told you so. You haven't seen that communication yet, have you? If you have, you let us know because it probably slipped by our radar, but I haven't seen it. And that right there is a more firm data point than you and I being like, man, people aren't really seem to be that excited or calling in about Jaden Daniels to the same degree that you would have thought. Now, I know it's not going to be 12 years ago. That's impossible, where you were up until 6 o'clock in the morning with Pete Metters taking calls on just the trade to go get Griffin, not even Griffin himself, doing an overnight situation. We're never going to get there again. I don't think that's realistic to expect. But this is just to sort of restate it, a firmer data point that kind of goes, people aren't quite as excited or ginned up maybe as they were in the past. I think there are reasons for that. I think the finality and the exhale and the, oh my God, it's not Dan Snyder. Where do I put my money? Let me do something to commiserate and be so joyful. We've had a year of that where it's still not Dan. I'm still in a honeymoon phase where, big picture, I'm thrilled. Eventually we'll get out of that. But I don't think people have that run around with their hair on fire. I've got to do something to show it.
Well, I want to cut one idea off maybe before it gets started too, which is if someone's going to say, well, last year it was week 1, so we hadn't seen them play. And this year it's week 2 and they just played and it was terrible. So I'm less excited to buy a ticket. Because last year, I'm just read the story on Pro Football Talk. Mm-hmm. The announcement was made over a week before the game.
Exactly.
So my point is, last year the game was sold out before they even kicked off against the Bucs as it pertains to this season. Now, I think it is reasonable to ask the question, though, if you watched that game and you were thinking about going to week 2, does any part of you feel less inclined to do so? I would say personally, I would still go to this game because the Giants are a lot worse, because it's the first time I'll see the team all season, because I've never seen Jaden Daniels in person if I'm a fan of this team who didn't travel for the preseason, didn't get to go to training camp practices or whatever. So I think I would probably still go, but it's a lot of money. You're talking about committing an entire day. When my wife goes as a season ticket holder and I'm at the game for work, like that's babysitters. A lot of people have to hire a babysitter. That's more money. You're leaving your house at 9 a.m. for your tailgate. You're not getting home till 4:30. There's a huge commitment. And there are probably people, Danny, who are on the fence thinking, yeah, I'll probably buy a ticket. And then you watch them play against the Bucs and you're just not as excited.
I'm not doing that. Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
I do too. But again, the difference is quantifiable. And you already said it. Last year, they didn't need a sample. Last year, without Jaden Daniels and with 5th round Freddie, Sam Howell, who Ron Rivera just sort of discovered might be able to do it.
That's still the thing I cannot get my head around is that there were more vocal, loud people excited about Sam Howell last year than there are for Jaden Daniels, which is just laughable to me. In our little sphere of the world that we see for Commanders Nation, I don't know what the numbers would be on a social media study on Twitter or anything, but the people that engage with us, it was everyone can tell me I'm crazy. I mean, the proof's kind of been in the pudding every step of the way here. And I think the ticket thing going into game one is a tell.
It is. And this is partly, again, we're trying to think of this on a macro level, but all we can do is look through our own sort of micro experiences, if that makes sense, and try to apply it to something larger. And here's what I mean. I, for one, as a fan, as a lifelong fan, I don't know when I reached my ultimate breaking point where I just stopped having the ability to believe. It probably was during the Shanahan time where an adult couldn't fix it still, and that meant to me that nothing ever could. But just beyond that, even with this new group, and they don't have all the baggage that I have, and I understand that. They're just doing their best. But some of the promising and some of the this is different, and then having it not be is deflating. So now when you promise me, I don't believe you anymore. That's the risk of promising too much and not delivering. You meant well, and I don't even mean just with regards to week one. It's just the kind of this sort of continuation of, we're selling you guys on this. Wait till you see this. I've been sold this by a bunch of different people, a bunch of different times, and lost and been embarrassed. So I don't believe you yet.
People wasted their good this on Rivera. You wasted your good surprise on the last time. Let's go to George in Fredericksburg. What's up, George?
George.
What's up, boys? First and foremost, great conversation. I'm loving that we're having it because it definitely is a macro discussion.
Yeah.
I think it's a culmination of a lot of things, and I think you guys have touched on a lot of them. First off, in comparison to Robert Griffin, you're talking about branding, Redskins versus Commanders. I think that's a big thing.
It's a factor. It is.
I think the novelty last year it wasn't really Sam Howell. It was, we don't have Dan anymore. And that's why people came back. And now, that people are kind of over that. And it's like, okay, now I want to see change more than that. I want to see difference on the field. I want to get out of this dump that's a stadium. So, and then as a common man, like who doesn't have season tickets, like if I want to have an experience that's better than TV for my family of 5, I'm looking at probably $1,200.
Yeah.
1,200's a ton. I mean, is that about right, you think?
When you add it all up, that's not crazy.
It seems like a lot. Because you could get tickets for what? A little over $100. Where's the other side? I mean, really, it's not worth picking nits on the number. It's a lot of money. There's no doubt. I mean, if it's a family of 5, we're talking about, I would have said like 800 or something.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly it happened.
Crazy amount of money.
Right. I don't know how exactly it happened, but I'll just tell you this. When I took my 6-year-old to a Nats game, I somehow spent $150.
Yeah.
And I got a credential.
Well, I can tell you how that. Did you go in with your credential?
I did. But I was like, I'll save a little bit of money. But I got him a ticket. I still somehow spent $150.
First of all, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That you did that. That's really fun.
Because I knew I was going to be spending a ton. Even on somehow it was a kids eat free day. Somehow I spent an outrage. Like, you can't stop.
Well, every day is a kids eat free day there.
Yeah.
Because all you got to do is go to section 114. There's a bunch of them, actually.
But we didn't like the look of that hot dog or something.
Get the brown bag.
But we didn't want that juice box, whatever the hell the reason was. And I went to Dippin' Dots 11 times. And I hate Dippin' Dots. I hope it closes. I didn't mean that. That was too far. I'm sorry, Dippin' Dots.
This point is true. It probably had way less to do with Howell and just everyone wanted to celebrate last year, which is fine. But I guess my point is, like, the proof is here, right? We have not heard. You think they would have sold out and not told us? They don't want to get the word out?
Yeah.
If they don't want to pat themselves on the back for a sellout like they did last season? Of course they do. 800-636-1067 is the number. What are you anticipating in terms of the environment? Are you going to the game? And if you're on the fence, is there a chance maybe that you won't? Why do you think this year's is so different from last year in this way? We're Grant and Danny. with Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for listening. MGM National Harbor listener lines are wide open for you at 800-636-1067 right now. You can call us up at 800-636-1067. Anything to the idea that 8 days before the opener last year, the stadium was already sold out. It isn't this time around. And what type of environment should we expect? Here's what I don't want. Here's what I'm nervous about.
Mm-hmm.
I am nervous about one of these week ones where the story after the game is the road invasion. That is what I do not want.
Does it feel like that to you?
No, because the Giants are dreadful. And I think making the trip from New York's a big commitment. Here's my nerves, though. I think you probably got these tickets maybe before the season started. Like, if you're a Giants fan, you're not buying tickets Tuesday or Wednesday to hop on a train to come down here probably to stay at MGM National Harbor and go to the game. But it's early enough in the year in week 2 that you might have said, let's make a weekend of it in D.C. Let's go down there. We'll gamble at the casino on the river in Maryland. We'll go on the little Ferris wheel. We'll get over to the stadium. That's my concern, is that there's going to be plenty of Giants fans there because it's the first game of Jaden Daniels. He was in his presser today talking about how excited he is. It's his first time to play in front of the fan base. I just hope it isn't a bad look. That's all.
Well, I don't think it's as much, Mikey Boombat's taking the train down from New Jersey, from New York or whatever. I think a lot of Giants fans are already here. Because this is like one of the hub cities, right? New York, DC, Chicago, LA, Seattle's probably this way to a degree, but people from all over the country necessarily are here at all times. So it's less special. Like, remember a few years ago when they played Miami in week 1, and everyone's like, wow, how the hell are all these Dolphins fans here? It's not like everyone flew up from Miami. I'm sure some did, but it's the one chance you get to see the Dolphins. So you bought tickets to be able to come see them, your home team. I think there are plenty of Giants fans around. Like my college teammates have already been texting me that the loser of this game should be relegated and all sorts of other, terrible shtick that's hurting my heart. But yeah, I think they're already here. I'm worried about it. I legitimately am. I think it's going to be a loud group of Giants fans. I don't know if it'll be more like some of the dog terrible days of Snyder, like towards the end where it was, 65-35 in favor of the road team, but I'm worried about it.
It can't be with a first game as an opener, but I sound like a broken record, and if you've listened every day for months, first of all, thank you. Second of all, I hate that you've heard it so many times. But it shouldn't be this way when you have a number 2 overall pick Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. And that's not me blaming anyone or demanding that anyone opens their checkbook. That isn't the point. I guess more than anything, it's an acknowledgement of how bad this situation is. It is an acknowledgement of how much work is ahead of this ownership group and how desperately they need to start winning games. And the whole idea of rebuild versus recalibrate and patience, it's all true from a football standpoint. All of it, every word of it, true. They don't really have a lot of time, though, in the sense of every minute, every hour matters. I mean, this is a perilous situation. You can't get people excited when you draft the Heisman Trophy winner who everyone in the country wanted. That's a problem. That is a really devastating realization. And if week 1 is just a meh burger out in Landover, and it's just a bunch of people sitting around in blue and a couple of Commanders fans tailgating in the parking lot in the first game of a new season, that's disastrous. KB on Twitter said, the performance in Tampa surely does not help close the gap on ticket sales leading up to the opener. If you were on the fence, I can't see how an on-the-fence buyer would be pumped to go. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Here would be my pushback. I talked to this dude at 1757 yesterday, the golf course we broadcasted from. I don't know that he was on the fence by any means, but he wants to take his 5-year-old kid to a game this year. He said it was either going to be this game or the Panthers game in October because those are the 2 worst teams they play at home, the 2 best chances. He said, I really want him to see a win. I really want to try to hook him, have a fun environment. They score some points, whatever. I don't know if they're going to beat the Giants or not, or if this is going to work out, but he's taking them to the Giants game. He knows the weather's going to be really nice.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's going to be like several weeks from now. So that was the choice he made. I guess I bring this up to just say it's the first game. It's fall. It's beautiful September. I haven't looked at the forecast. Clary, can you look up? Is it going to rain this weekend? I don't know. But assuming it doesn't, it's going to be 75 degrees or whatever. These are the best days to be at the stadium.
Yeah.
Literally, September, October, this is the dream. And it's the crappy Giants who you might actually beat. If you can't get up to go to this one, when are you going to?
So
And you've never seen Jaden Daniels play before, by the way. You're going to see his first passing touchdown, hopefully.
Yeah, it's going to be a high of 83 and partly cloudy this Sunday.
A little warm.
Yeah, a little warm, but
a little testing.
You got an hour by hour there? 1 o'clock, what's the weather?
I don't, but if I had to guess, it'll probably be 81 at kickoff.
Is that funny to anyone else?
If I had to guess.
I mean, how is that calculation done?
I mean,
I'm not doubting you. That's incredible, but I'd like to double click on that.
81 at kickoff.
All right. Somebody text me when you're in the crowd with your thermometers ready at kickoff. Was that funny to you?
It was very funny to me. But we should also ask Darius, too, to get the weather guy's opinion. But the second bit, though, is this. I think it's a really good way to look at it.
Darius, would you mind looking up the forecast for us and see what you got?
Because we heard when this group took over, I mean, you were allowed some transparency. Obviously, you're spending $6+ billion. You're allowed to look at a few things. But once they actually arrived, it was like one of those, I forget what the name of the show is, but it's where people have storage units that are vacated. And like you get like 5 seconds to look inside, and then you go, okay, I'm either going to bid on it or not. Whatever Storage Wars, I think the show is. And I think once they got inside the storage unit, they went, oh, sweet Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, this is so terrible. We didn't know. We knew it was bad, but we didn't know it was this bad.
I mean, that's the owners with the books.
Yeah, there's the way. There's one evidence of that. Then now we're outside looking in going, hey, how bad is it in there? And they're going, don't look now. We're cleaning. We now know it's probably worse than we thought.
Let's go to Tony, who's in Woodbridge on G&D. What's up, Tone?
How's it going, guys?
We're chilling.
Hey, dude.
So I actually bought tickets before the season started for my birthday for the Giants game. And I was talking to my fiance. I said, maybe we should just sell these tickets so we can have a couple extra bucks in our pockets so we can spend something else on our birthday. And we asked about like 5 people and nobody wants them. So I guess we have to go to the home opener.
Enjoy the game, buddy.
That's hilarious. First of all, did you think you were going to make a profit or something?
Well, I mean, at least get my money back. I threw in a parking pass for free, 2 tickets, section 105.
Did you buy them on the team website or was it secondary market?
We bought them on the secondary market. I think they were like $160 a ticket.
Ooh, that is a little steep. All right, so and that's lower level, I'm guessing.
Yes.
So that's the thing.
Section
If I was
105.
buying, I almost always buy higher, especially now there's no high seats in that stadium. So the higher up, the cheaper, and the view's not bad. All right, so $320 for you guys, and then the parking pass was how much?
70.
All right, so were you listing it? Were you trying to sell them for like $390?
Actually, I was gonna give them a deal, just get 300 flat, but nobody wants them.
Oof.
Poor guy.
Sorry,
man.
dude. But enjoy the game though. Have fun.
What's your Twitter account in case someone's listening and wants to make a deal?
At TJRDQ.
There's a lot of letters there. TJRDQ. All right. Well, good luck, man. Happy birthday. He can't get rid of him, this guy. I feel bad for him. Tim's in Gainesville. What's up, Tim?
What's up, guys?
Chill, buddy.
I just want to say, I don't think it's not worth the time to sit 2 hours round trip. Like for me, for example, to get there, it would take 2 hours round trip. And then on top of the traffic, just getting in and out, 3 hours sitting and watching an abysmal product. It's not worth the time. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to go. It's just not worth it anymore.
Yeah. So we're, to be clear, and maybe it sounds like we are, my goal is not to blame anybody as much as to point out and juxtapose 1 year ago to now with Nubby Sam Howell versus the Heisman Trophy winner in his first ever game at that stadium. And everyone was pretty jacked up. And now this year, so far, 5 days closer to kickoff, still no sellout. We can get back to this. Got to blitz the East next with some of the reporters who cover the other teams in the division. Some good football content coming your way in moments on Grant and Danny. on 106.7 and in Richmond on 105.1 and AM 910. Watch us, 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream all day, every day. And you can listen to us wherever you go on the Odyssey app, always free. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Condori & Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They're going to help you to set up a trust, create a power of attorney, or get you a will. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount, kmlawyers.com. Every single Wednesday throughout the football season, right now at 5 o'clock, we will get you the latest on the NFC East. So let's do this thing. Well, we will start with the team that was by far the most impressive of anybody in the division, and
Dominant.
that is Dallas, who whooped up on the Cleveland Browns 33-17 after Dak Prescott got paid. RJ Choppy is with us, who's on our sister station in the mornings in Dallas. RJ, I guess let's just start with that contract, actually. It came down the morning of kickoff in week 1. Was that surprising? Did you guys think they were nearing the finish line?
We got conflicting reports all week, right? We kept hearing, well, it's going to happen before. And then we heard others saying, nah, it's not going to happen. As it got closer, we started to hear that it was like, all right, we kind of don't think it's getting really, really close. They're not going to do it. And then I got a text on Sunday morning from one of the Cowboys, one of their big suite holders and everything. And they said that they had seen some higher ups that weekend, and they got the impression that it was going to happen. So, it definitely caught us by surprise that it happened that morning.
Want to get to Dak here in a second, RJ, but one of the talking points I remember coming out of Dallas after Dan Quinn and Joe Witt left was, what's going to happen to the defense through 1 week? Not much. That group looked awesome on Sunday. What are your thoughts?
We're trying to figure out if it was the defense or Deshaun Watson just doesn't know how to play football anymore.
Yeah.
That's a major part of it because, he reminded me of a backup quarterback, a third string quarterback. Like, you ever know when a backup comes in, the first thing they do is not throw the football, it's leave the pocket. And that was the first thing he did. It's like he just forgot the progressions. He forgot what he was doing. And that's the one hesitation that I have about this weekend's game and the performance is, were they playing the Browns with Deshaun? Did they make Deshaun look bad and them look bad? Or was it Deshaun Watson that made the Browns look bad and the defense look great? That's the only hang up I have after this first week.
But to kind of drill down on Danny's point, you can imagine why we're curious with Dan Quinn and Joe Witt here, that they're supposedly these big defensive whisperers. And I'm watching now, and it's all the shouty shows one day after, but they're going, man, Mike Zimmer did some things we haven't seen. Look at this double-A mug in the A-gap, and Dan Quinn's never this aggressive. And maybe, the players made Dan Quinn better, but Mike Zimmer's going to be the man. And I'm going, oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Well, Dan Quinn mugged the A-gap a lot, too, when he was – Micah did that his first year, second year. He did that quite a bit. So they definitely had that, but – the defense said, look, they did some unique things. It's a different style. Dan's defense was more aggressive in the secondary, and Zimmer's defense maybe a little bit more aggressive with the front and how they do things. So it's different. Dan's a good defensive coordinator, really, really good. As a head coach, I don't know. The people in Atlanta called him Sergeant Slogan when he was the head coach there. I don't know how he is as a head coach because I didn't cover him as one, but he's a hell of a defensive mind.
Sergeant Slogan is a 10. I haven't heard that. The one my buddy, I have a buddy in Atlanta that does radio there, and he always texts me and he goes, "How's Coach Bro doing?" Because he's just got the backwards hat and he's one of the guys. But Sergeant Slogan's pretty funny.
Looking at this,
Coach Bro, is it Coach Bro Kingsbury?
That's the staff right now. Yeah,
a couple of those actually.
Yeah, he's dude, bro. No, he knows a cool way to open 6 beers at once with his elbow or something. The offense, you guys didn't have to do very much. Dallas did in week number 1, so we didn't really get to see the full gauntlet. But what did you make of it through 1 week?
honestly, I thought the running game was a little bit better than I expected it was going to be. Zeke looked spry for a late 20s running back. They didn't offer up much of the second half. I don't know if they were trying new things or if Cleveland started to do some stuff. The Cowboys' second half offense was not great. But then they get a special teams touchdown from Turpin. Lamb missed almost all of training camp. You saw Ayuk in their game with San Fran. He didn't have the greatest game. Lamb did not have the greatest game. And I think that, a lot of that is the missing of camp. They'll be fine. It's a good offense. They are breaking in 2 rookies on the offensive line. That's something to keep an eye on. And that was definitely a fear with Myles Garrett. But he did not have like an electric type game. Micah had a better game than he did.
Saints on Sunday at 1. I wouldn't have said this before week 1, but I'm excited for that to see what New Orleans really is. That was 2 of the more impressive teams in the first weekend.
Yeah, it really is. And that's just kind of the similar situation. How much of it was New Orleans versus Carolina's just that bad? I don't know. I mean, I like Derek Carr, but Derek Carr, I know what he is. He's a bottom. He's a 16 to 22 ranked quarterback in the NFL, right? So you'll get a consistent, halfway decent quarterback who isn't going to put up 47 points probably again the rest of the year.
RJ, thank you as always, buddy. Be well.
You too, guys. Have a good one.
We'll see you, man. Hit that Eagles sounder, Darius. John McMullen covers the Eagles as the Eagles insider for SI. John, it was a while ago. It seems like a month ago they played on Friday night, but everybody's back safe and sound. What's the big takeaway here from Eagles' Week 1 win?
Yeah, well, I think the big takeaway is they got the win against another potential NFC contender. So if you look down the road, we'll see how long Jordan Love is out. But if the Packers could have been relevant, they could have stole that game that is technically a home game from Philadelphia, might have been trouble. Very sloppy game, poor field conditions, as everyone saw. So I'm not sure how much you can take out of it from an evaluation standpoint, but they got the win. And 4-0 under Nick Sirianni in season openers. So they seem to find a way to win those Week 1 games. A lot of sloppy play, though, especially from Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and that's where I want to go, John. Am I off base? I tweeted something after the game to the effect of, if I was an Eagles fan, you survive, you advance, you get a win. That's all that matters, right? But that would not feel good. I mean, to me, coming into the season, my entire outlook on Philly is, does Jalen Hurts bounce back to 2 years ago? Because I thought he was incredible, top 5 2 years ago, and I thought he stunk for a lot of last year. And the 2 interceptions that he threw in this game were awful. I mean, if Jaden Daniels threw them this past weekend as a debuting rookie, they would have been gross. Like, they were as bad as you can throw.
Yeah, they were. And really, there were 4 turnover-worthy throws. The play before the interception in the end zone should have been a pick 6. And Tayshaun Nixon couldn't come up with it. There was another play where Jair Alexander would have had an interception unless A.J. Brown turned into a defensive back, and he was able to do that and keep that from going the other way. I tweeted out PFF, Pro Football Focus, graded Jalen Hurts as the number 32 out of 32 quarterback. And there was some bad quarterback play this weekend. And they rated him dead last because of all those turnover-worthy throws. And it was his worst, according to them, his worst game as a starting quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. So a lot of Eagles fans got very upset when I tweeted that out. It's not my film grade, it's their film grade. And I don't necessarily agree with it because at least Jalen Hurts was able to make some positive plays and some of these other quarterbacks were not. But you shouldn't jump on the sword. He played poorly, very poorly. And if that continues, the success will not continue.
So, John, I know that's not a region of the world known for its overwhelming positivity. But if I were an Eagles fan, I would go, as sloppy as that was, as weird as all that was, we scored 34 points against a playoff team. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like there's still a lot to build on there. And most specifically, I imagine a couple folks would like to send flower bouquets or baskets to John Mara and Joe Shane.
Yeah, they do. And Saquon, I think it's one of those situations where, it's not a vacuum. And to me, Saquon's a very good fit for the Eagles because they have all these other playmakers. They can take advantage of it. And that doesn't mean he would have been a good fit for the New York Giants. But while I say that, the natural thing to do is look, Saquon has 3 touchdowns. They score 6 points. I don't think Brian Daboll and Joe Shane are going to survive that. But he's a great fit for Philadelphia. Does not mean he would have been a great fit for the New York Giants. They've already been trying that for 6 years. The Eagles have the ready-made playmakers. His wheel route touchdown, perfect example to that. They ran 2 in-breaking routes from A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, sort of mirrored that took half of the back 7 away from the wheel route. And it was one-on-one Saquon Barkley with a linebacker. That's something the Eagles can do, can accomplish with Kellen Moore. New York Giants couldn't do that, building their foundation on Saquon Barkley.
Monday Night Football's next up for Philly. They're at home. First time this season, technically, I guess, home game too. Hosting the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta, as you know, got off to a really ugly start. Kirk Cousins looked like he wasn't using that back foot. They weren't having him drop back from under center coming off the Achilles. What's the outlook for the Eagles in this matchup, do you think?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see if the Eagles can get the pass rush going. That's one of those things, Green Bay as well, and the awful field conditions and Sao Paulo. Nobody could get off their footing. Nobody could rush the passer with any consistency on both teams. So I want to see the Eagles if they can get that going. As you mentioned, Kirk Cousins clearly not healthy. I think, he tore that ACL late October last year. So they didn't even put him in a lot of play action situations. That's what Kirk Cousins does. So I'm not sure what Atlanta's plan is, but obviously him and the pistol is not a good idea. But the Eagles got to show they can rush the passer without Hassan Reddick. I'd give him kind of a mulligan again because of those field conditions, but they got to start proving it against what's going to be a stationary target in Kirk Cousins.
John, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that Giant sounder. Our guy, Chris Bizignano, the Giant Insider, at Giant Insider on the old Twitterverse. Chris, I feel like it's that Spider-Man meme where the Giants and Washington are pointing at each other for who's going to finish bottom of the division after week 1. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not going to argue that after week 1, right? That's what it seems like early. But it's early. We'll see. But, yeah, look, both teams, not a good start. Really ugly here in New York with the Giants, the 100-year anniversary, the legends in the building and all that, and then the Giants come out and lay an egg. So really ugly around here. I know Washington, things didn't go their way over there in Tampa, so an interesting matchup Sunday.
How bad was the Daniel Jones outing, and how early is it to start talking about his job security?
I don't think it's early at all. How bad was it? Well, it was pretty bad Sunday. He missed throws, 2 bad interceptions, 1 pick 6 by Andrew Van Ginkel that he sniffed out all the way on that play. So, look, he didn't get the team in the end zone. It was not pretty, no question about it. And I tell you, man, if he comes out and he looks really bad in the first half of Washington or maybe the early second half, whatever it might be, I think you could see Drew Lock this week. I really do. I don't think Dable's going to wait around much longer because it was not pretty last week. And, you don't want to stay too long because then you start looking like you're incompetent as a head coach, keeping a guy in the game that just is totally and completely mentally shot right now. So, no, I don't think it's too early to start talking about that.
Chris, how was the defense in week 1? This is my biggest area of concern over the last, 12 matchups where the Giants have just dominated this rivalry here. Defensively, I'm especially worried about pass rush, but how did that defense grade out in week 1 to you?
Just okay, not bad, not great. They didn't get to the quarterback, and obviously that's why they went out and traded for Brian Burns.
Mm-hmm.
So look, they have to improve in that. If for some reason it's like whenever guys like Thibodeau and other guys see those Redskins. Oh, man, listen to me. See those Commander uniforms, they seem to elevate their game. Like Thibodeau's best games of his career have been against Washington. But look, it's a new system too. We got to keep that in mind. Shane Bowen is not nearly as aggressive as Wink Martindale was. Some guys getting used to that, a lot more zone. But look, they were not good against the run the last 2 years. They were pretty good in the first half. Then Aaron Jones started getting them a little bit in the fourth quarter. So I would grade out like in the middle of the pack, like a C-type grade I would give them. And they're hoping to improve on that this week.
Where are they weakest and most susceptible just generally? Like if Washington ends up looking great and winning going away, how'd they take advantage of that?
Oh, on the back end, fellas. The Giants secondary is that's their weak spot. No question about it. Gave up 2 touchdowns last week. Look, it was a huge question mark going into training camp, and it's still a huge question mark. That's their weak spot, no question about it.
What about when the Giants have the ball?
What's their weak spot when they have the ball?
Yeah.
Daniel Jones right now. Look, it's a revamped offensive line that had some issues up front a little bit, but they didn't play that bad last week. Not great. Not very good, I should say. Not bad either. There was times Daniel had times in the pocket, and, he just didn't execute. But you look at this, offensive line, and I think it'll get better as we move along as they play, because they really didn't play together at all summer. There was injuries. The receiver room is the strength of the offense, and, they couldn't really do anything last week. But right now, you're asking me, all right, Chris, like you said, what do you think's the weak? Well, right now, it's number 8, Daniel Jones.
What's been your impression of Malik Neighbors so far? One of our favorite guys in the draft.
Oh, he's been dynamic from day one. Look, he's he's got to learn some things, no question about it. But the kid is dynamic, man. He's special. He is, guys. He really is. But you're going to have to get him the ball. You're going to have to get. He's going to have to learn a lot of things. Like Brian Flores really fooled the Giants last week. He came out and played a lot of soft shell on them, and they were expecting those heavy blitzes, what Brian is known for. So Malik at times has got to recognize, this is a recognized defense. David wants to see what the D's doing, and then run, and react to what they're doing. Malik at times has some problems with that. He's going to learn, but physical-wise, he goes up, he gets it, contested catches. He's dynamic on the 9 routes, the verticals, and all that stuff. And he should be a special one. But of course, we also need a guy that could get in the damn ball too. So we'll see.
We appreciate the insight on the Giants as always. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas. Good luck on Sunday. We'll talk soon.
See you, bud.
Thank you. Same to you. That's Chris Bignano, the Giants insider, with us on Grant and Danny. I've got a thought on a big NFL storyline from the weekend that I think is unpopular. And I actually want to just bounce it off you, Danny, and see where you're at. Normally, I got a pretty good beat on how you're going to go, and it's 50-50 for me.
Ooh, I like it.
If you'd agree with me or disagree with me, and I know
mystery.
I'm in the minority, I think, among the masses. Let's get to that next on G&D. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks much for listening to the show. Welcome back. We'll take you up to 6:15, and that's pregame tonight. We were just talking as we spanned the division there, tackled the East, about the Giants and the struggles of Daniel Jones, who was awful. I don't care if it's Daniel Jones, Jaden Daniels, or anybody else. It has nothing to do with the person in question here. But I think I have an unpopular opinion. I want to see where Danny's at on this. So did you see the video of Daniel Jones leaving the locker room and walking out to his car via what is like a roped off area for players to exit MetLife Stadium?
I had not seen that, no.
Okay. So he's leaving MetLife Stadium and he gets hassled by a bunch of Giants fans.
Mm-hmm.
They are screaming and booing and yelling that they want their millions. And the video that I've got here is not necessarily the worst of it from some of the other clips that have come out where people are like yelling at him and screaming and booing and telling him to go home and all this stuff. But this will be a little sample of it.
Hey, I need $1 million. I need $1 million. I need $1 million, Daniel. I need $1 million, Danny. I need $1 million. Give me a... You suck.
So he's walking out. He's like fresh out of the shower. He's got his little duffel bag, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to walk in this kind of area where you can lean over railings to sign autographs or some kids with some footballs or whatever, go into his car. And I tweeted out that video, and I did my version of This Ain't It, okay? Which is to say, I think this is ridiculous. Now, I am all for people doing whatever they want with the money that they spend in the stadium. I've never been a boo guy. I'll never boo my own guys. It's just, I think it's childish and ridiculous. I think if you're a grown-up booing, it's weird, but that's my own thing. I'm not telling you how to do your thing. You do your thing. So if you want to boo Daniel Jones and say you suck, and when he comes to the sideline, scream at him that he's a loser and he'll never be good in the middle of the game at the stadium, fine. When you're now, the game's ended,
mm-hmm.
You're outside the stadium, and you see him walking to his car, to me, it's no longer time to do these screaming, you're the worst, go home, all this other stuff. It's the equivalent to me. We're now in public. A couple of people said, well, you're still on the property. I think our buddy Gilo was like, team property. It's not like it's a grocery store. I view it a lot more like a grocery store, actually, if I'm drawing the line there, where the game is the game. The stadium's the stadium. He's in uniform. He's got his helmet on. Boo him, say whatever you want. He's football robot guy. You get to yell, you get to hassle. Again, not my style, but we see it everywhere. Mm-hmm. And visiting players, home players, yelling things. Some players take it better than others, obviously. But no harm, no foul, I don't think, in the kind of in the battle, so to speak. Outside of that is a whole different ballgame. I'm reminded of a Dave Chappelle anecdote from one of his great comedy sketches and sets on Netflix. And I don't remember if it was Sticks and Stones or which one it was. But Chappelle, who I love, told this long story about how he was at a mall. And he keeps turning around and there's a woman behind him. And he's like waiting for her to come up, and he can tell she's like 10, 12 feet following him. He's in this store. She's there. He's in the next store. She's there. He's now into the parking lot. And he said, I'm finally getting into my car, and she's still about 15 feet away, and she's following me, looking at me. And he says, I put my bags in my car, and I finally look up at her, and I go, yes, can I help you? And she starts complaining how much she hates one of his jokes, and how dare you? I know who you are, David Chappelle. And you said this, and it's terrible, whatever. And he said to her, and I won't use the curse word that he uses, but keep it in the comments. This is real life. And I think that's so correct. And it is totally relatable here to me. If you see Daniel Jones at a grocery store or at church or, walking his dog or whatever, to go up and tell him, hey, man, you suck. That's a grow up moment for me. You know what I mean? That's a little bit of a get a job moment there as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. Where are you at on this? Because I seem to be in the minority. A lot of people essentially were like, absolutely, there's nothing wrong with this. Fans should yell whatever they want at Daniel Jones. He was a terrible player and played a terrible game.
Yeah, in public. So to me, at the stadium is not in public. I guess that's where we'll disagree. Like if he's eating dinner, if he's, hanging out with his kid at the playground or, going to the grocery store, and you come up to him and scream at him, you're an idiot. You're a jackass. You know what I mean? Like,
so you agree with me, but disagree that walking in the parking lot after the game is public.
Yeah, that's still the place where I paid for my ticket. I'm not just at the parking lot because I'm at the parking lot. Like, I've paid, I'm here. This is the sports venue still to me. So again, I think it's a little bit weird to do that, but I don't begrudge somebody at all. Like, if Daniel Jones would not like any of the treatment or any of the people paying attention to him, don't take the contract. Go live in the Adirondacks. You know, like, to me, it's not necessarily the best thing, but it's part and parcel with, you want to be an NFL quarterback and make $40 million a year. There's going to be some negative if you don't perform well.
Totally. And I think he knows that probably as well as most and deals with it. These quarterbacks get called all kinds of names and said terrible things are said about them. And he's not complaining about it. You know, if anything, I think he handles it well. He answers
he
all
does.
the questions and, you know, whatever else. I'm bringing it up just because it's something, you know, while I don't think he took any issue with it, it seems weird to me. But it sounds like you then agree with me that people, if they see him out and about, should not act this way. You're saying walking out of the stadium to his car is not a bridge too far for you.
Right. 100%. So again, it's the, like, you saw this for a while where it was like, it was okay for people like living their lives, minding their business because they have a policy that I don't like or something. I get to scream at you in public and ruin your time. Wrong. That's ridiculous to me.
Okay.
So like that's a decorum thing, right? Like, away from the venue, from the place where you don't like what this person's doing, please stop running up to people and throwing paint on them and ruining their time. So, but at the sports venue, to me, that's like
the venue is in the stadium to me. The venue is where the game is played, where he's wearing his uniform. He's at work. He's now Mr. New York Giant quarterback. Do whatever the hell you want. If he's walking out of the stadium in the third quarter, still in his helmet and pads, and you want to follow him to his car, maybe I'll write you a waiver for that too. But the game is now over. Like, to me, the equivalent is, if we're sitting at a remote and someone comes up to us, and this happens all the time, by the way.
Sure.
And we're sitting there and someone comes up and goes, "You guys talk too much about whatever." Very weird. Like, what do I do now? You know, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, I appreciate the feedback or whatever. And, you know, normal people with normal social graces will like say that this is awkward. I'm going to say bye now. But sometimes people will keep going and like, yeah, why do you guys do that? And
you know what you should talk about?
You know, or like, and whatever. It's like all part of it. I understand.
Yeah.
But if we're sitting there on the air and we're at the event or whatever, but when someone, and this has happened too, I'm going to my car and like comes up to me and starts badgering me about, dude, why did you say that about this? Like, what was the point of that? And I'm going to be friendly. Just the choice that I've made is we need listeners to want to listen to us. And I'm a people pleaser anyway. So I'm going to sit there and kind of wear it and try to be amicable. But like, that happens too. And I always say that, think that's really, really weird. Or like, occasionally, most of the time you could tell if someone doesn't like you because they're like, hey, are you Grant Paulson? Are you Danny or whatever? And I'm like, yeah. And then they don't say anything. Or they just go,
I thought so.
Like, oh, okay. And it's like, okay, that guy probably isn't a big fan. That's fine. But every now and then I'm in a movie theater or whatever, and someone's like, hey, man, you guys drive me crazy. And I'm like, okay, thanks for listening, I guess. But like, my point is, like, to me, he's not, when he's out of the stadium, it's over. You're yelling, you're screaming, you're sitting in the stadium. Yes. Out of the stadium, we're adults now. Like, what if, I guess you'd feel the same way, and he shouldn't do this, and he doesn't because he's not an idiot. But like, what if he's got his kids with him? He's holding 2 kids. He's got Truman and Reagan in his hands, and he's like walking to his car. You feel the same exact way? Everyone berating him?
If it's at the stadium, it's much closer to being okay to me. I mean, again, I wouldn't approve of it. I would tell someone doing that, like, dude, he's got his kids, like, relax with that. But like, if I'm leaving Nats Park and I'm just past the center field gate, the instant I pass through this threshold, it's not some sort of magical cone of silence. You know what I mean? Like, we're in stadium. We're doing stadium
That's a good example. Most of the Nats live in the Navy Yard. So you're booing Jesse Winker after his big strikeout in the 8th. Then you go over to Walters, and now you're walking back to your car, and you see him right out by center field gate walking to his place in Coda, and you're 10 feet from center field gate. Where are we at on the gray area?
It's closer, yeah, but it's gray. It's not like there's no hard line to me. It's like if my evening is still I'm at the stadium or stadium extended grounds. Like if I'm in parking lot C for some reason and a player's there, again, I'm not doing this, but I understand that like I've left my home. I'm at the destination. I'm at a different part of the destination. Like if I'm hanging up by the player's parking lot, on the south side of Nats Park, again, don't do this. This is creepy and weird. But if you're doing that and somebody bucknered a ball that cost you your day or the pennant or something, and you want to boo the guy, I understand that, even though it's not in the stadium anymore. It's not the game isn't still going on.
My guess is if you're doing that, you're drunk, probably.
Yeah.
And if you're not, it's just you're not for me very much.
Which I guess. Well, that's you and I are in agreement there. It's like no one that I know is doing that. I'm not doing that, right?
Totally.
But
fanatics do things, and a lot of them are diehard fans and are people that listen to us. I'd actually be curious to get thoughts on this. 800-636-1067. Like you said, it's a gray area. For me, there's zero gray area. When the game ends and you walk out of that stadium, if you see a guy like now a human being, football player, the lights, it's a switch.
Right.
He's not in his uniform. The game ended. Now he's a human being. Now, again, do whatever you want. If you want to treat a human being poorly and yell at him and curse at him and tell him he sucks, you're allowed to do that. I just stopped being okay with it when he's not in his uniform on the field. Or in the area where he's performing for you. You bought a ticket because he's performing for you. I'm on stage. You want to heckle, you want to boo, whatever. You see me outside on the street. That part, I'd say the heckling part ended. 800-636-1067. I'm actually really curious to touch the people on this, see what you guys think. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan, 800-636-1067 to hop in. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. We're on Instagram with those same handles. The question for you is, so Daniel Jones is leaving the game on Sunday. He's walking out. He's showered up. He's got his duffel bag. He is on his way from the stadium to his car in the parking lot outside of the stadium. And there's a video. We can play a little snippet here again of fans harassing him and yelling at him and screaming at him and booing him and telling him he's terrible and they want his money and, you know, you're the worst. And all of those things an hour before that were perfectly on board as far as I'm concerned, as he was playing terrible and they'd paid a lot of money to be at a game. Not my style. I'd never do it, but very commonplace and, you know, time and place, as I always say, right? At a game, in your seat, he's on the field, no problem. To me, when he's walking to his car in the parking lot, that time is over. We are now in public. I got drunk in a bar. You threw me into public. We're in public. Danny said, no, this is fine. A lot of people feel like this is fine. I'm not on team. This is fine. Where are you guys at?
Danny, I need $1 million. I need $1 million. I need $1 million, Daniel. I need $1 million, Danny. I need $1 million. Give me you stop.
And I can't stress enough. I mean, these people are like 3 feet from him. Like, it's not like they're 100 yards away. I mean, it's just like they could reach out and grab him while they're yelling this at him. I quote ancient philosopher Dave Chappelle. Keep it in the comments. This real life. You want to tweet me and call me all the names? Do it. In life, it's real life, man. Like it seems strange. Let's go to Shane in Oxon Hill. What's up, Shane? How are you? Shane, you there?
I heard us on the radio. We sounded good.
All right. Well, I'm going to put him on hold.
Good opening there.
Let's go to Juan in Woodbridge. What's up, Juan?
Hey, Juan.
What's up, Danny? Danny, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
I just wanted to say, first of all, whomever talks to you guys in a stupid way, they're a bunch of idiots because you guys make my day. I love listening to you guys.
Oh, no.
Anyhow,
I appreciate you.
Well, and we were fishing for compliments there, I thought.
But I do want to say, like, I have no problem. People should tell us what they think of the show. That's all part of it. I'm just saying, occasionally you'll get people that make it
weird. You guys are in public. You guys should, no one should walk up to you and tell you, hey, you guys are this, that, and the other. The only thing they should be able to say is thank you. That's it. Anyhow, as far as like doing what, hackling these guys, they shouldn't be doing that, man. These guys are humans. They don't deserve anything like that. I get that, he's taking money, but I think that if you were in that position, you guys would have taken the money too. Even if you guys weren't a great quarterback, you guys would have taken the money.
Yeah, let me be a terrible quarterback. I'll sign up right now.
Well, let's also forget they paid him for a reason.
Yeah.
2 years ago, he played really well with no weapons around him and lit it up in a playoff win. I mean, it's not like the guy's never played well. Now, that's not really the point, but I will say all of those fans at points during that season were clapping like seals for the guy. And while maybe a lot of them didn't want to pay him, which is perfectly reasonable, I guarantee they were pretty thrilled when he dominated the Vikings defense on the road in a playoff game. Let's go to Sed in Manassas. What's up, Sed?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love your show.
Appreciate you, dude.
I'm not going to pucker up but anyway, if I had to lean, away, I'm going to lean with Danny, but I am kind of gray area with it because I feel like it's situational. You know what I mean? It's just like anything else, the perfect place and time for anything. But in this particular situation, I'm going to lean towards Danny because he is sort of still around fans that may have traveled 2 or 3 hours and they're still pissed, or still mad, excuse me. So I'm going to lean Danny, but gray area because I do agree with you, Grant, a little bit. It's a time and place for everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call. The whole it's the parking lot. Okay, so the end of the parking lot's fine, but then across the street isn't. Like, for me, I make it really simple.
Mm-hmm.
There's no grayness here. And I work in the gray and nuance. I get it.
You're Josiah.
But it's so simple. Are you at the game still? Is the game being played? Is the performer performing? Is the performer in the uniform? Right? Otherwise, I'm off duty now. Leave me alone. I'm pretty upset too. I had a terrible game. It'd be funny if he came out and said, sorry, guys, we'll do better next time. I'm sorry. Maybe you should have done that. Maybe it'd be a better way to handle it and diffuse it. But it's so simple for me. Scream when he's wearing that goofy helmet and that goofy jersey. And by the way, those jerseys were awful.
Just terrible. Thanks for wearing
so
them.
bad. Shane and Oxon Hill, what's up?
Hey, Shane.
Venezuelan motherfuckers, man.
Okay, Block. This guy twice.
I don't know what was going on there.
Hasn't known what's going on here. Unbelievable.
That was something.
Let's go to Duncan in Gainesville.
Here we
Hello,
go, Duncan.
How are you?
Regular phone call. Regular phone
Hi,
call.
you guys. Thanks for taking my call. The first thing I was thinking of was like a famous quote from sports history. It's baseball, and it was kind of a tragedy going on, and you got a kid, apparently, if it's history's right, talking about disappointment in their hero, but like, say it ain't Joe to Shoeless Joe Jackson. Like, where did that happen? But that's different from just like heckling. And I think a lot of it is on the person who's heckling, like kind of don't be a schmuck, kind of. I think is a good watchword. But that's what I was thinking.
That's a good way to live your
Smell
life.
what you're cooking. Yeah, it's a good rule of thumb, right? Golden rule, I think, updated slightly for our time.
Darius, I want to know where you're at. Ryan, I want to know where you're at as well. Again, you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. If you're just jumping in your car, leaving the office, the question for you guys here on G&D is, does Daniel Jones leaving the stadium in the parking lot getting heckled rub you the wrong way? Yes or no? You're listening to The Fan. Stretch run of Grant and Danny brought to you by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so that they can give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. We will get you ready for Nats baseball. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll hand things over to Charlie and Dave in pregame at 6:15. First pitch is slated for 6:45 tonight. Some NFL notes today. Joe Burrow met with the media after his week 1 dud. He said his wrist absolutely did not affect his throws. To that, I would say, what happened then? He wasn't good. I know T. Higgins didn't play, but he didn't play a lot last year. That can't be the end-all, be-all, right? Jamar Chase did play and was effective enough, 6 grabs, but wasn't himself coming back after an offseason of not being around. So what went on then, Joe? If it wasn't that, it must have been a confluence then of just an entire offseason that went terribly.
And I hate to do this, but we're working. Like if he'd thrown for 320 and 3 touchdowns, I wouldn't be looking for this. But somebody has a cut up of him doing a bunch of wrist flex things, like when your wrist isn't feeling good during the game, where he's having trouble even picking up a bottle of Gatorade, or kind of looking at it and rubbing it and sort of doing stuff with it. Now, is that 100% the reason? I have no idea. It's probably everything that you said. Probably the fact that even when he was healthy, they're not good in weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5. So there's probably a million reasons why. But to say that it wasn't a factor at all, I think it's fair to ask questions.
Speaking of the quarterback position in Ohio, it's been a bad 72 hours for Deshaun Watson. You thought him playing bad football was going to be a pain for him to deal with. He now has more allegations that have come forward that he has denied today, sexual assault and battery that were levied in civil lawsuit against him, filed earlier this week in Texas. His attorney, who has a lot of work to do, it seems like, Rusty Hardin, representing Watson, wrote Wednesday in a statement, Deshaun strongly denies the allegations in the Jane Doe lawsuit filed on Monday. We have asked him not to comment further while this matter works its way through the courts. So this is a new case. This was not one of the old cases. However, it is based on an alleged incident in 2020. So before he got in trouble. So I guess it's important to point out this isn't something that's happened since the
trade, since the signing. That's an important distinction, yes.
Having said that, it is an old issue that we didn't know about.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is a really serious allegation that includes basically him forcing himself on a female that didn't want him to be interacting with her in her home. I mean, it's just been a nightmare for the Browns since they brought that guy in.
Safe way to say it, yeah. And again, these are allegations. These are serious allegations. They should be treated seriously. That both means investigated thoroughly and also not passing judgment until we know all the facts and information. I know the history. I know, what's happened previously, but even still, that's how it's supposed to work. So, but yeah, in and of itself, just to talk about Deshaun Watson, football player, for a moment, and the Cleveland Browns and that situation. Again, you already said it very well. It's not very good. And it's looking bleaker and bleaker as time goes.
I thought we might see Aaron Rodgers drop a relax like he did 10 years ago, RELAX, as he met with Jets media today. But that wasn't in the cards. He did say, I think we always have to stay relaxed. It's a long season. I think at times people think the season is like you're out in the prairie or the desert and you're moving around trying to find water. But it's more like a nice, slow bolero, where we're just swaying with the music and reacting to whatever comes to us and through us, just trying to not get too high and the highs or too low with the lows. He is a different cat. Although there's another documentary coming out on him on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on its way,
For a guy
right?
that hates the media, he sure is in the media a lot.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that funny how it goes?
He's doing a lot of things lately.
Sure.
Have you read the book?
No, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. No.
Okay.
That's the thing. Everybody with kids has to give something up. I think that's what I've sacrificed for the most part. I don't read near as much as I used to, and I miss it. Yeah.
Beach Danny reads a lot.
Beach Danny got 3 books done.
That's a good number.
That's a good number. That'll end up being my 3 books for the year, probably. I hate that. I'm a reader. I love reading, but I don't do it anymore.
What about bedtime? You can just lay in bed and knock out a book.
I pretty much, the wife is already asleep, so I can't be the guy with the light on next to her.
Light.
Right. So if I'm downstairs where I could read a book, that's a Netflix show, that's gaming hours. I'm not proud of it, but that's what I've sacrificed.
So to me, there's always just a better option.
Yep.
Right? I mean, TV, movie. I'm not a video game guy, but there's something more entertaining and better. Even if there's nothing on, like there's the occasional night where there's not a sports game or anything. I'll jump on NFL Game Pass and go back and watch something, or you could watch whatever you want now at your fingertips, as if you're a coach of linebackers for the Browns or something. Just it's all available to you. Monday you get the all 22 from every game. You get the cut ups. There's just always something better than reading. I feel like.
I know.
It's sad to say, but I knock out a ton of books. I don't mind listening to books, and that's kind of how I do it. But it's time consuming otherwise. Although I do love the smell of a book.
The new book is up there with a sneaky underrated smell, like a new shoe smell, a new car smell, that tennis ball can popping open, some of those underrated smells. The new book smells pretty silly.
Yeah, not too shabby.
I'm on board.
All right, real quick, I had teased I wanted your guys' thoughts right before we went to break.
We did go to break.
We extremely went to break. So let's start with Darius. Darius, yay or nay, Daniel Jones in the parking lot, is he fair game?
I believe in the parking lot. That is not fair game.
Ooh,
I think that,
GP.
yeah, I'm Team GP. I think that should be a player's safe haven. Now, it's tough because let's say that was a win and players are lined up asking for autographs and stuff like that and asking for pictures. Is that the same? Is that the same as in terms of fair opportunity to be able to then heckle the player on when it goes bad? I feel like it shouldn't be considered the same, but in a way it is.
Well, I mean, is it the same if someone walks by and you say, "Hey, have a good day," or bleep you? I mean, yeah, I think the reason for the gate being there is for an interaction after a loss, the same interaction. Hey, can I have an autograph, Daniel? Thanks for whatever. That's the idea.
Right. So there's a spot on the other side of Nats Park where I see people lined up, at 5 o'clock or whatever,
exactly,
waiting for players to come in through the gates and stuff like that. So obviously it's there for a reason. I just don't think that fans should be heckling players once the game is over and once they have left the field of play.
Rhino?
In this particular scenario here, like I think that the fans actually kind of went a little overboard with what they were saying and everything. But in general, like I do think you can boo. But I kind of disagree with the fact that like it's all about like Daniel Jones in that situation. When I was a kid, some of my fondest memories going to Redskins games back in the day was waiting outside the parking lot and seeing Santana Moss and RG3 with this huge barricade and Kyle Shanahan and Jordan Reed. Like, I think of like the kids around there. So it's like, if you're just going to boo him, go for it. But like, if you're going to say like mean, nasty things, like you bleep and suck, like whatever it is, then I think that is overboard. But if you boo him, I think that is acceptable. But keep curse words and all the other nasty things out of your mouth.
When you referenced yourself and your memories, you're saying there are kids there,
yes,
so don't curse.
Yes, like don't curse, like don't do anything like overboard, Like I think they went overboard in that situation.
But you would have no problem if just like all the people gathered around, hundreds of people, whatever, they're just going, boo. Because I'm not, again, I think the game's over and it's over. But like, I don't think if it was just a bunch of people saying boo, I don't think it would have crossed my desk. I don't know that the clip would have gone viral. And I certainly, when I watched it, wouldn't have had the same visceral reaction. Where the reaction I had was, God, these people, this is ridiculous. If it was just people booing, I don't think I would have felt the same way. Even though I would have said, like on a binary, if you asked me, yeah, that's overboard. He's out of the stadium. That's dumb. That's ridiculous. I'm with you. Like boos are not as bad as actual personal. They weren't like saying you're an idiot. But they were more personal attacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then that's kind of like where my issue was. Like I didn't hear the whole thing, but I do know there are some pretty choice languages,
colorful language in there.
Yeah, there are some pretty nice words said to him.
You can hear some edits in that audio.
Yeah, there are some edits there, but I mean, yeah, it should be a safe haven, but ultimately, like you're getting paid a lot of money, man. Like, unfortunately, there is baggage that comes to that big deal, so it's try to keep it PG for the kids around there, but that's really all about it for me.
Sure. The only like that last part, which you kind of went down this road a little bit, Danny, with the heavy lies the crown thing.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with that. As you're the CEO, you get all the credit, you're going to get all the blame. Where I don't like that thinking is where does that end, right? Because
totally, because that people feel very entitled to do stuff in
you
that
make
regard.
All the money, like you're a billionaire, I can say whatever I want to you. Actually, I'm a human being, so if you want to, you can. But you're still the jerk. You know
right. It doesn't mean you're not immune from some kind of backlash to it. So I guess, again, the only distinction, the only quibble here is what the parking lot is. I think it's the parking lot for Giant Stadium. We're still on the grounds to me. So again, if this is a different time or place, if it's a Tuesday morning and he's grabbing some eggs, you don't boo him and tell him he sucks there.
Unless the eggs are in the parking lot.
Well, if it's immediately after the game where I went to the game, I'm still at the game in my mind. Like, I haven't gone home and come back. You know what I mean? I'm at the venue where the thing happened for the game. That to me isn't crazy. But if you're, again, the real life part of it, full 100% rubber stamp, cosign, etc.
Let's get you ready for Nats baseball. Starting lineups, pitching matchups for every Nats game presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Opposite Max Fried, looking to get right, a little guy named Jake Irvin, who has been struggling over the last, month or so. Leading off playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Dylan Cruz batting third, your DH, Andres Chaparro batting fourth in left field. James Wood batting fifth at first base. Juan Yepez batting sixth at second base tonight. Note in your program, second baseman doing the catching and batting sixth. Kepa Ruiz batting seventh at third base. You'd be batting eighth at third base. Ildemar Vargas batting ninth in center field. Your guy, my guy, Jacob Young.
Nats 9-11 over their last 20, hovering around 500 as they're playing out the string, which isn't bad. Still in a stretch right now of 13 straight games and in 19 games and 20 days overall. So it has been heavy lifting. James Wood has reached base safely in 11 straight, and in 17 of his last 18 games, he's got 18 hits during that 18-game stretch. All has been good on the James Wood front. Let's get to your Nats weather report presented by Pepco. Today's game day weather is presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and they know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep.
81 degrees at first pitch tonight. It'll be dipping into the low 70s as the game goes on, and there'll be no wind. There is some clouds in the sky, but no chance of precipitation. Going to feel great over at Nationals Park and Navy Yard tonight.
Attaboy. That there is your game day weather. I've seen a few people parking under us here in our garage.
Indeed.
Wearing a Trey Turner jersey, I just saw, and a Juan Soto jersey, both leaving the parking lot.
Why are you digging up old bleep?
I just don't think that people have jerseys yet for these new players. Let's get some James Wood and some Dylan Cruz's going.
Yeah, some of the youngsters I think would be good. Maybe some of the guys that are here on short-term deals, maybe not the investment worthwhile.
Thursday night football tomorrow, Danny. Dolphins, Bills, little AFC East matchup. We complain a lot about how bad the Thursday night football games can be on paper. This is about as good as it's going to get early in the season.
It's a good one on paper, isn't it?
Potential division championship type game here between Miami, a playoff team last year, the Bills, a perennial playoff power with Josh Allen at quarterback. Certainly the class of the AFC East early this season with the Jets looking rough and starting 0-1 against San Francisco. And the Bills are down, at least in terms of personnel. So they need to get the ball to their tight end, Dalton Kincaid. I did like Keon Coleman's first game, had 4 grabs for 51 yards.
He was impressive, I thought.
But I think they're ripe for the taking here for Miami. If you're going to get them now.
Yeah, this is the time for Miami to do it. I don't trust them to do this in a cold weather slog in November or December. This is when Miami should be able to. But, man, the Bills aren't ready to let go of that stranglehold just yet.
Deep dive on the Giants tomorrow, as well as a breakdown of Thursday night. We'll look ahead to week 2 in the NFL. Thank you guys for listening. We appreciate it. It always means a lot. For Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long on the Fan. Enjoy Nationals baseball.
Thank you for coming.